growth, friendship, and ruin. Across the life of the Dream SMP, these three truths have shaped the story into one of the most treasured in Minecraft history. Spanning many months and including some of the most talented content creators in the community, the story has evolved well past that ever thought to come from a Minecraft server. To truly understand the story, we must go back to the beginning. Today, I will take you on a journey through the early days of the server and tell the story of part 1 of the Dream SMP. Really quick, this video took weeks to make, so if you could take 1 second to subscribe, it is completely free and it would make my day. Thank you. Also, thanks to Lord Cantor for letting me use his recreation of the Dream SMP for this video. If you want to see how he managed to rebuild the server block for block, go check out his channel in the top link of the description. Anyway, let's start from the beginning. Day 1 of the Dream SMP. A time before war, before nations, before death. A much simpler time than what we know today. A time of peace. On April 25th, Dream and George created what has grown into one of the most influential Minecraft servers ever. But to them, it was just a normal survival world. A few months prior, on February 5th, Minecraft released their first snapshot of 1.16, the Nether update. Because of Dream's focus on his channel, as well as his speedrunning grind that started shortly after, Dream had not had time to truly explore the new update. This world finally gave him a chance to do so. During their first stream, Dream and George intended just to play the game. No speedrunning, no Minecraft manhunt, just plain old survival. And that's exactly what they did. After making a portal, Dream and George explored the new biomes and structures added to the game. After a long journey through the Nether, the two decided to head back. After dying in the Nether, the two journeyed back to gather. They finally were able to find their stuff and escape. Yeah, they lost all their stuff. Later, they finally were able to explore the Bastion with no problems, and by the end of the stream, things were looking good. Soon after the beginning of the SMP, its first members other than Dream and George were added. These included Sapnap, the third member of the Dream team, as well as their close friends It's Alyssa and Awesome Dude. Over the next streams, the five were able to develop the world considerably. One of these projects included the centerpiece of the SMP and oldest building on the server, the community house. Located in the middle of the lake, the community house, as well as the paths branching off of it, still stands today as a hub for travel across the main server. A few other notable builds include the community nether portal, which also remains a very important location today, and the courthouse, which is pretty self-explanatory. The server was growing, and along with it, the player base grew too. Before long, two new members have been added to the server, Ponk and Bad Boy Halo. Although Bad Boy Halo was a neutral force during the early days of the server, his presence would be felt much more later in the story. Ponk, on the other hand, got to work right away building his first giant lemon tree. He also began trapping people's bases. He started this with George. In an act of revenge for the trap, George decided to burn down the entirety of Ponk's lemon tree, prompting him to build another one farther down the path. But little did he know, this second tree, along with his careless actions of setting traps in people's bases, would drive the server to chaos, causing the first war. But before that happened, another player was added to the server. The most important addition yet. This player was Tommy Innit. Tommy Innit was an up-and-coming creator who knew how to start drama. After his channel saw early success from Hypixel Skyblock, he was invited to join the new creator server, SMP Earth. Holding over 60 creators, many with millions of subscribers, this was a huge opportunity for Tommy. And he did not hesitate to try to fight all of them. He entered the Dream SMP with the same goal. Coming off the recently ending SMP Earth, Tommy was ready for more fighting. And on his first day, he got straight to work. July 4th. After hours of streaming, Tommy gets a completely out of the blue message from Dream inviting him to the SMP. Joining without hesitation, Tommy immediately set out to do one thing: annoy everyone. He quickly became a problem, stealing from chests and killing George repeatedly. This resulted in him being taken to jail within about 20 minutes of joining the server. A record that stands to this day. After pulling an epic gamer move and escaping, he continued to destroy things. This resulted in Dream teleporting him far away from spawn, banishing him temporarily. However, Tommy was not going to let this stop him from annoying them. Coming back by dying, Dream kept having to teleport him. This went on for a few minutes before Tommy Innit had become the first player to be banned on the server. One Twitter block later, and Tommy was back. This time, he would follow the rules. Well, kinda. After causing a bit more damage and claiming everything he could see as his property, Tommy decided to end his stream. His actions on the first day of the server would only be the beginning, as he would be streaming nearly every day on the SMP. 2 days later, the first war on the Dream SMP began. It all started when Tommy decided to build his house in a hill directly next to Punk's giant lemon tree. Tommy being Tommy, they almost immediately began fighting over land. This resulted in Punk killing Tommy and also trapping his house. Following the trolling of his house, Sapnap sought revenge, and he was able to get it by burning down most of Punk's lemon tree. Enraged by his actions, Punk teamed up with its Alyssa to get him back again. They then burned down his entire house. They had crossed the line. Sapnap knew he had to put an end to this, but he couldn't do it alone. Though it took some convincing, Sapnap was able to get Tommy on his side, and together, they would kill Punk and Alyssa. Until, in the middle of their fight, Dream logged on. Dream, the creator of the world and so far the only one to stop Tommy's fits of destruction, had had enough. He had created the server to be a place to escape conflict, to work together, to create, and to have fun. And war had no place there. After watching the server begin to spiral into chaos, Dream decided to step in and stop the fighting. But he quickly discovered he was very undergeared, and within seconds, Tommy and Sapnap had killed him as well. The fighting escalated once again, and soon nearly the entire server was involved in the conflict. Together, Sapnap and Tommy wiped out everyone standing in their way, even forcing Dream to log out temporarily. That was until something happened that turned the tides of the battle. Dream had stolen Tommy's most prized possessions on the server: his music discs. Tommy had spent hours finding these discs and was not about to let that time go to waste. He had to get them back, Because Tommy and Sapnap were allies, Sapnap decided to help Tommy steal the discs back from Dream. Dream then joined the call and told Tommy that because he had proven to be untrustworthy, he would not be getting his discs back. And if he decided to start any conflict again, the discs would be burned. While this was happening, Sapnap began looking for where Dream had hidden the discs. And a few minutes later, he found one. Running from Dream, who followed close behind, Sapnap passed the disc to Tommy, who then ran to his base, entered his mine, and hid the disc in a ravine. With Dream close behind, Tommy then faked hiding the disc in a completely different part of the ravine, distracting him long enough for Tommy to come up with a plan. The plan that would get his other music disc back from Dream and win him the first battle. But him and Sapnap couldn't do it alone. They needed someone else. And Tommy knew just the guy for the job. Tubbo and Tommy had been friends since the beginning. They met when Tubbo had been streaming on 0 viewers for almost a year and Tommy rated him with 20. Later on Discord, the two started talking, and before long, they began streaming together. Throughout the Hypixel Skyblock phase and SMP Earth, Tubbo was there, scamming, fighting, and laughing his way to victory alongside Tommy. Tubbo was a wholesome presence in contrast to Tommy and preserved the lightheartedness found in the early days of the server. Joining just a few days after Tommy, Tubbo quickly established himself as a force of good. Despite them being nearly opposites, the two unlikely friends fought together during every battle in the early days of the SMP. It was Tommy and Tubbo versus the world. So when Tommy and Sapnap needed some backup, he knew Tubbo would be there. Together, the three of them plotted to take down Dream and take back Tommy's second disc. Tommy's plan was simple. Surround Dream and all three attack him with axes to do the maximum damage possible. He hoped this would give them at least a chance of killing Dream, and since Tommy knew Dream had the disc in his inventory, this was their only chance of getting it back. As the fighting began, things were not looking good. After dying, Tommy and Sapnap brought a bed down to the ravine and set their spawn point nearby. The three then regrouped for one final ambush on Dream. But he found them first. After Sapnap was killed, it was all up to Tommy and Tubbo to finish the job. Using gravel as a blockade, the two began to chip away at Dream's health. Tommy got a few good hits before falling to Dream, leaving it all up to Tubbo. And as Dream was retreating to heal, Tubbo chased him down, managing to kill him. They had done it. Together, the team had managed to take down the most powerful man on the server, and Tommy's most prized possessions were back in his hands. After a quick celebration, Tommy decided it would be best to hide the discs in a chest off camera so Dream couldn't steal them when he was offline. But he quickly realized that Dream would not give up that easily. Sure, Tommy had won the battle, but the war was far from over. A few days after Tommy joined the SMP, Tubbo was not the only new member to be added. 3 more of their friends, Purpled, Fundy, and Puns, were whitelisted as well. The SMP was now beginning to flourish. New players meant new development, and from this point forward, the server really started to take shape. The first major build was Purpled's UFO. Lying fairly close to the community house in the same direction as Tommy's base, the UFO was one of the better looking builds for quite a while. A socializing club was also constructed for resolving an issue that later arose between Fundy, Purpled, and Tubbo. Finally, both Fundy and Dream created secret bases underground. These new builds, along with the arising storyline of the Disc Saga and other conflicts on the server, helped the Dream SMP quickly gain popularity on YouTube and Twitch. And as development continued in the world, so did it in the battle for the discs. On July 10th, one day after his previous battle with Dream, Tommy logged on to the SMP, only to see that Dream had torn apart all of the land surrounding his base looking for the discs. And he found them. He was able to do this because when Tommy was hiding the discs off camera, he left his game sounds on. This allowed Dream to get an idea of where he had hidden them based on analyzing when he took fall damage and what blocks he mined before placing the chest. The discs had been lost once again, and this time, Dream would not let them back so easily. Tommy's first plan was to bargain with Dream, but that quickly went downhill when Tubbo pointed out that the only thing Tommy had of value was his netherite chestplate. After their genius idea of setting an ultimatum was shut down by Dream walking out of the building, Dream threatened to burn Tommy's discs if he didn't give him the netherite chestplate within 20 minutes. This left only one reasonable solution. One way for Tommy to get his discs back once and for all. Him and Tubbo would try and portal trap Dream and kill him with beds. Why did they actually think that would work? He literally just said he doesn't have the discs in his inventory. This plan was absolutely foolproof. There was no way it wouldn't work. Okay. Knowing Dream knew their plan, Tommy and Tubbo were sure he had trapped the portal on the other side. Lucky for Tommy, he had ender pearls and was able to escape. Tubbo, on the other hand, was slain by Dream. And somehow, Tommy died as well. Their plan was not going too well. They had already both died and had made no more progress towards recovering the discs. They then met peacefully with Dream, who decided to give Tommy one last chance to trade his chestplate for the discs. Tommy convinced Dream to give him 10 more minutes to think about it, buying him time to think of another plan. This time, Tommy's plan was different. It was literally the exact same plan. After yet another failed negotiation, an opportunity arose for one of the discs to be stolen. Dream, after taking out both Tommy and Tubbo multiple times, was feeling very confident. Because of this, he decided it would be funny to taunt them by playing the disc. But Tommy and Tubbo were ready. After playing it again higher up so they couldn't steal it, Dream began to build a blockade next to the jukebox. But Tubbo managed to slip through, ejecting the disc from the jukebox and taking it. He ran for his life. But eventually Dream killed both of them and took it back again. In the words of Tommy, they had a glimpse at freedom. But the battle continued. Building higher and higher, Dream continued to taunt Tommy with his discs, holding them just out of reach. Until Dream was distracted by Tubbo, allowing Tommy to drop in from above and steal the disc back. Knowing it wouldn't be safe in the skies, Tommy dropped the disc down to Tubbo. However, Tubbo was not able to find it before Dream realized what happened and took back the disc once again. Twice now, the two had been incredibly close to victory, only to have the disc slip away at the last second. The fighting continued but ultimately led nowhere. And so, Tommy and Tubbo decided to take the trade. Tommy's netherite chestplate for the discs. As they prepared for the trade, Tommy thought back to the days of Skyblock. He was the king of scamming. Surely there was a way to beat Dream. Take back the discs while keeping his chestplate as well. Then, he remembered Tubbo, who had been by his side the entire time. They both knew exactly what to do. As Dream dropped the discs, and Tommy dropped the chestplate, Tubbo made a break for the discs. By the time Dream realized what was happening, it was too late. Tubbo had grabbed both of the discs and logged out. It was a race for the chestplate. But Tommy won, managing to disconnect after picking it up. All that was left was Dream. alone in the ruins of a battle he'd thought he'd won, with nothing. Or so they thought. Unbeknownst to Tommy and Tubbo, Dream had not dropped the real discs. The ones he traded were fakes. The finale of the disc saga took place the next day. As Tommy logged on, still holding the netherite chestplate, he looked around for a bit, then went to find Tubbo. But Tubbo had his own problems to deal with. After conflict arose between Fundy, Purpled, and Tubbo, they decided to settle their affairs in the socializing club. During their conversation, Tommy burst through the door asking for Tubbo's help to finish the war. But war would have to wait, as in the socializing club there are no weapons and no fighting allowed for any reason. So they moved outside. After that encounter, Tommy and Tubbo moved forward with their plan to find the discs. And Tommy knew exactly how they would do it. He believed that the discs were hidden in Dream's secret base, but he had no idea where it was. So with Tubbo's help, Tommy would use an exploit to see through walls and find it. The plan worked, and within minutes, they had broken into the base. But once again, this wouldn't be the end. The discs weren't there. Confused, Tommy and Tubbo asked around to see if anyone knew where the discs were. But they were out of luck. Until Dream logged on to the server. After some more negotiation, including a stack of diamonds the two had stolen from Dream, they once again agreed to trade the netherite chestplate for the discs. This time, there was no scamming. And just like that, the music discs were back in the hands of Tommy. Together, Tommy and Tubbo had won the war. And to celebrate, the two sat on a bench near Tommy's house and listened to one of the discs. Overlooking the land, they thought about what they'd accomplished. Until a sudden realization hit. They had gotten the discs before. But it didn't matter. Anyone could take them at any time. There was only one safe place on the entire server that left no chance of anyone stealing the discs. An ender chest. But as far as they knew, no ender chests had been made yet. So the two would have to quickly gather the materials and make their own before someone tried to steal the discs. If you don't know, an ender chest is crafted with an eye of enders surrounded by obsidian blocks. So all in all, they would need 8 obsidian, 1 blaze powder, and 1 ender pearl. They started by asking around for blaze rods. After Fundy wasn't interested, they went to talk to Puns, who, despite having his lawn griefed by the build battle the day before, and Tommy stealing some golden apples, agreed to supply them with a blaze rod and an ender pearl in exchange for an apple. But as Tommy got the apple and began making his way to Puns, Dream began to attack. Upon hearing their plans to seal the discs away in an ender chest, Dream knew if he wanted to stay in control, he had to stop them. Tommy quickly traded for the blaze rod and pearl, immediately running away as Dream began his pursuit. Tommy and Tubbo had to think of a plan, and quick. Dream is no stranger to chases, and Tommy knew he was living on borrowed time. Still needing 8 obsidian to craft the chest, Tommy had an idea. If Tubbo could distract Dream for just a minute or two, Tommy could rush over to the community nether portal and break enough obsidian to craft the chest. As Tommy made his way to the portal and began mining, Tubbo followed Dream, telling Tommy exactly where they were. 1, 2, 3. Tommy had almost gotten half the obsidian they needed when Dream started shooting at him from a nearby watchtower. Barely alive with 1 heart, just a single arrow could end the dream of securing the discs. Tubbo made his way to Tommy, covering him and supplying food. 4, 5. Dream made his way to the portal, Tubbo only managing to stall a few seconds. The two ran, taking refuge in the community house and blocking off the doors. Tubbo stayed on the ground floor, sacrificing his life and buying Tommy just enough time to escape from the roof. 6, 7. They were so close. All that stood between them and freedom was a green man and a single piece of obsidian. Dream chased Tommy, a relentless storm of arrows following Tommy's every step. He couldn't do it. If he stops running, Dream kills him. If he keeps running for long, he loses his sprint and Dream kills him. There was nothing Tommy could do. But he didn't have to do anything. He had Tubbo. Tubbo remembered he had a piece of obsidian at his house and ran there immediately. Now, Tommy was the one stalling. As Tubbo grabbed the obsidian, he went out back and saw Tommy loop around towards the back of his house. Tubbo then dropped the obsidian, as well as some food, and stalled Dream just long enough for Tommy to craft the ender chest and lock away the discs for good. Together, against all odds, the two friends managed to save Tommy's most prized possessions from the wrath of Dream. With this, the disc saga was over. At least for now. And the server was at peace once again. The next 2 weeks would be the most peaceful the server had ever seen since Tommy joined. With the end of the first major war, it seemed everyone needed a break from the chaos. But soon, a new player would be added to the SMP. A player that would completely change the nature of the server. A storyteller. A mastermind of words. His ideas growing to define the server and made the story something people would remember. And July 24th, just 20 days after Tommy joined, one moment changed the course of the server forever. Thank you all so much for watching. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, so you get notified when part 2 independence or death. Following the events of the first war in the Dream SMP, the tension between Dream and Tommy and Tubbo did not go away. Having been the only people to stand up to Dream, Tommy and Tubbo were not exactly friends with the most powerful man on the server. But they couldn't fight back. They didn't have the resources, the people, or the will to start another battle. Until a new player joined, who would change everything. Today, I will tell a story. A story of independence. A story of a people who rose up against tyranny. A story of revolution. This is part 2 of the story of the Dream SMP. Really quick, this video took weeks to make, so if you could take 1 second to subscribe, it is completely free and it would make my day. Thank you. Also, thanks again to Lord Cantor for letting me use his recreation of the Dream SMP for this video. Make sure to go check out his channel if you're interested in seeing how he did it. Again, the link is in the description. Anyway, let's start from the beginning. Wilbur Soot. A songwriter, comedic genius, and visionary. Coming up with some of the most influential ideas in recent Minecraft history, Wilbur is a mastermind of virality. Creating his first video on March 29th, 2019, and using his experience from his time with the channel Soot House, Wilbur, in just under 2 years, has amassed over 3 million subscribers. So when it was announced that he would be joining the Dream SMP, people knew things would change. But no one expected how much it really would. Being a genius of words and stories, Wilbur brought something to the table that no one had really considered. Tommy had had a rough idea of how the disc saga would go, but for the next story, Wilbur would take it a step further. The introduction of Wilbur marked a turning point in the SMP from a jumbled mess of conflict to something more. From this point on, the story of the SMP would be planned out, for the most part, before it happened. Scripted improvisation. And Wilbur, the main writer, began his story the day he logged on. This marked the true beginning of the storyline of the Dream SMP. Wilbur saw an opportunity in the Dream SMP. Not an opportunity for power or an opportunity for war, but an opportunity for business. And on July 24th, he logged on to the SMP and began moving forward. He started by building a caravan, van, the base of operations for his business. After this, he went to recruit his first business partner, Tommy in it. He then explained his master plan for their business. After tricking the rest of the SMP members into giving up all of their blaze rods and brewing stands, Tommy and Wilbur would be able to produce all of the potions on the server, profiting from the newfound rarity of these potions. Agreeing without hesitation, Tommy joined Wilbur, and together, they began sweeping the server, convincing players to give up their brewing stands and blaze rods. They started with Tubbo. Tubbo, who trusted Tommy and Wilbur, fell victim to the scam, giving his brewing stands and water breathing potions. That being said, not everyone was convinced. One man saw right through their plan. Sapnap. As Tubbo attempted to give up a stack of blaze rods to the new business partners, Sapnap punched Tommy out of the way, taking them for himself. With further suspicion of their operation, Sapnap followed Tommy and Wilbur back to their van, taking it upon himself to investigate. Entering the truck, Sapnap, against the will of Wilbur and Tommy, began looking around. And it only took him a few seconds to enter the back of the truck and find their brewing stands, thus exposing their plans of scamming the server into giving up all of their potion-making supplies. With their backs against the wall, the duo attempted to enlist the help of Fundy. Their plan to get Fundy on their side was to frame Sapnap as the bad guy. They then proceeded to hide the evidence of their plans from Fundy, who then decided to join them. After this, Sapnap had had enough. Attempting to arrest Wilbur and Tommy, Sapnap ended up killing Tommy purely for taunting him. This prompted Tubbo, who was on the side of Sapnap after being scammed by Tommy and Wilbur, to reconsider his position. But although his loyalty to Sapnap wavered, for now, he remained on the side of the law. There was nothing the three could do. Being completely outgeared, Wilbur, Tommy, and Fundy retreated to the van. And right as they thought things couldn't get any worse, they did. As it turns out, Tommy had some unfinished business with Punk, having stolen from him once again. And as the team retreated to the van, Purpled and Punk came to confront Tommy. Things were not looking good for the new business, and if the team wanted a chance to escape, they had to think of something fast. And quickly, a plan began to form. Wilbur walked out of the van, stalling Purpled and Punk just long enough for Tommy to escape through the floor of the van into a cave. Shortly after, the two noticed and began to pursue him. Wilbur, confronted only by Tubbo, logged out of the game to buy some more time. Lastly, Fundy stayed in the caravan, along with Tubbo and Eric, another member of the SMP who had recently joined. The guards stood, awaiting Wilbur to rejoin. Meanwhile, the pursuit of Tommy continued, and before long, they had found him. Surrounded, Tommy surrendered, being escorted to jail on half a heart. With the news of Tommy being captured, one of the guards, Tubbo, began escorting Fundy to jail as well for conspiring to help Wilbur and Tommy. all that remained in the van was Eric, the final guard standing between Wilbur and freedom. But in a surprising turn of events, Eric betrayed the other guards, choosing to help the enemy instead. And just like that, Eric was an ally of the business. Knowing he was safe, Wilbur logged back in and conspired with Eric to free Fundy and Tommy. Their plan to free Fundy was easy as he was still being escorted by Tubbo. Eric would convince Tubbo to let him finish the escorting of Fundy to court, where he would then bring Fundy to his house, allowing him to plant Wilbur the ingredients for an invisibility potion. And the plan would have worked. But when Fundy and Eric reached Fundy's house, Purpled was there. Little did they know he had been spying on them in their voice call the whole time and knew Eric had betrayed them. He then quickly informed Sapnap of the news and requested him to come to Fundy's base as backup. While Sapnap was leaving for Fundy's base, he left Ponk in charge of watching Tommy. As the two sat in the courthouse, they began to talk. And before long, Tommy had convinced Ponk to help him escape. Tommy's plan was to have Ponk draw the guards back to the courthouse and escape through a hole he dug in the back of his cell. This was perfect timing for Sapnap and Purpled, as Sapnap had just arrived at Fundy's base and the two guards began escorting Fundy and Eric to court. Tubbo, meanwhile, traveled back to the van to keep an eye on Wilbur. After Wilbur transformed the van from the potion brewing station it was to a hot dog van, Tubbo, with Wilbur's permission, investigated. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, Tubbo provided compensation of 10 gold for the disturbances they had caused earlier. And gold was one of the main materials he needed to make the invisibility potion. The plan was beginning to fall into place. Although it had hit some rough patches, there was still a solid chance of the prisoners escaping. And as the guards escorted Fundy and Eric back to court, Wilbur continued gathering the resources for the potions. Before long, the trial had started and they were running out of time to escape. Ponk had been figured out and was thrown in jail with Tommy, and Purpled went off looking for Wilbur, who had just began brewing. With Purple gone and Wilbur about to be compromised, all 4 of the prisoners dug out of their cells and ran. Everyone was on the run. After some fighting, everyone decided it would be best to meet back at the van. And as they were coming back, Tubbo and Wilbur began to talk. After explaining his plans to Tubbo and talking of the injustice they had done to him and his accomplices, Tubbo decided to join his side. And just like that, with everyone safe in the van and a new member on their side, the businessmen had been through enough. They knew that the next time they logged on, they had to fight back. And Wilbur had an idea. One that would send the server into further chaos and begin one of the most famous stories on the SMP. The team would no longer be businessmen. They would be citizens of a new nation. They would begin a revolution. Before we continue, I'd like to give a quick thanks to this video's sponsor, the Archon. If you don't already know, the Archon is one of the most popular factions in Skyblock servers. Luckily for you, a free rank icon and find the description. Back to the video. 1 week passed before their country was officially born. In that week, as well as the time before Wilbur joined, a lot had changed on the server. New players and new builds. During the time of peace after the first war, 2 new players joined the server. These players were Skeppy and Eric. For the most part, Skeppy did not play a major role in the story other than burning a new disc Tommy had gathered after the first war. Eric, on the other hand, did, and would play a major role in the new nation of Lamamberg, at least for a little while. The new builds included a sewer system that led to many areas of the server, Eret's castle, which eventually housed the throne for whoever held the title of King of the Dream SMP, a jungle base built far away by Tubbo, and a few new towers here and there. Bit by bit, development continued on the server, until the day L'Manberg was born. This day marked the beginning of a new era in the Dream SMP, an era of independence. Three days. That's how long the war would last. In 3 days, the fate of their nation would be decided, and the wills of the men, and Tommy, who created it, would be tested beyond their limits. But before they could begin a revolution, their great nation needed a name. And Tommy had just the idea.
Well, no, I've had the idea. I've had the idea.
Oh, I have a lot.
Oh my god.
Manberg, or alternatively, Mantopia.
I like Mantopia.
Yeah.
How do we make it European? L'Manberg.
L'Manberg. Yeah, that's funny. L'Manberg. Where do you live? I live in the state of L'Manberg.
After the name was decided, the fellow citizens began to build a wall to distinguish their land from the greater Dream SMP. In their new nation, anyone would be allowed to make potions without being arrested, and the tyranny of Dream and his fellow Americans would no longer affect them. This was the dream. And along with Wilbur, Tommy, and Tubbo, Fundy and Eret joined the new nation. Upon hearing the news of revolution brewing on the server, Dream went to confront the members of L'Manberg. This time, they didn't hide anything. The team explained that everything inside the walls was their land and would be governed and cared for by them, separately and under no rule of the greater Dream SMP. Included would be Tommy's Hill House, which would remain property of their nation as the L'Manberg Embassy. Dream, however, was not convinced and left to conspire with his friends about what to do. Before long, Dream began bribing Tommy to leave L'Manberg and rejoin the greater Dream SMP. But he would have to do better than that if he wanted someone to turn. That being said, Wilbur still questioned Tommy's devotion to the cause.
All you've done for this nation is you're one of the faces of it, right?
Thank you.
But you need to understand that you've done very little in terms of setup. I mean, look behind you. Look at Eret working hard.
As the two continued to talk, Wilbur still questioned whether Tommy was truly devoted to the revolution or just there to be a face of the nation. And after they reached an agreement, Phase 2 of Wilbur's plan began to take shape. But then, Tommy noticed something out of place. After alerting the rest of the squad about what was happening, Tommy saw it's Alyssa walking away from the fire. She had taken it too far. And as the team chased her down, she logged out to escape death. The team camped where she disconnected. Wilbur convinced Tommy to take off his armor and use his words, as he would not let their new nation of L'Manberg become the very thing he sought to destroy. Upon Alyssa rejoining, she began to run and Tommy killed her anyway. For Wilbur, this was the final straw, and when they all got back to L'Manberg, he temporarily dismissed Tommy, making him go back to his home in the greater Dream SMP. But then, word got out that Tubbo was being held hostage by Dream, Sapnap, and Puns, Tommy knew if there was any time to regain Wilbur's trust, it was now. By saving Tubbo, he could finally be the hero for L'Manberg he had always wanted to be. But they took him hostage as well. After Tubbo revealed that he had invisibility potions, Dream and Sapnap decided they could not risk them escaping with their stuff and killed both of them. With this, Wilbur knew it was time. Time to make their revolution official. To free themselves of the tyranny and the aggression of the greater Dream SMP, and to officially declare their independence. Independence. And after some writing, Wilbur Sood, the leader of the great nation of L'Manberg, had drafted their Declaration of Independence. Forever the nation of the Dream SMP have cast great sins upon our great land of the Hatadog Van. They have robbed us, imprisoned us, threatened us, killed many of our men. This time of tyranny ends with us. This book declares that the nation which shall be henceforth known as L'Manberg is separate, emancipated, and independent from the nation of Dream SMP. The union of the masters of men. Together we are one. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one to dissolve the bonds which bind us, disregarding of this truth is nothing short of tyranny. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. The right of the people exists above the right of the king, the right of the government, and the right of the economy. From the Hatadog Van, we shall prevail. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of victory. This document was signed by all members of L'Manberg and represented much more than a mere book. These words were what held the nation together, a vow of brotherhood that would only end in independence or death. With the framing of the book, the nation of L'Manberg showed itself as a force to be reckoned with. And to Dream, this marked the point of no return. As long as L'Manberg stood, Dream knew he couldn't have control. And so, him, George, Sapnap, and Puns drafted another document. The Declaration of War. Unlike the first war for Tommy's discs, this time there was much more at stake. This was not just a war for independence, but a war for power. And Dream would stop at nothing to put L'Manberg in the ground, if it was the last thing he'd do. With the reality of war beginning to set in, both sides began to prepare. Off-stream, Tubbo had gathered potions to aid them in the coming battles. Meanwhile, Dream had burned down Tubbo's house. Because Dream was offline, Tommy and Tubbo used this time to attempt to convince the members of the Dream SMP Guard that they were on the wrong side. They began this by tempting Puns with a meaningless title, hoping he'd get excited and betray his friends. Next, Tommy had an idea to tempt Dream. He stated that if Dream refrained from attacking them, he would give up one of the discs. Tommy's most prized possessions on the SMP and the result of a hard-fought war would be put on the line for independence. But as Tommy and Tubbo were leaving Dream's base, their entire army logged on at once. Tubbo was gunned down by Dream as Tommy fled to the sewers. All of the potions that Tubbo had gathered were lost upon his death, being burned by Dream. Soon, everyone joined the call and reality began to set in. The Dream SMP army was there, and L'Manberg's was not. All Tommy and Tubbo could do was stall them and hope for the best. As Tommy arrived at his house to speak with Dream and his army, he found the entire property laced with TNT. As a final effort, Tommy attempted to convince Dream he was in the wrong, but he would have none of it. The line had already been crossed, damage had been done, and doom was imminent. Dream and his men gave Tommy and the rest of L'Manberg 1 day. 1 day to surrender, or everything they owned would be destroyed. And so, As Wilbur received the news, the true preparation for the final battle began.
Tommy and Wilbur and the rest of Lemanchildberg, we are at war.
Do you know what we have that they don't have? We have camaraderie. We have a righteous cause. We have an area to defend.
There is no mercy. We have burnt down Tubbo's house. We have planted TNT cannons around your land. We have cobblestone walled the outside, and we have shot one warning shot inside your walls.
No matter what happens, no matter even if he destroys the very hot dog van that we live out of, until the day we stop breathing, that is when L'Manberg has fallen.
And we have no mercy! No mercy for you!
Do you know what he's driven by? Greed. Do you know what we're driven by? The defense of our land.
Do you understand? We will come, we will burn down your houses.
He can destroy the walls.
We will kill everything inside your walls.
He can slaughter our friends, our family.
And we will take back the land that is rightfully ours.
But until the day we stop breathing, the minute we let go of that dream, that's when he has won. Men, are you going to let go of that dream?
I want to see white flags outside your base by tomorrow at dawn, or you are dead!
August 4th, the day of reckoning. And as Dream and his army looked to the skies of L'Manberg, no flags flew. Today, there would be war. Before Wilbur logged on, Tommy and Tubbo were attacked. After losing a few useless items, they retreated to L'Manberg, where they waited for the official start of the war. Then their leader Wilbur joined the server. With Dream and his men camping the cobblestone wall they had built around part of L'Manberg, the revolutionaries retreated to the van and began to create a plan of action. Wilbur emphasized the importance of the element of surprise, as their team was completely outgeared by Dream's army. While they discussed their plan, Dream and his men spread to each wall, surrounding them. Staying true to their peaceful origins, now was not the time to armor up. Using their words, Wilbur and Tommy attempted one final time to resolve things peacefully. But once again, it didn't work. And as the two sides regrouped, they prepared for the Battle of the Ages. The war for independence, and most of all, the war for power. Wilbur decided that it would be a greater benefit for the group if he watched the battle from above. This meant the one leading them into battle would be Tommy. As they began making their way to the battlefield, they took it all in. The final calm before the storm. The last peace. Once the battle began, there would be no rest until someone had won. And having had their moment of peace, both armies moved into position. Let the war begin. The battle began on Tommy's front lawn. Dream and his men held Tommy's power tower while the L'Manberg army stood in the grass. As the enemies stared each other down, they both waited for the first move to be made. Then, a shot was fired by Dream. But it was nowhere close to the opposition. Confused, everyone thought he missed. But he didn't. This was the first trap of the war and managed to take out Fundy. Immediately, the L'Manberg army retreated inside Tommy's house as arrows began to rain down from above. Totally undergeared, Tommy crafted a bow and missed the only shot he had. It had been less than a minute since the first shot was fired, and they were already backed into a corner. As Tommy began to retreat, Wilbur pulled everyone back. They had to hold their ground. Placing half slabs on the windows, the men began returning fire. It didn't take long for them to realize that their shots weren't doing much. They needed another plan. Tommy suggested purling on top of the tower and knocking them all off. But Tubbo reminded him that Dream had his end crystals from when they killed him earlier. Fundy, however, had a better idea. Using an invisibility potion, he would sneak up the tower, knocking all of them off and escaping unseen. this would be their next plan of action. But as everyone walked outside to draw fire away from Fundy, they realized the arrows had stopped being fired, and Dream's army was falling back to Pong's tower. In an attempt to effectively counter their enemy's new position, the L'Manberg army traveled to the nearby Punza's tower. This tower stood at nearly the same height as Pong's tower and would allow for the fire to continue. But Dream's army didn't climb the tower. This meant that when Tommy and Tubbo reached the top and began firing down, the Dream SMP army could not shoot high enough to hit them. They were completely safe. Because of this, as well as fire from the rest of the L'Manberg army down below, Dream ordered his men to retreat once again. This was huge. Somehow, completely outgeared, L'Manberg was driving Dream's army out of their own land. And with this victory, Eric convinced the rest of the group to join him in L'Manberg, for he had been grinding for a secret weapon. Something that would turn the tides of the war and secure victory. A surprise attack. But something was off. As the group moved closer and closer to the final control room, they only became more and more confused. Until they were all there, gathered around a single wooden button. Tommy could not handle the suspense and pressed the button. The room fell silent. Then, the unthinkable happened.
There's nothing in the chest.
Eric.
Down with the revolution, boys. It was never meant to be.
Just like that, they all had nothing. All of their armor and weapons had been stolen or burned, and they all retreated to the van. The place where it all began, to take inventory and come up with another plan. Before long, it became even clearer that they had absolutely nothing. This meant they would have to resort back to the core beliefs of L'Manberg, winning through words. Wilbur, alone, attempted to negotiate with Dream, but it was no use, and yet another ultimatum was set. If L'Manberg did not fly white flags signifying their surrender of the war, Dream would blow up it all. Believing this was a bluff, Wilbur followed Dream back to L'Manberg, where him and his men gathered at the wall for their final statement. Then, they all remembered the start of the war. The trap, the explosion. They had to stop. It was too late. All they could do was watch.
Gary, get back. Don't let this hurt you guys. Don't let this be something hurt you.
Wait! What? Okay. Oh my god.
The land, their nation, the van. It was all gone. The dream of independence, a chance at freedom, gone with the swift shot of an arrow. And with that, Wilbur, along with his right-hand man, went to negotiate the terms of surrender. And as they met with Dream, Tommy began to run his mouth, and Wilbur's attempts at calming him were no use. Tommy went on, insulting Dream and even challenging him to a 1v1 bow duel. But then something happened that was expected by absolutely no one. Dream was interested in the duel. And so, a civilized discussion began, and within minutes, a final duel was in place. The rules were simple. Both Tommy and Dream would line up on half a heart. After taking 10 paces each, the two would turn around and fire bow shots at each other. The first person to land a shot would win the duel. The stakes were the highest they'd ever been. If Tommy won, L'Manberg would be given its independence. But if Dream won, not only would L'Manberg lose its independence for good, but Tommy would have to give Dream Mellow High, one of the 2 discs he won back from Dream in the First War. With everything on the line, The sun fell low in the sky, and it was a showdown. The creator of the server and most powerful man there versus Tommy, the scrappy 16-year-old with a dream of freedom. They took their positions. Wilbur stood in the center and would be counting off their 10 paces. The fate of L'Manberg was now in the hands of Tommy. All his friends could do was watch and pray. The count began.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
The world stood still. And then
10 paces fire.
Tommy had lost. L'Manberg had lost for the second time. And Tommy owed Dream the very disc he spent days fighting to get back. With this, it once again seemed that all hope was lost for L'Manberg. But in one final twist, Tommy had an idea. One that would fly in the face of everything he was known for. He requested for Dream to join a private call, and he did. This is what happened.
Dream, I know what you want from me. I'll give you both of the discs if you let us have our independence. Both of them.
Wait. That is a very, very interesting deal. That is very selfless of you. Those are your discs.
For the Manberg, you know? For Wilbur, for Tubbo.
Okay, I will. How about this? I'll grant you technical independence for both discs. We will not go into your grounds unless we're allowed, and we will.
You respect us. Yeah, just independence,
Yes,
man.
we will
Just
respect
independence.
you.
Tommy, despite for his entire time on the SMP thinking only of himself and his own wants and needs, laid down his most prized possessions for the greater good of their nation. This story had a happy ending, and L'Manberg, against all odds, was free at last. In the light of their victory, Wilbur gathered the men to write the Decree of Independence. It read, "As we gaze upon the swaths of redwood trees, the great hills to our south, and the walls that have protected us for years, I, as the now president of L'Manberg, hereby state,
Yo! Suck it, green boy!
life, liberty, and the pursuit of freedom." As the sun set on their new nation, Tommy and Tubbo returned to the bench outside Tommy's house. There, they played a different disc to celebrate their independence. With the L'Manberg War ending, the server once again entered a time of peace. Over the next month, many small skirmishes happened, new developments occurred, and new players joined. But the next true development in their story would arise in early September. With Wilbur being the self-elected president of L'Manberg, many of the new players, upon hearing this, titled him a dictator. What resulted from these accusations sparked a new era in the storyline. A different kind of war. This was the first annual L'Manberg election. L'Manberg was free. In the light of their independence, Wilbur Soot declared himself as the president of their great nation. Although no one questioned it at the time, this simple act, these few words, would spiral out of control, leading to a new era in the SMP. This was the beginning of the reign of Manberg. Really quick, this video took weeks to make, so if you could take 1 second to subscribe, it is completely Lord Cantor, who let me use his recreation of the Dream SMP. Make sure to go follow me on Twitter for some quality tweets and updates on videos. Anyway, let's start from the beginning. As the weeks went by after the war, not much happened in L'Manberg. The server was at peace, and so there wasn't much Wilbur had to do to maintain their nation. With the addition of a few new players, L'Manberg went from the only independent nation to just another spot on the SMP, a shadow of the glory it once held. And Wilbur, although being the leader of their nation, began to feel his power slipping away. His lack of presence on the server and self-declaration as president meant that he was not getting the respect or admiration he wanted as a leader. This simple fact sparked a plan in Wilbur's mind. A plan for him and Tommy to reclaim the power they rightfully deserved. Wilbur thought, what better way of getting power than having the people themselves vote for you? They would hold an election. But not a normal election. Wilbur's plan was to notify no one that the election would be taking place until after the ballots had shut, leaving him as the only running party, thus forcing the people to vote only for them and swiftly taking back their power. After making Tommy his running mate, the two ventured off to L'Manberg to write the election ballot. They then proceeded to set the date of the election and named their party The Right the Best. That's my personal favorite political party. After that, they began work on their new policies. Some of the most important included, "We won the war," "Vicstar will vote for us," Tubbo, and "We will make big things." Feeling very confident that these new policies would gain them the support of the entire server, Wilbur and Tommy bragged about their plans to one player. Someone new. A man who would seek to ruin their plans of taking power and win the position of president for himself. Ladies and gentlemen, this man was Quackity. Where do I start with Quackity? Holding over 4 million subs today, Quackity has established himself as one of the bigger personalities on the SMP. Always looking for a chance at power wherever he can find it, he isn't afraid to do whatever it takes to find his way to the top. Whether it be starting an illegal business or masterminding a robbery, Quackity is no stranger to crime on the SMP. But today, he would be putting all that behind him. He would be pursuing something else. Because he was the only other player who knew about the election, he took it upon himself to stand up against their one-party system and give the people a choice. Announcing his campaign right in front of Wilbur and Tommy, Quackity's party would be titled So We Are Gamers, or SWAG for short. And with this, Tommy and Wilbur had to think fast, or control in their own nation will be pulled out from under them. Following the addition of the second party, both sides scrambled to recruit as many people as they could to help them win the election. But before they began, Wilbur and Tommy knew that they had to change the name of their party. The Right the Best was a good name. Okay, maybe not, but they knew there was only one word that could compete with swag. One word that was universally better and would provide them a basis of recruiting players to their side. They would run as the politicians of gaming. Their new party would be POG. As the POG and swag parties began their campaigns across the server, they attempted to convince as many people as possible to side with them in the election. Starting with Tubbo, the politicians of gaming managed to recruit Jack Manifold and Niachu, two new players to the server who joined shortly after L'Manberg gained its independence. These new additions were good, But to truly turn the tides in their favor, Tommy and Wilbur knew they needed to get someone powerful. Someone with connections at the top, and someone who was admired by all. They needed to recruit George Not Found. But they were too slow. By the time they were able to ask for George's vote, his allegiance already lied with Quackity. With this, Tommy and Wilbur knew there was a long road ahead in the election, and it would not be as easy as they thought. But they still had a few tricks up their sleeves. Tommy attempted to smear Quackity's reputation by creating a collection of fake quotes that made him look bad. He had also taken books of money from Dream as a part of a Minecraft Deal or No Deal that had taken place recently on the server. Using these, Tommy hoped he would be able to bribe and slander his way to winning POG 2020, the election. Upon seeing the wall, Quackity had had enough and proposed they hold a debate right away. Wanting to come off as strong as possible, Wilbur and Tommy reluctantly agreed, and with that, the two parties ventured to the newly created courthouse to hold their first debate. As the two parties entered the courthouse, they took their sides and prepared for the debate. Yet another new player, Carl Jacobs, took center floor as he would administer the debate. Before the debate began, Quackity convinced Fundy to join his side, and following this, the first part of the debate began. Wilbur versus Quackity. The first issue brought to the table was territories.
L'Manberg has a long history of discrimination against people not from L'Manberg. I myself, I'm not able to enter L'Manberg because of the policies these men have put into their property. And I don't agree with that. I'm gonna let everyone into L'Manberg because it's a beautiful country, and it deserves to be seen by every citizen in the Dream SMP.
For years, nay I say decades, the Dream SMP has ostracized my group of people. My European brethren stood behind me. L'Manberg is not a place of oppression, it is a place of sanctuary for our people. What you are intending to do is come into our land and open it up to the very people we seek to escape, just because we've created a better life for ourselves. This in itself is tyranny, and I will not stand for it.
Wilbur is embracing tradition here. We don't need to embrace tradition. We are a new generation of politicians, Wilbur. I hope you remember that. Embracing your old school policies is just gonna hurt progress.
They aren't
quite
old
frankly.
school. These policies were formed from blood not long ago.
Is that so?
Yes.
Your policies all grow from war. Of course, you're a warmonger.
Of course they had to grow from war. We were oppressed.
You love to have wars,
we were an
Wilbur.
oppressed people, Quackity. I led these people to freedom. And I will keep and uphold the policies.
Yeah.
I will uphold the policies which freed us. L'Manberg's borders, as long as I'm in charge, will stay closed to all who are non-European.
Choose.
Wilbur.
The people get to choose, Wilbur.
Topic number 2 was their stances on the killing of pets, as an ongoing pet war ensued in the background of the main story.
If I am re-elected as president, I would like to create a police force that will uphold the law so that no further pets are killed in L'Manberg.
Quackity,
take the stage.
I think the moral values of our people are more important than enforcement. You are enacting police enforcement, and what I'm enacting is a better values of our people. I will enact a policy that will teach all our residents to be nice to each other, and that way we don't have to enforce any sort of law.
Oh, welcome to the real world, Big Q. I believe if a bad person is going to kill someone's animals, there should be someone to stop them. That's what I'm saying.
What I think is that we should attack the problem from the root, and that's enact and change the morals we all have. No one should be dying, and no one's animals should be dying either, Wilbur. We are attacking the problem from the root. You just want to throw people in jail, Wilbur. I'm not for that.
Tommy, fearing that they were starting to lose the debate, decided to use the money from Dream to bribe Carl into ruling the debate in Wilbur's favor. And after a completely unrelated discussion about political corruption, Carl did exactly that. Next, the running mates would have a debate. This was Tommy Innit versus George Not Found.
Now, I think I'd like to address the fact that the reason L'Manberg was created was for freedom. The Dream SMP wouldn't allow our rules, and it wouldn't tolerate us making our own separate kingdom.
And I think the fact, George, that the Dream SMP rigged our land with TNT, exploded everything we owned and loved, my base, my embassy. And merely I had to give away my discs just to get L'Manberg back. You know, we want to keep that to our members. I think that is a completely fair point to make. And the fact that you would pressure us out of doing that, well, we had to fight with our very hands and knees, my friends. We had betrayals. I had to give away my discs, and you know that's my prized possession.
Yeah, we're talking about freedom here. You lock it behind a certain group of people. That
but
seems,
the reason we have to make
I don't
this
wanna
certain
say
group
it,
of
but
people,
that
George,
seems almost...
it's because the Dream SMP, your land, which you stand for, mercilessly blew up our land, killed our
Can
friends,
you tell me
our family, our
why was your land? Why did it need to be blown up? What happened in the first place?
George, if you stand by the fact that
what did you do to spark
George,
this
if you
war?
stand by the
All
fact
you
that
care
something
about
needs to be blown
war.
up, then how
All
dare
you care about is war. You know who wins in war? No one wins in war, and especially not the people. You are causing mayhem, okay? You're causing chaos. The people are hurting from it. They want peace within the land.
Tommy, say shush,
I am leaving my
Shush,
podium.
Goggy.
All he cares
Shush,
about is
Goggy.
war.
After a heated start to the debate, things got ugly when George pulled out proof that Tommy had bribed Carl. The chaos and low blows continued, even catching the eyes of Dream, who joined the call to defend himself and George. Wilbur then called for a brief recess where he discussed with Tommy that they needed to pull themselves together. If they wanted to win the debate, they needed to take the high road, follow the rules, and out-debate their opponent. Following the recess, the debate got back on track, with Tubbo as the new moderator. The final topic on the table was conflict.
When this was a simpler time on this server, we all lived in harmony. And it was very nice, very peaceful, and we loved it. And then you came along. You started wars, battles, killings. The list goes on. And simply, my opinion on conflict is we should keep it to a minimum. But clearly in your mind, you want it to the maximum. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, well, I think my stance on conflict, Carl, that would be that I think only when necessary is it right. I think the point you're making about conflict, and that it probably was a nicer time before I joined the server, but that's only because someone stood up to your tyranny.
If you came on and had just been amicable like the rest of us, we wouldn't have had to have a war in the first place.
We were amicable.
If you get elected, what changes will you make for the better?
That's a very good point. I think we're going to make sure that this tyranny, this war, this, I'd say discrimination, we'll be stopping that. I don't want any more of war between people. I think it's very important that the Dream SMP server people understand we don't have anything necessarily against them. We just want to make a clear boundary that, look, we fought for our nation. I gave Dream my discs, and now we've earned it. So I think it's very unfair of you to shout, no, anyone must be allowed. Well, sure, if you'd like to make that your policy, anyone can be allowed. But the point is, we fought for this nation, and the fact that you're trying to take it away, again, make it a part of the Dream SMP is what you're trying to do. And that is the opposite of all that L'Manberg stands for. And if that's what you stand for, then you do not have my vote.
After the debate fell into chaos once again, Wilbur and Tommy decided that they had had enough and would not continue the debate. They trusted that the people would see through the lies of their opponents and know in their hearts the right side to take. And with tensions as high as ever, the campaign trails continued, growing ever closer to Election Day. September 21st, the day of the L'Manberg election. Everything was in place and the people were ready to vote. But before they released the polls, the two parties had to give their final speeches and announce endorsements. As they all gathered at the podium, except for George, who was having the best sleep of his life, they began with their speeches.
My name is Quackity, and I am running for president simply because I didn't think it was fair for Wilbur Suit to run a one-party democratic election, or so democratic as he wants to call it. That is why I have gone up and have challenged this man and all his policies, all his old-school policies, to make L'Manberg a better place.
Hi, I'm incumbent
No,
President
you're not heckling, you just...
Wilbur Suit, and I'm here to tell you the reason I'm running for president is because I felt like it was unfair of me to decide myself to be just a dictator. Essentially, what I'm doing is I'm running this election to solidify democracy in our great nation of L'Manberg, and if you vote for me, I'll keep those filthy Americans.
Anyway, following the speeches, Fundy walked up to the mic and just started talking.
My fellow citizens,
Oh,
I stand here
Lord.
today humbled by the task before us, grateful for the trust you have bestowed and mindful of the sacrifices borne by our ancestors. Now I mind to keep my word short and powerful, and thus I say, I am not powerful. I am not
Yikes.
resembled the physique of a leader, and I might not have wealth,
True.
but I do have a dream.
It's got bones like his mother.
While Quackity has righteous ideas and Wilbur the leadership, I, together with Nikki, have a bakery and a worldwide shipping right. I can deliver as many cookies and ice cream as you desire once you have voted for Coconut 2020.
Wilbur was not very happy about Fundy trying to undermine the system and join the election the day it would happen. Because of this, he attempted to send Coconut 2020 away and keep them off the ballot. However, the people wanted differently. And so, swaying to the judgment of the people, Wilbur added Coconut 2020 to the ballot. Things were not exactly going according to plan. What started as an attempt to gain more power has now put Wilbur and Tommy at risk of losing all the power they had. But little did they know it was about to get worse. A lot worse. Next up, the parties would reveal their endorsements.
My one endorsement is KSI. He just hasn't happened to responded yet to my endorsement plead. But he's my one endorsement. KSI and
Have you got any
Lord
evidence?
Jesus Christ.
Now, after years of fighting and you know, a general negative presence, I finally got who we needed on our side to turn probably just the entire world around.
Look, me and Tommy have had our differences in the past.
Oh my
that
God.
doesn't change the fact that I'm a firm supporter of POG 2020. I have every belief in it. Support the movement.
I've got my endorsement. Here he comes. The one, the only.
Jay Schlatt, a comedian, a man of business, but behind all lies a calculated man. Life is a chess game to Schlatt, and he has no intention of losing at any cost. He is confident, charismatic, and ruthless. Give him control, he will control everything. Give him a drink, it'll take him 3 seconds. Give him a podium, and he'll rule the world. This was not Schlatt's first time on the SMP. He had made a cameo for one of Tommy's videos shortly after the Disc Saga, but was then quickly banned by Dream, who had no idea Schlatt had joined. But now, he was back, and had no intention of endorsing anyone but himself.
Democracy is overrated.
Whoa, wait, no, hold on.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Just
right.
stick to
You
the-
don't.
please,
You think
the
you need a
script.
president? You think you need? I'll be my own president.
Everyone,
What?
get off the get
You think you want Quackity as your president? Yeah. You think you want Wilbur? I'll run my own presidency.
No.
You haven't seen the end of me.
God.
This isn't
No.
the end of this
No,
isn't
no.
the end of my presidency.
Everything was going downhill, and fast. Dream endorsed Schlatt and proceeded to give him his crossbow. After Tommy was shot, everyone on the podium retreated to the White House and hid from Schlatt. After their blockade was repeatedly broken, the three knew they had to escape and broke out through the walls. After Tommy and Schlatt both died, Wilbur knew there was no point in continuing the rally and decided to drop the ballot. In doing so, he knew he had no choice but to include both Coconut 2020 and Schlatt 2020 to keep the integrity of the election. The votes began flooding in. Tommy and Wilbur sat on the edge of their seats as thousands of their viewers voted for who they wanted to win. The future of L'Manberg was left entirely up to the audience. With the reality of their chance at losing becoming very real, Tommy and Wilbur attempted to make a backdoor deal with Quackity. In the event that Schlatt 2020 or Coconut 2020 would win the election, Pog and Swag would combine their votes, creating a coalition government with 2 presidents and Tommy as vice president. But Quackity knew this was a bad deal. With no endorsements and no vice president, he was dead in the water. They both knew there was no way Swag would beat Pog, and so when Wilbur refused to make their agreement unconditional, Quackity refused the deal. But he wouldn't give up on the election that easily. He knew that if nothing was done, Pog would win the election and everything he fought for would be for nothing. And so, Quackity offered a similar deal to Schlatt. Swag Party would give all of their votes to Schlatt 2020 on the condition that Quackity would be his vice president. Without hesitation, Schlatt agreed. And with that, all they could do was wait. The future of L'Manberg in the hands of the people. Tommy and Wilbur had faith that the people would come through for their party. But that didn't stop the sinking feeling that maybe, just maybe, this would be the end. The next day, the results were in. 220,000 people had voted, and today, the winner of the election would be announced. Everyone from all across the server gathered at the podium to hear the news. The candidates met on the stage and Wilbur explained what would happen. Today, they would not just find out who won the election, but also inaugurate them immediately. Upon inauguration, the new leader would then announce their first decree as president. Within 15 minutes, L'Manberg would have their new president, and a new era would begin. Wilbur began the proclamation by announcing disqualified votes. By removing votes with the same IP address, Wilbur was able to account for any possible cheating or fake votes. In total, there were 120,000 of these votes, the majority of which came from Coconut 2020, who just so happened to have a coding YouTuber as their party head. Anyway, after that was sorted out, Wilbur began revealing the results.
With 9% of the vote, 20,000 people or so. In 4th place is Coconut 2020.
Yeah!
With
Okay, go on.
16% of the vote, coming in 3rd place is Schlatt 2020. In 2nd place, with 30% of the popular vote, led by the party leader, Quackity, Swag 2020. Meaning that the winner of the popular vote by 45% is Pog 2020, led by the incumbent. 2 nights ago on the night of the election, Quackity made a deal. No matter what happens, Quackity would pool Swag 2020 votes on with Schlatt 2020 votes. Pog 2020 got 45% of the popular vote, meaning that the coalition government of Schlatt and Swag 2020 got 46% of the vote. Meaning that tonight, Schlatt 2020 has been inaugurated.
Schlatt, having been on the server for less than 24 hours, now ruled all of L'Manberg. Wilbur and Tommy sat in shock as the nation they fought for, the nation they built from the ground up, the nation they loved, slipped through their fingers into the cold hands of Schlatt. Wilbur and Tommy left the podium and went to take a seat in the crowd. And Schlatt, now the second most powerful man on the server, gave his first decree as president of L'Manberg.
Well, that was pretty easy. And you know what I said? The day I got unbanned from the Dream SMP, I looked every citizen of L'Manberg in the eyes and I said, you listen to me. This place will be a lot different tomorrow. Let's start making it happen. My first decree as the president of L'Manberg, the Emperor, is to revoke the citizenship of Wilbur Soot and Tommy Innit.
There was no time to think. From leaders of a nation to enemies of the state within seconds, if Tommy and Wilbur wanted to make it out alive, they had to run. and run they did. Wilbur drank an invisibility potion, but it was no use. Meanwhile, Tommy made a break for L'Manberg, managing to escape through an underground tunnel Tubbo had built earlier. Tommy and Wilbur met in the forest. They were now banished not only from the nation of Dream SMP, but their own home of L'Manberg. They ventured off into the wilderness, and as they searched for a place for their new home, they thought about what this meant. They had put everything on the line for L'Manberg, gave their lives for L'Manberg, and now they were forced to run from their creation, betrayed by their own nation. They built their new home in a small hill a few hundred blocks away from civilization. They had to start over, having only some tools, armor, and a few random items. Tommy and Wilbur hit rock bottom. But then, Schlatt announced he would be giving another speech. Helpless and alone, all Wilbur and Tommy could do was listen, as the nation they once loved crumbled before them.
People of L'Manberg! The sun rises over another beautiful day in our country. I reckon our nation needs to expand. I reckon we've done our country a great disservice. I reckon we take down the walls.
You can't do that.
What? Immediately! All citizens of L'Manberg required to help tear down the walls of this country. Thus ends the second presidential speech. Let's get to work.
The walls. The very walls that protected L'Manberg since the day it was born would be taken down by its own citizens. Wilbur and Tommy could not help themselves and traveled back to watch. As they sat on a nearby hill, their nation's borders fell before their eyes. Wilbur was destroyed. L'Manberg was his dream from the day he joined the SMP, and in the span of 30 minutes, that dream was crushed in front of him. When Wilbur and Tommy arrived back at their base, Wilbur exclaimed that he was a slow-burning fuse, and over the next few weeks, he would become a much different man than the one Jay Schlatt crossed. Tommy, meanwhile, had already come up with a plan. Both of them knew that just the two of them would not be enough to put up a fight against the new L'Manberg, but Tommy had a trick up his sleeve. An old friend, who in the time they needed it most, stepped up and offered a hand. For once since their banishment, Tommy and Wilbur would have something L'Manberg couldn't. Tommy and Wilbur had the blade. Technoblade. Legend has it he can take down an entire army with only 2 other men. Legend has it he once spent 9 months farming potatoes to bully a guy he didn't even know. Legend has it he once entered 1,500 battles and won every single one of them. Legend has it he can kill Dream. After hiding in the shadows and watching the events of the election unfold, Technoblade saw an opportunity. Being an anarchist, Techno looked for any opportunity to abolish government. And seeing hatred in Wilbur's eyes as the L'Manberg walls tumbled to the ground, he knew this was his chance. Together, Tommy, Wilbur, and Technoblade would build up their new base in a ravine underground. Keeping it a secret from everyone on the other side, they hoped to grow their arsenal right under Schlatt's nose. And when the time came, they knew they had to regain control of L'Manberg at any cost. After Technoblade was escorted by Tommy to their base, Schlatt gave his second presidential speech. In this speech, he announced he would be changing the name of L'Manberg to Manberg. Everything their nation stood for, every trace of Wilbur and Tommy, was now gone, and the preparation for war began. Tommy, Wilbur, and Technoblade began by naming their new home Pogtopia. Just a few minutes later, Tommy stumbled across his old strip mine, meaning they now had a direct underground path to Manberg, and no one else knew. By the next day, Technoblade, who according to himself stayed up all night, had created a large potato farm to supply Pogtopia with food. And Wilbur managed to convince Tubbo, a member of Schlatt's cabinet, to become a spy for them. Within a few weeks from their banishment, the resistance continued to build. Technoblade gathered weapons. Tubbo informed Wilbur of all of Manberg's plans, and the path to Manberg continued to expand. Pogtopia flourished and was almost ready for war. They just needed the right time to strike. The nation of Manberg had changed a lot in this time. Office buildings arose, the Manberg flag was burned, and in its place sprouted a new flag, the Manberg flag. On the surface, things in Manberg looked to be going smoothly. But deep down, Schlatt knew it was already falling apart. Word of a rebellion caught wind in the streets of Manberg. A secret group of people plotting to take down Schlatt. The rumored Pogtopia, to Schlatt's dismay, was not hated by the people, but seen as a force of good to save them from his ruthless rule. Many citizens attempted to help the rebellion by offering supplies and information. Schlatt, not wanting to lose any more people than he already had, could not stop them. But he could turn them back. As a last resort to save his dying country, Schlatt decided to throw a celebration. A celebration of the new changes he had enacted as president, and a celebration of Manberg. He had announced the Manberg Festival. This was their chance to show Manberg how powerful Pogtopia truly was. Their chance to scare Schlatt out of power, their chance to take back Manberg. But Wilbur had changed his mind. The betrayal from his own people, the destruction of everything he'd worked for, was starting to take a toll on him. On the day of their banishment, Wilbur had said that he was a slow-burning fuse, and would soon be a much different man than the one Schlatt had crossed. And now, more than ever, that fuse grew ever closer to an explosion. After the announcement of the festival, both Wilbur and Tommy knew this was a huge opportunity for them. But Wilbur couldn't shake a dark feeling. The festival was good. Everything Schlatt had done was completely legal. And yet, they still wanted to ruin it with their rebellion. Were they in the wrong? Were their actions justified? None of it mattered. Nothing changed the fact that Wilbur, after weeks of hiding away, had not made it any closer to getting back Manberg. And as the days passed, so did the nation he once loved. His unfinished symphony. A new plan began to come together for Wilbur. Losing all hope of gaining back control, Wilbur chose destruction. After all, he created that nation. It was his. If the people can stab him in the back, betray the very founder of the land in which they lived, why can't he do the same? If he can't have it, no one can. This was the new plan. Since the beginning of Pogtopia, a secret supporter fed them supplies and an offer of help whenever needed. An old enemy, Dream. The leader of the nation of the Greater Dream SMP was not much of a fan of Schlatt's ambition. Wilbur had every intention of keeping Manberg inside its walls and living peacefully. But when Schlatt became president, he immediately tore down the walls and began to expand. Seeing this as a potential threat, Dream secretly offered to help Pogtopia, to take down Schlatt before conflict arose between Dream SMP and Manberg. Wilbur, looking for a way to blow up the entirety of Manberg, sought Dream's help to supply him with the firepower to do so. But before he talked with Dream, he explained his plan to Tommy, his right-hand man and partner since the beginning. But Tommy could not go through with it. He still had hope of getting back Manberg. He still had hope that things could go back to how they'd been before. He didn't want to be the bad guy. But Wilbur didn't need his help. All he needed was TNT, some redstone, and a button. And before long, Dream had agreed to supply Wilbur with everything he needed to blow the entire city sky high. Within a few minutes, the plan was finalized. On the day of the festival, directly after Tubbo's speech following the words, "Let the festival begin," Wilbur would make his way to the detonation room, press the button, and destroy everything. With every seat in the front of the podium filled, with every citizen of Manburg sat right there in the city, he would blow up everything. And he would do it with a smile. The day of the festival finally arrived, October 16th. The stage was set, decorations sprung from every corner, and everyone was ready for a celebration. Everyone except Wilbur and Tommy. Having rigged the entire nation with TNT, Wilbur's plan was still a go. He just needed to wait. And as the festival drew closer, more and more people logged on to party. They all gathered at the presidential podium. Tommy and Wilbur hid on top of a nearby building to attend the festival in secret. Among the attendees was Technoblade, who unbeknownst to Schlatt was on Pogtopia's side. With Tubbo having been debriefed on the plan before, all the pieces were in place. Today would be the day everything changed. The festival officially began as Schlatt gave a quick speech. Following the speech, the people of Manburg and Technoblade went off to party at Carl's Party Island. Upon seeing the people, his friends, happy, Wilbur began having second thoughts about blowing up Manburg. And so, to help bring himself to clarity, he called Tubbo over to talk with him and Tommy. Wilbur explained his dilemma, the innocent people that would be at risk for his selfish gain. Tubbo agreed with Tommy that there were better ways to handle the situation, but also trusted Wilbur's better judgment. Entirely unsatisfied with his answer, Wilbur decided he would make Tubbo choose for him. The fate of Manburg rested on Tubbo's shoulders, and as Tubbo received the news from Wilbur, he was called up to the stage to give his speech. If Tubbo said the words, "Let the festival begin," Wilbur would immediately sprint to the button and detonate all of it. But if he didn't, Manburg would live to see another day. And so, with the entire nation balancing on his words, Tubbo gave his speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to look around at what we've built today. Look at each other. All of this, thanks to democracy and the leadership of Jay Schlatt. And isn't that what this festival's all about? Democracy. Our people have been beaten down by royals and dictators for so long, now we are finally free. Free to elect who we want, free to live how we want, and most importantly, free to go wherever we want without the confine of those huge black walls. So with that in mind, I'd like to thank everyone for coming to this wonderful event. What's up, Schlatt?
You got anything else in the speech?
No, on that note, let the festival begin.
Wilbur ran. The deed was done, and today would be Manburg's last. Within seconds, the entire country would be reduced to rubble. All Wilbur needed to do was wait for Tubbo to clear the stage, and it would all be destroyed. But something wasn't right. Before Tubbo could leave the podium, Schlatt and Quackity quickly trapped him with concrete and cobblestone. Confused, Tubbo asked for an explanation, and Wilbur ran back to the building to see what was happening. Then, Schlatt gave another speech, unlike all that came before, and it didn't take long for the true nature of the gathering to be revealed. This was never meant to be a party. There was never anything to celebrate. This was no festival. No. This was an execution.
Tubbo.
Yeah?
I know what you've been up to.
What have I been up to? What are you talking about?
What have I been up to? He says, what?
Actually, I'm actually trapped in here, Schlatt.
With the idiots, with the tyrants.
What do you...
That we kicked out of this server, that we kicked out of this great country. Tubbo, I don't know if you know this, but treason isn't exactly a respectable thing around here. You know? I know what you've been doing. It all adds up, buddy. Your absence from great events. I mean, you walked off in the middle of this one. Don't try and tell me that you've done nothing wrong, because everybody knows it. Do you know what happens to traitors, Tubbo? Nothing good. Ooh. Hey, Technoblade, you want to come up here for a second?
What do you want out of me, Mr. President?
Oh, I mean, I only call you in for special favors. Techno, I need you to take him out.
What?
You're not gonna take him out to dinner, bro. You're gonna kill him. You're gonna kill him right now. And make it hurt. I'd rather rule alone than with you.
Technoblade!
He's softening him up.
Tubbo, I'm sorry. I'll make it as painless, as colorful as possible.
What the hell?
Oh my god!
Button. Let me go! Kill everybody!
Press the button! Everyone go after Tommy in it!
Chat, where's the button? Chat, where's the button? Chat, where's the button?
We leave! Everyone go after Tommy in it!
We gotta get out of here!
Tommy!
Wait, Tommy's here?
Oh my god!
Oh, we gotta get out of here! Tommy's on his own route!
What just happened? What just happened? Don't let him go!
Oh my god!
What is happening? Oh my god! Let's
The festival had gone completely off the rails. Wilbur could not find his button, and Technoblade, their partner since the start of Pogtopia, had betrayed their cause and executed Tubbo. As the people of Manberg gathered back at the podium, they were angry. Schlatt had taken things way too far. Standing up for Tubbo, Nikki, or Niachu, openly stated her opposition to the government and what they had become. As Schlatt was about to order her execution as well, Wilbur stepped in, no longer afraid of being seen. He spoke of the injustices Schlatt had done not only to him and Tommy, but to his own people as well. Then, distracting the associates of the government, Wilbur told Nikki to run, saving her from execution. Following the chaos, Tommy, Tubbo, Wilbur, and Technoblade met at Pogtopia. Tensions were high. Tommy, enraged by Techno's actions, the killing of his best friend, challenged him to a duel with no weapons. As Nikki showed up to join Pogtopia, Techno and Tommy prepared for the duel. Wilbur, in love with chaos, sat enthusiastically as his two friends fought to the death. Technoblade, being Technoblade, won the duel. And as the rest of Pogtopia continued to process what had just happened, Wilbur spoke to Techno. And within seconds, the two agreed that the next time the chance came, they would both team up to destroy everything. After the events of the festival, Manberg began to spiral into chaos. Tubbo was not just a friend of Tommy's, but a friend of everyone. And Schlatt ordered his death in cold blood. What little support Schlatt still had faded away. One by one, his own people deserted his nation to join the uprising. Fundy, Ponk, and Jack Manifold had all left, leaving only Quackity, Carl, and Schlatt on the side of Manberg. But this relationship was not without its troubles. For weeks, Schlatt had ordered Quackity around, insulting him and completely disregarding his ideas. It was enough. Quackity was more than one of Schlatt's pawns, and he had to show it. After an intense argument about whether or not the White House should be teared down, Quackity was finally fed up, killing Schlatt and running off to join Pogtopia. Welcoming him with open arms, the rebellion sharpened their swords, loaded their bows, and prepared for one final attack on Manberg. In mere days, Tommy, Wilbur, and Tubbo would have their chance to take back the nation they once loved and bring peace to the SMP. But first, some last-minute allegiance changes occurred. Not long after the festival, a new faction arose on the SMP. Although it would not be officially recognized for quite a while, the group still vowed to play a role in the upcoming war. Created by Bad Boy Halo, the nation of the Badlands consisted of Bad Boy Halo, Ant Frost, who also joined the SMP shortly after appearing in one of Dream's manhunts, Awesome Dude, and Skeppy. Together, these four sought to take control of the server through always helping the losing side of the battle, to keep conflict going indefinitely. Although Manberg was clearly weaker than Pogtopia, for the upcoming battle, the Badlands would support the rebellion. At least until they were winning. Most of the members of Dream's faction, the Greater Dream SMP, remained neutral during the battle, not wanting to create unnecessary enemies. That being said, some could not just stand by and watch their friends fight to the death. One of these players was Eret. After betraying L'Manberg in the previous war, Eret was made king of the Greater Dream SMP for his efforts. He enjoyed his place as king, but everywhere he went he was reminded of that fateful day by the people he helped destroy. He couldn't live with the decisions he made, he regretted it all. But no apology would make up for what he did. No one would forgive him. So he decided to show his allegiance and rebuild his trust. He would fight with Pogtopia. But there was a catch. Upon hearing word of Eret's plans, Dream rushed over to the castle immediately. There, he explained that if Eret wished to fight in the war, he would have to forfeit his position as king. Eret once again faced the choice between his friends and power. But this time, he chose differently. Schlatt was running out of options. As of now, his army consisted of himself and Karl, which, you know, could be a bit better. Because of this, Schlatt had to use his last resort. Calling a secret meeting with Dream, Schlatt offered something to Dream in exchange for fighting alongside him in the war. A secret book, something powerful. The only person who knew the contents were Schlatt himself. But whatever it was, made Dream risk his own nation's relationship with nearly everyone on the server. He immediately accepted the deal and agreed to fight alongside Manberg. With this, the stage was set. The final pieces moved into place. The war was set for November 16th, exactly 1 month after the festival. The battle drew near as days turned to hours and hours to minutes. This was it. The battle to end all battles. As the armies logged on and prepared, the fate of Manberg hung in the light of the rising sun, and the dawn of the 16th had arrived. There was a traitor. In the midst of Pogtopia, there was a traitor. A few days prior to the war, Dream had spread word that a traitor lied in the rebellion. Over the days leading to the war, tension ran high in Pogtopia, but no one cracked. The rumored traitor had not made a move, and some questioned whether this traitor ever existed in the first place. Unanimously, everyone decided to move forward with the war, vowing to destroy the imposter the second they showed their true allegiances. With this, the two sides prepared for battle. Wilbur and his army conversed about the possible outcomes of the war, and Wilbur plainly stated that if they lost, he would turn the entirety of Manberg to smithereens. Altogether, he had laced 11.5 stacks of TNT under Manberg, and the second they lost, he would ignite every last piece of it. Tommy feared the thought too much and assured everyone they would not lose. Technoblade, however, endorsed the idea of chaos. While the rest of Pogtopia had been engaging in petty conflicts and drama, he had been preparing weaponry for the past month. Such is the life of Technoblade. Upon informing the army of his secret stash, he led them all through the forest and into a lake to his underground base. As they descended into the armory, everyone was shocked. The walls were lined with chests and the armor stands engulfed by netherite armor. If anyone wasn't prepared before, now they were. The army swept the chests, grabbing anything and everything that would help them in their pursuit of victory. Fully geared, the group exited Techno's base, gathering at the foot of the path to Manberg. Months of buildup led to this moment, their chance at freedom once again. The sun began to set. The people took one last look at each other. Friends, enemies, it didn't matter. Today, they were something more. And as they took one final glance down the dreaded path, they knew it was time for war. And with a fiery passion only he could, Tommy charged ahead, leading his army to battle, to take back their home. Schlatt and Dream's army held a watchtower at the end of the path and immediately began firing upon Pugtopia's arrival. Knowing that the absence of cover gave them a huge disadvantage, the army quickly rushed the tower to force Manberg off from below. Within seconds, the first few to reach the top of the tower forced Dream and his men to retreat back into Manberg. Unlike the last war, this time the rebellion was in control. Holding the tower, Pugtopia rained arrows on the Manberg army, who fired back. It didn't take long for Pugtopia to realize they were winning, and immediately they coordinated another push on the Manberg army. Jumping off the tower, the armies engaged in close-range combat, and Carl became the first death, falling to Technoblade. They were winning. The army continued to attack Dream and even forced Purple to surrender, turning him to their side. Running out of options, Dream stopped fighting and requested to speak alone with Wilbur. As they started to talk, Dream pointed out that he made a mistake to fight with Schlatt, as despite his entire nation being attacked and having bribed one of the most powerful men on the server to supply him an army, Schlatt didn't even bother to show up. Upon realizing this, Dream saw no point in continuing the battle and announced Manberg would surrender. But Schlatt wasn't gone yet. After announcing the surrender, Dream led everyone to the remains of the Kamar van. Here lied Schlatt, broken and unchanged, the leader of a dying nation at the end of his reign. Both armies gathered around to witness what would be his final moments. In one final act of despise, Wilbur, a man once broken by Schlatt, cast away from his own land, ordered Tommy to execute him, to put a stop to the tyranny and injustice of an unfit ruler, and to finally end the reign of Manberg. But before Tommy could pull the trigger, Schlatt began acting strange and...
What?
What?
Oh dear.
Did he?
Did he just have a heart attack? He just...
The Kamar van. The place Manberg began and the place Manberg would end. With Schlatt gone for good, Pugtopia had won the war, taken back Manberg, or should I say, Manberg. Dream announced that there was never a traitor in the first place and the whole thing was made up to distract them. With this, they needed a new leader of their nation, someone strong, someone fair, and a true leader. And for some reason, Wilbur chose Tommy Innit. The people agreed, and Tommy took his place on the stage to give his first speech as president of Manberg.
It looks like we won. And I never thought I'd say this, but even after the hardships, the tyranny we'd been through, it was meant to be. As much as this is everything, and this is what would have been everything, I can't be the president. I've still got unfinished business, because you still got those discs. I can't do this until we're done. So Wilbur, take your place on the podium.
I have something to say. Look, I'm gonna keep this brief, right? I also cannot be your president. Techno, you've taught me a lot. You've taught me that government is not the way to go, and I agree with you. To be honest, I feel like whilst I can't be here to judge how other people's governments are run, I can say that it would be hypocritical of me to run a government. So I'm gonna hand off the presidency to someone. Tubbo, I want you to come up onto the stage.
Yes! Yes! I've been put on the spot here. I wasn't expected to be surrounded by here with friends enemies, which I don't hate all that much, I'll be honest. But I enjoy seeing the unity, and I feel like that's really what matters. I don't want to be an agent of chaos, if you will, or anyone who wants to start violent activity. That's honestly the last thing on my agenda right now. And I feel like, you know, now everyone's here in unity, no one is banned, and that's what counts. Thank you, everyone. It's been an honor. It's been...
Tubbo was now the president of New L'Manberg, and following the speech, everyone teamed up to take down the decorations from the festival. Tommy congratulated Tubbo on his new position, and L'Manberg celebrated its freedom once again. But Wilbur was nowhere to be seen. In the light of their celebration, blinded by bliss, nobody had noticed Wilbur sneaking away from the crowd, alone. That's what he was, alone, sent on an ever-diverging path from sanity. He made his way to the back of the hill. This time, he made sure to mark the entrance. This time, the plan wouldn't fail. And as the people celebrated outside, Wilbur entered the detonation chamber. The words of the L'Manberg anthem enveloped the cold stone walls, and the single button stood in the middle of the room had the power to destroy it all. Outside, the celebration came to an abrupt end when Dream revealed that there actually was, and still is, a traitor. Almost on command, Technoblade shot his firework launcher, killing Tubbo again. The people were in shock, and the following events would change L'Manberg forever.
You guys, listen to me. I did not spend weeks planning this revolution, giving you guys gear for you guys to go in and replace one tyrant with another. The thing that I built this nation for doesn't exist anymore. The thing I worked towards doesn't exist anymore. It's over.
What are you doing?
Don't you see what's happening here? Don't you see history repeating itself? You think Schlatt was the cause of your problems? No! It was government!
Alright, well everyone just walked off in the middle of my speech. I'm killing everyone. We're killing everyone.
Let's get him!
Phil, I'm always so close to pressing this button, Phil. I've been here. Like 7 or 8 times I've been here.
And you want to just blow it all up.
The government ends here. I'll kill it myself.
You know who was the traitor? Tommy, the traitor was Wilbur.
There was a saying, Phil, by a traitor, once part of the L'Manberg. It was never meant to be.
Oh my god.
What? Oh my god! No! Oh my god!
Oh my god! Will! It's all gone!
L'Manberg was gone. The people stood in shock as Wilbur and Phil stood in the now exposed detonation room. Having completed his mission, Wilbur was free at last.
My L'Manberg, Phil! My unfinished symphony, forever unfinished! If I can't have this, no one can, Phil! Kill me, Phil. Phil, kill me. Phil, kill me. Phil, stab me with the sword. Murder me now.
No matter what you want, I can't.
Phil, kill me, Phil. Murder me. Look, they all want you to.
Wilbur was now gone. A mere memory of an idea. Freedom. It's what he sought all this time, and now he finally found his peace. But Technoblade was not satisfied.
Tommy.
Yeah?
Do you think you're a hero? Is that what this is?
I just wanted L'Manberg. What just?
You just wanted
And I
power.
wanted- That's all I've ever wanted. I didn't.
Tommy, you just did a coup. You just did a hostile government takeover and then immediately instilled yourself as president. And then you gave it to your friend, but that's still a tyrant, Tommy. But the thing
He's
about
right.
this world, Tommy, is that good things don't happen to heroes. Let me tell you a story, Tommy. A story of a man called Theseus. His country, well, his city-state technically, was in danger. And he sent himself forward into enemy lines. He slayed the Minotaur and saved his city. You know what they did to him, Tommy? They exiled him. He died in disgrace, despised by his people. That's what happens to heroes, Tommy. The Greeks knew the score. But if you want to be a hero, Tommy, that's fine. That's fine.
Technoblade, don't do this.
Don't do this,
We're
Techno.
so
don't.
close.
If you want to be a hero, Tommy,
There's no
you want to be a hero, Tommy, then die like one!
This was the real war. Technoblade and Dream fought to protect the Withers. The world erupted into chaos.
I'm shooting from the pie.
Don't detonate more. Ooh, this creeper's still. Double. Alright, get him! Get him, big him! Ah,
I saw too far away. Too far away.
Tommy,
You got it.
They're all dead.
L'Manberg was in shambles. The Withers had been killed, but not before causing even more damage. The land was disfigured. Once a nation, a home, was now nothing but a crater. The people of L'Manberg overlooked what was left, wondering why. But they would never get their answer. Dream and Techno fell back into the shadows, having accomplished everything they set out to do. And with this, the war was finally over. Pogtopia had lost, Manberg had lost, and the only winner was chaos. Over the next few weeks, the people would begin to build a new L'Manberg. Filling in the crater with water, new life began to emerge from the everlasting scars of its creator. Tubbo would remain the president of this new land, hoping to bring unending peace. But in his quest to abolish conflict, one action would separate the inseparable. Tubbo would exile his own best friend. Thank you all so Nobody had noticed Wilbur sneaking away from the crowd, alone. Wilbur entered the detonation chamber, and the single button stood in the middle of the room had the power to destroy it all.
The thing that I built this nation for doesn't exist anymore. The thing I worked towards doesn't exist anymore. It's over.
What are you doing?
There was a saying, Phil, by a traitor, once part of the Manberg. It was never meant to be.
Oh my god.
Wilbur had destroyed everything. The single press of a button had decimated all of L'Manberg. Technoblade, who had fled the scene as soon as his Withers were killed, was nowhere to be seen. The world fell silent as the people marveled their lost land in disbelief. But this was no time to mourn. Tubbo, being the new president of L'Manberg, took it upon himself to take inventory and begin rebuilding their nation. Gathering the remaining allies of L'Manberg, Tubbo elected his cabinet and made his first executive order. Starting the next day, the people would begin to rebuild L'Manberg on stilts above the crater. By leaving the destruction visible and keeping L'Manberg as peaceful as possible, the people hoped to never let their nation fall again. The day of the war came and went, and the next day, reconstruction began. Everyone logged on to the server to help. Tommy, needing to be informed of the plans, met with Tubbo in the L'Manberg embassy. There, Tubbo explained how L'Manberg would be rebuilt and his plans of keeping peace. However, Tommy had something he wanted to say as well. The night before, Tommy had found out that Quackity and Tubbo thought he was the traitor before it was revealed to be Techno and Wilbur. Then, Tommy recalled that in a previous skirmish with Dream, Tommy and Tubbo managed to team up once again to reclaim one of his discs, Mellow High. And now, to show the true extent of his trust, Tommy gave Tubbo the disc. Over the next few days, a new L'Manberg arose from the shadows of their once great land. And with a podium to rule from and a cabinet he could trust, Tubbo began his first term as president of New L'Manberg. Following the explosion of L'Manberg, Wilbur ordered Filza, who had just logged onto the server for the first time, to kill him. But although he could technically just respawn, Wilbur would not be coming back. At least not as Wilbur. In the Dream SMP story, there exists a canon life system. This system is put in place to give the story more weight, and to ensure that the deaths which are important to the story feel important. Upon joining the server, every player is given 3 canon lives. This essentially means that if a character has a death that is used to progress the story, it will count as 1 canon death. Once a character uses up all of their canon lives, that character is considered dead in the story. For good. Both Tommy and Tubbo had only 1 life remaining because of Eric's betrayal, Tommy's duel with Dream, and the Manberg Festival. And Wilbur, having ordered Phil to kill him, had lost his final life in the story. But in his place arose a new character. The day after the war, Wilbur rejoined the server, but this time he was different. He was a ghost. Ghostspur is not a normal character on the Dream SMP. Being a mere shadow of Wilbur, Ghostspur has a limited thought process and questionable memory. He doesn't remember sad moments and doesn't understand that people can be bad. Because of this, he sees the best in everything, a harsh contrast to his old self. Ghostspur lives in a sewer under a crane in New L'Manberg, and holds a library with many important books from across the server's history. With his time on the server, all Ghostspur hopes to do is make new friends and build up the city to be the best it's ever been. But Ghostspur wasn't the only new character to join the SMP. Ranboo, a viral sensation. Blowing up on TikTok because of his unique voice and comedic character, Ranboo managed to amass 150,000 subscribers on YouTube in the first month and a half of his channel. Replicating this success across Twitch, Twitter, and, of course, TikTok, Ranboo took the Minecraft community by storm. During one of his Twitch streams on the server Hypixel, Ranboo began joking about running for president of L'Manberg without even playing on the SMP. But then, out of the blue, Ranboo got a message from Dream inviting him to join the server. Being new, Ranboo vowed to lay low until he clocked more hours on the server. But to his surprise, this plan would take a turn for the worst the very next day. Tommy and Ranboo met the day Ranboo joined the SMP, but only exchanged a few words. After Tommy rage quit realizing he was still the youngest on the SMP, the two wouldn't speak again until the next day. On November 28th, Tommy logged on with a plan. During the Manberg-Pogtopia War, George, pretending not to know what was happening, built a house throughout the entire war. This house resided in the Greater Dream SMP and was made to resemble a hobbit home from Lord of the Rings. Today, Tommy planned to recruit Rambo to help him rob George's house because it looked depressing.
I went into there. It's sad. It's just depressing.
And after some preparation, the two began to rob and grief George's house. Things got a bit out of hand as they ended up burning parts of the roof and bridge outside. And without a care in the world, the two ran from the pillaged house unseen. But unbeknownst to them, this was the final straw. Over the past weeks, people have been reporting griefings and pranks on their property with signs that match exactly how Tommy talks. And although no one had seen him do it, it was apparent that he was the one doing the griefing. And now, because George had been made king of the Dream SMP in place of Eret, who was dethroned, Tommy had directly attacked the Dream SMP faction by griefing George's house. Upon seeing the house practically destroyed, Dream was enraged, and he knew exactly who had done it. He quickly made his way to L'Manberg. Taking a look at the already rebuilt nation, Dream decided there was only one thing he could do. If they wanted freedom, they could have it. But no more would he put his own citizens at risk of people like Tommy. If they wanted the walls, they could have them. Mere minutes after Tommy ended his stream, Nikki arrived at L'Manberg only to see Dream surrounding the country with an obsidian wall. Word quickly spread, and soon everyone who was online showed up to see what was happening. Dream exclaimed that he was marking their borders, and when asked why, he told the people to talk to Tommy. Nikki quickly realized what had happened. She and Captain Puffy, who was also new to the server, had seen what Tommy and Rambo did, and proceeded to inform the others of their actions. Following this, the people, led by Rambo, who denied all involvement with the griefing, observed the damaged house. Tubbo was especially angry, questioning why he even made Tommy vice president in the first place. With this, Tubbo and Fundy decided to gather all of the members of the cabinet to discuss their options the next day. And as the sun set, the people logged off once again, fearing for the safety of their home. The next day, everyone logged on and prepared for the meeting. Tommy saw the walls for the first time and stared in shock as he realized what he'd done. Meeting in the Kamar van, the cabinet discussed the situation.
Dream has built walls around L'Manberg, which is obviously not okay. And he's claiming that all treaties are void, seeing that we overthrew the government the treaties were made with. However, I don't think this is done without motive. I feel like someone in this room has done something, okay? Because we're the people of power. And if he wanted to hurt L'Manberg, he'd hurt the people of power. That's us. So someone in this room, I reckon's aggravated him. Tommy, what have you done?
Do I look like a guilty man to you?
I'm gonna be honest, Tommy. This has your name written all over it.
George came in here and said that his house burned down. Did you have anything to do with that?
That's such a shame.
Anything? Did you have anything?
Anything?
No. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Really?
With the meeting going nowhere and Tommy denying all involvement, the cabinet decided to talk directly with Dream to uncover the truth.
Hey Dream, I'd like to start by pointing the attention to the elephant in the room, being the massive obsidian borders you've put up. I would like to know if there was any motive, any kind of.
We signed treaties a while ago.
Yeah.
Right? To me, those treaties mean nothing because you are a new government. You have taken over the old government. You disregarded the old government's law and you took it over. Now, I didn't really care about this until our king's vacation home was burnt down by Tommy. I want Tommy punished. I want something to happen to Tommy for what he's done. If nothing is done, the walls will expand and more will happen.
The conversation continued, with Tommy denying everything. And so, Dream decided to talk alone with Tubbo.
He did this,
You're
didn't
the
he?
president.
I know.
He did. And I know you want peace, and I
do.
have no problem with you.
I really
that's why
hope
I
we can
like
come
that
to
you're
a
the president.
peaceful, resolve this peacefully.
I'm sure we can, but Tommy you know, he's not peaceful at all.
No.
And as long as Tommy's vice president, there can't be peace. My suggestion is that you exile Tommy.
Wow.
Get him out. That's all I have to say, though.
Tubbo was completely divided. He knew Tommy had done it, and also knew that listening to Dream would be best for the country. But if Tubbo were to exile Tommy, he would also be betraying his best friend. And so, after a quick discussion with Fundy and Quackity, they decided to take Tommy to court to make their official decision. The two sides presented their case and eventually agreed to put Tommy on probation, stripping him of his powers as vice president of L'Manberg. All seemed to be resolved, but Dream was not satisfied.
What do you mean probation isn't enough? He's been stripped of
That's
all his
not
power.
enough.
I know you suggested
That's not
exile,
enough.
but hear me out, okay?
But listen, Tommy is Tommy. He's never gonna stop. Like he already said, his goal is to piss me off. And if you want that as somebody in your nation, that even if he doesn't have power,
Listen to me.
Tommy, you've done enough damage for today.
No, listen to me. I do one thing, which I'm more than well in my free rights to do. We have no correlation with the Dream SMP anymore.
You know, Tubbo.
And
you know what?
This,
actually,
this is how you react.
You don't want to exile him. That's fine. Give me the disc.
What?
Tommy, I suggest you stay quiet.
Do you not give him
that's
the...
fine.
Tubbo, I gave you that disc to you to prove to you how much I trust
Tommy,
you.
there's one big difference between you and Dream. Dream isn't the vice president. And you are. Actions have consequences. There'll be a meeting on the 2nd of December. We will sign a treaty. We will sort this.
See you then.
December 2nd. The members of the cabinet had decided to hold off on making their decision to hear what Dream had to say. Today, they hoped would shine light on the best decision for L'Manberg as well as the true extent of Tommy's destruction. The cabinet met Dream in a newly constructed meeting room residing in the Greater Dream SMP. Here, they pled that Tommy's probation was providing good results, and that an exile, as Dream heavily requested, was not necessary. After some negotiation, the group agreed that Tommy's probation would continue, and if he so much as breathed in the wrong direction, Dream would double the size of the walls, and Tommy's probation would be extended. Everyone was relieved. Tubbo did not have to take drastic measures, and the tension between Dream SMP and L'Manberg began to lighten. L'Manberg was in no shape for another conflict, and with the signing of the treaty, it seemed they were in the clear. But Tommy had other plans. After the signing of the treaty, Tommy asked for an ender chest. Complying out of curiosity, Dream watched as Tommy revealed he was still in possession of Dream's most valued item on the server, the leather dropped by his old pet horse, Spirit. Tommy realized that Dream had nothing on him, and stated that because Skeppy had his other disc, Dream had nothing to hold over Tommy. The cabinet members stood in awe as they realized what this meant. Dream may not have had Tommy's disc, but he did have the power to destroy L'Manberg again. Once again reverting to his selfish ways, Tommy ignored the possible consequences on L'Manberg in favor of his discs. Tubbo warned him that this was a very bad idea, but he didn't listen. Threatening to burn Spirit, Tommy ordered Dream to tear down the obsidian walls. And as they made their way to L'Manberg, that's exactly what Dream did. Until he stopped. Confused, Tommy, Quackity, and Fundy ordered him to continue working. But this time, Dream had no intention of listening.
Why?
What are you doing?
Okay, listen, you fucked up this time. I don't give a fuck about Spirit. I care about your discs. I care more about your disc than you do. That's the only thing I care about in the server, actually. I don't care about Spirit. Spirit was my horse, died ages ago. I care about your disc, because that's what gives me power over you and your friends and everybody that you care about, because you care about your disc more than anyone else here. So if you are not exiled from L'Manberg, I will build these walls until they've reached this block limit. I will keep everybody inside. I will hire guards, puns, and sapnap to patrol all around the entire walls, keeping them inside. No trade, no one leaves, no armor, or they get slaughtered inside. Don't try and threaten me. I don't care.
Oh, you
Bird
wouldn't
Spear
care?
right in front of me right now. I
Lying.
have attachment to your discs.
They're my discs. Why do you even care about them?
No, Tommy, they're my discs. You have 3 days. If you do not exile him in 3 days, I'll do what I said. L'Manberg can be independent, but L'Manberg can't be free.
Tubbo's fear had become reality. L'Manberg had a chance to move forward, peacefully. But Tommy, in his own self-interest, threw that chance away, thinking he could beat Dream. But Dream had moved past attachment, moved past weakness. All he cared about was power, and Tommy had just given him another reason to use that power against them. Tubbo had to make a decision. The toughest decision in the history of L'Manberg friendship or freedom.
You had one job. You couldn't do one thing for me. You couldn't do one. Just one thing, and it was for your own good. If the roles were reversed, yeah, you probably wouldn't exile me, because I would have actually listened to you and done what you said, and maybe had a couple ounces of respect. You've messed this up for no one but yourself.
This whole war, all of this L'Manberg, everything, this has started way before L'Manberg. Me and you versus Dream. This can't be where we split now. Tubbo, you can't turn into what you hate. You can't be the next Schlatt. If you exile me, you're following in that man's footsteps.
Okay, well,
Please.
as long as I can't be the next Schlatt, you can't be the next Wilbur.
2 days passed, and the day of the decision arrived. The cabinet members talked about what they were going to do. Would they answer to Dream's requests and exile their friend, or risk having another war by sticking by his side? Tommy proposed that exiling him would only further divide L'Manberg, giving Dream the ability to easily overpower and take control of their nation. Tommy suggested another plan. Together, the group would stand up to Dream. Tommy proposed that although they could not take on Dream by themselves, one man could. He suggested they recruit Technoblade. Quackity and Fundy loved the idea. They were tired of Dream pushing them around and wanted revenge. Knowing Technoblade despised government and fearing Dream's power, Tubbo knew this plan would be insanely risky. But resentfully, he agreed. And with a new plan in place, the cabinet gathered on top of the walls to announce their decision to Dream.
We have come to a decision. Look around.
There's giant obsidian walls.
There is, Dream, and that is a problem. Okay. You know, this is funny actually. Tommy, I am so sorry. Dream, I've come to the decision that it will be best for the nation, the most logical thing to do, for Tommy to be exiled from L'Manberg.
What?
Teaming with Technoblade is an awful idea. It's an awful idea.
We just had this conversation.
No, okay? Nothing involving any kind of conflict is the best for this nation. You've undermined my authority from the get-go. Okay, all of you, no one here has respected me. You all jump on these merry little bandwagons of destruction. It's not okay.
Why would you go back on the plan now? What the hell?
When I was sworn in, I made a promise to do what was best for the nation. And right now, Tommy, your presence here is not the best for this nation.
Before everything, the discs, Tubbo. What about the discs?
They're
Tubbo,
just
this is what...
music discs.
Tubbo, you know what this looks like?
They shouldn't be able to dictate the future of an entire nation.
How are the discs
anywhere?
Can't you see?
The discs don't matter, Tommy! How can you not see that?
If nothing matters, then why does any of this matter at all?
Dream, please detain and escort Tommy out of my country.
Are you...
What? What?
Tommy,
are you...
Let's go.
Tommy, you are hereby exiled. It's how it has to be.
Tommy,
You're a liability.
I
You need to
don't-
leave now.
You're my friend.
Betrayed. That is what Tommy felt. Betrayed by a partner, his friend, his best friend. Tommy was escorted from L'Manberg immediately as ordered by Tubbo. No last words and no goodbyes. Nothing. As the two traveled away from the walls, a confused Ghostbird decided to join them on their journey. And just like that, in a matter of seconds, Tommy was once again exiled from his home of L'Manberg. They traveled oceans, forests, only stopping in a plains biome nearly 1,500 blocks from L'Manberg. Dream forced Tommy to set his spawn so he could no longer return by dying. After this, Dream ordered him to drop all of the items he had into a hole to be destroyed. Once again, he was cast away. Once again, he had nothing. But this time, it really was his fault. With his only friend in thousands of blocks being Ghostbird, Tommy was alone. But he hadn't given up hope of one day returning to L'Manberg. Tommy and Ghostbird decided to build their official home near the ocean. After some time, Tommy decided to name their land Logstedshire, as their home resembled a campsite surrounded by stripped log walls. As much as Tommy hated it, this was his life now. He missed his friends. In an attempt to cheer him up, Ghostbird entrusted Tommy with a special compass that, no matter where he was in the world, would always point towards Tubbo. He cherished this compass. At least now he had something to remind him of his best friend, his Tubbo. The days came and went. Tommy would finally begin to make progress, and Dream would immediately force him to give up all of it. Everything became a routine. Tommy started to question if Dream was really that bad. After all, other than Ghostbird, he was the only one who visited him. Tommy began to look forward to his conversations with Dream. Even though he would destroy everything Tommy had, Dream, it seemed, was the only one who still cared. Ghostbird had told Tommy that he gifted Tubbo with an identical compass pointing to Tommy. But Tommy was sure that he hated the gift just as much as Tubbo hated him. As the days turned to weeks, Tommy became sad. After all he'd been through with his friends, still no one visited him. In an attempt to see his friends again, Tommy decided to throw a beach party. Decorating the beach with Ghostbird, Tommy had planned out the perfect day for his reunion with his friends. The date of the party was set for December 9th, and Tommy sent Ghostbird to invite every citizen of L'Manberg. A few days passed. Everyone had gotten their invite, and the day of the celebration arrived. Tommy, looking forward to seeing everyone, sat at a table on the beach waiting for his guests to arrive. Some time passed, and 15 minutes after the scheduled start of the party, the only person there was Dream. But it was okay. Everyone was just running late. Surely everyone missed Tommy as much as he missed them. Right? The minutes came and went. Tommy began to worry. Had people really forgotten? No, there's no way all of them forgot. His friends didn't all just happen to lose their invite. They had chosen not to come. Them, all of them, would rather do nothing than see Tommy again. Nobody cared. Tommy concluded that if the roles were reversed and Tubbo was the one exiled, everyone would be there every day to check on him. But because it was Tommy, nobody cared. He imagined a L'Manberg without himself as the people celebrated his absence every day. He had lost all hope. Dream explained to Tommy that Tubbo had burned his compass. This broke him. He contemplated throwing his compass into lava, but decided to keep it for the time being. As of now, his last friends on the server were Rambo and Dream. But that was about to change. Every day when Dream would blow up Tommy's things, he would lie and keep a few items on him. With the help of Rambo, he constructed a small hidden chest room to keep these items safe under Logsted. This chest finally allowed him to start making progress, finally regain power. But on December 15th, something went horribly wrong. As Dream dug a hole for Tommy to drop his stuff in, he found the chest room. Tommy stood in fear of what was about to happen. Dream stated that Tommy had messed up bad, lied to a friend, and until he learned to listen, he would have to start over. This time, truly alone. Dream proceeded to blow up all of Lockstitchshire, and told Tommy that no one was allowed to visit him and the Nether was off limits. Tommy begged for a second chance. He felt bad that he made Dream upset and blamed everything on himself. Dream had been gracious to him, even letting him keep his stuff some days. But he still, for some reason, just had to go behind his back. As Dream abandoned him, Tommy examined the ruins of the only thing he had left. He thought about everything, all the memories he had with L'Manberg, with his old friends. And most of all, he thought about Dream.
I don't need the Nether. I'm just alone. My only friend, Dream, is gone. I'm above them already. He was my friend. Dream was my only friend this entire time. He came and he'd visit me every day, and we'd laugh and we'd cry, so much crying. And he'd take my things, he'd make me throw everything into a hole. And he said to me, "I'll see you every week to come and watch you." He'd come to watch me. He wasn't here to be my friend.
Tubbo watches coldly as his best friend is escorted away from L'Manberg. As much as it pained him to send Tommy away, being the president of L'Manberg meant he had to protect his country. And Tommy had more than enough chances to make things right. Although Fundy and Quackity disagreed with Tubbo's decision, all of them understood that there was no changing his mind. Dream soon returned, announcing that Tommy was now far away from L'Manberg and had been successfully exiled. And with this, the walls were taken down, and Dream had once again declared L'Manberg as an independent nation. Praising Tubbo for making the right decision, Dream vowed that L'Manberg would have his full support in any wars to come. As the sun set, L'Manberg was free once again. But the people had already begun to miss their exiled friend. A few days later, Ghostbur arrived with a gift for Tubbo. Knowing he missed Tommy greatly, Ghostbur entrusted Tubbo with the compass that would always point to Tommy. From that point forward, Tubbo would always hold the compass in his offhand to never forget how much Tommy meant to him. Word spread that Tommy was having a beach party at his home in exile, but to everyone's disappointment, none of them had received invites. Tubbo really wanted to visit Tommy, but having not been invited to his party and hearing from Ghostbur that Tommy was very sad, Tubbo did not want to make him feel any worse than he already did the last time they saw each other. And so, Tubbo, as well as the rest of the cabinet members, decided to give Tommy his space, to let him calm down before visiting to apologize. To make matters even worse, while working on a project, Tubbo had ended up losing his Tommy compass to a creeper explosion. Tubbo felt crushed. He questioned if he made the right decision to exile Tommy, and just wanted things to go back to normal. He wanted his best friend, but he knew he had to wait. Following Tommy's exile, the people of L'Manberg knew their nation still wasn't completely safe. And so, Fundy and Quackity came up with a plan. They discussed with Tubbo possible threats to the safety of L'Manberg. And quickly, two people began to stand out as their biggest enemies: Technoblade and Dream. Dream had just threatened L'Manberg, and without question had the power to take down their country whenever he wanted. This made him dangerous, and a prime target for the L'Manberg hit list. However, following the exile of Tommy, Dream and L'Manberg, in his eyes, were on great terms. This meant that although he was dangerous, taking out Dream was not their #1 priority. But Technoblade was. Following his betrayal of L'Manberg in the previous war, Technoblade had moved from his house under the river to an undisclosed location. As far as the people knew, he could be anywhere, plotting his next major attack on L'Manberg. And with this realization, the Butcher Army was officially created to take out Technoblade for good. Before the army could kill Technoblade, they had to find him. However, that is much easier said than done. Technoblade is smart, and thus has made sure not to return to L'Manberg for any reason to avoid being followed home. If he doesn't want to be found, he won't be. But the army had another idea. To their knowledge, only one person knew the whereabouts of Techno on the entire server, and he just so happened to live in L'Manberg. After recruiting Rambu, the group quickly made their way to Filza's house to interrogate him.
We have a simple request. We are looking for Technoblade. Just tell us where he is. You're a citizen of L'Manberg. We're trying to get justice for our country. You should care about this as much as we care about it. So Phil, tell us where Technoblade is.
I'm not going to tell you. He's changed his ways.
Filza, just tell us. This is for the country. This is not a request. This is a demand.
Where do you think this loyalty that I have for this country exists? I'm not loyal to this country at all. I'm pretty new here, and if anything, you guys need to prove to me that I should care. Also, Techno and me go way back, and we do not rat out on each other.
If you're not going to help us do it the easy way, we're going to have to do it the hard way, right?
Right.
Immediately, the army began searching Phil's chest for any clue to Techno's location. And a few seconds into the search, Tubbo hit the jackpot. In one of the chests, Tubbo had stumbled across a compass that pointed directly to Technoblade's house. Whenever Phil visited Techno, he used the compass to guide him. But today, it would lead the Butcher Army directly to his front door. Because of his failure to comply, Tubbo placed Phil under house arrest until further notice. And as the army set out to kill Techno, Phil could do nothing but watch and warn his friend. They're coming. Technoblade quickly flees the scene of a now destroyed L'Manberg. His withers had been killed, and he knew it was only a matter of time before the people turned on him. Cutting through the night on his trusty horse Carl, Techno quickly arrived at his now looted bunker. They had taken so much, only to turn around and create the one thing he was openly opposed to: government. Techno knew he was living on borrowed time. The other major threat to L'Manberg was already dead, and he knew as soon as the people came to their senses, they would come for him. And because he had just shown the entire server where his secret base lied, he knew he had to move. And so, over the next 2 days, Techno, with some help from Filza, moved all of his stuff to a faraway place. Somewhere cold, unrelenting, and barren. The last place they would look to find him. Over the next few weeks, Techno would build a humble cabin to house him in between adventures. He entrusted Phil with a compass to his house to ensure he wouldn't get lost, as well as making him promise not to tell anyone the location of his new home. For weeks, he hid, officially retiring from his violent ways in favor of peace. Until December 16th, a seemingly normal day. Techno logged onto the server and started to move through the items on his to-do list. But then, out of nowhere, he got a chilling message from Phil. They were coming. They were coming, and Techno had no time to prepare. With every second that passed, the army drew closer to his no longer secret estate. Techno grabbed everything he could find to aid him in case a fight broke out. And as he was brewing potions, a completely oblivious Ghostber arrived at his door. While Techno pocketed totems of undying and grabbed every weapon in his arsenal, Ghostber waddled off in the snow to name a sheep friend. Upon finding Ghostber, the Butcher Army asked him about Techno, to which he immediately led them directly to his house. Techno spotted them on a nearby hill, the four who seeked him out with the sole purpose to kill. and Ghostbur waved. The 6 of them met directly outside Techno's house and discussed what was about to happen.
Not here. Technoblade's not here, guys.
You said Wilbur. Right, I literally see him. Will
get out of the way.
Ghostbur, I think it's a little bit late for that. Why have you guys come all the way over here to my humble abode?
How about you invite us?
You need to pay for your war crime.
That was like, that's in the past, man. All right, I was a different Technoblade. I'm a changed man now. I'm in retirement. I'm a good person now, Tubbo.
I'm sorry, Technoblade. As much as you change, you have to be brought to justice for that.
Listen, you guys. I have gone to so much effort over the past month to change my violent ways. I have reformed, all right? The voices, they demand blood, and I have been denying them. I have been fighting back. Please don't make me kill all of you. Please just leave.
We won't let you get out of here in one piece, okay? It's either going to be the easy way or it's going to be the hard way. We're going to bring you back to Lamandrick, and you're going to come with us. There's no other way around it, okay?
There's no other way. I choose blood!
No. Oh, no! What?
Get him! Get him!
Oh, this is not good. This is not good.
Watch out.
Oh my god, he hits heavy!
Get the axes. Get the axes.
Use the axes! This is the time!
Oh my god!
I got you.
Pick you, do something!
There.
Pick you! Pick you!
Technoblade, stop!
Oh, he hits heavy!
Dad! Wait! What are you doing? What are you doing with that horse?
Something was wrong. Techno's treasured horse Carl was being threatened with death if Techno failed to cooperate. Bending to the wills of his captors, Techno listened. Quackity ordered him to drop all of his items, but he secretly decided to keep a few in case of emergency. And with this, the Butcher Army took Techno to the slaughter. Technoblade's execution would take place in the town square of Lamandrick. Upon their arrival, he would be placed in a cage composed of iron bars and glass. This execution would be by anvil. A redstone device was wired to a lever next to the cage that, when activated, would pull the block out from under the anvil, dropping it from the sky onto a helpless Technoblade below. The army gathered around to witness this historic moment. Tubbo explained that Techno had robbed them, stepped in when it was not his battle to fight. And now it was only fair they would take something in return. A life, his first of 3, gone for good. Philza watched from his house. As much as he wanted to step in, there was nothing he could do but watch his friend be killed in front of him. But he wouldn't have to step in.
He ruined the government. Puns is throwing right. What
is he doing?
What is Puns doing?
Oh shoot! Oh shoot!
No. Hello, Ghostbur.
I've named him friend.
That's fantastic, Ghostbur. That's fantastic. I'm about to die, Ghostbur.
No. I'm playing this.
What? What?
What? How did he not die?
What?
He's got Carl! He's got Carl!
To Techno's surprise, Dream and Puns had teamed up to help him escape. And as Techno ran, Puns distracted the army while Dream brought Carl to a newly dug tunnel for Techno to escape through. He entered the tunnel, quickly finding himself in the final control room, the very same used in Eric's betrayal during the first Lamandrick War. There, Dream had left Techno a chest with supplies to help him in case a fight broke out during his escape. And after beginning to finish digging his escape tunnel, this happened.
Oh, that's not good.
What the hell are you doing here?
It's not what it looks like.
How the hell did that anvil not kill you?
Did you really think, Quackity, that you could kill me that easily?
How did you do it? How did you even do that?
You think death can stop me, Quackity? I've got a lot to say. I was gonna say it at the trial, but we got a little bit interrupted, Quackity. You know, I tried convincing you guys that government was not the answer. The government was actually the cause of all your problems. All right? I tried to convince you guys by fighting alongside you as brothers, and you just cast me aside. You used me. I tried to use force, but you still formed a government. And when I went into hiding, when I retired, when I swore off violence, you hunted me down. You hurt my friends.
You don't understand, Techno. You don't understand what we're trying to build here, Techno. You are on the hit list, Techno.
What hit list?
I'm building a country here. This is what we have out there is a country. And what we need here is organization and power. And I don't care how long it takes me or what I have to do to get you, Techno. I'm going to kill you, Technoblade.
I just have one question, Quackly.
What do you have?
Do you think you're enough to kill me, even unarmed, with iron armor? Do you really think you can take me?
I do.
No!
It's like, I have a pickaxe, and I'll put it through your teeth! I'll put it through your teeth, Quackity!
If there's one PvP that I'm planning to win, it's this one, baby.
My aim is so bad with this FOE.
Yeah, I know it is.
Technoblade, with a mere pickaxe and half the armor worn by Quackity, had won. Following the duel, Techno escaped through the sewers, eventually exiting through Tommy's sewer escape route. With this, Techno was free. Their plan had worked. They had successfully captured Techno, but they failed to account for one eternal truth. Technoblade never dies. Techno traveled land and sea on his journey home. Together with Carl, the two seek to relax after a long and stressful day. They traverse the barren wasteland of frozen powder, and through the harsh winter blizzard, Techno could finally see home. And what?
He's just ignoring me.
How do?
What are you doing in my house, Tommy?
Well, hello. How are you? I say we call it our house. And these guys' house as well.
Why are you letting them in? Your pants just broke.
Oh, hey, don't worry. I found these in the closet. Sounds like someone's having a rough day.
What the heck is down this? What the heck is this? What the heck is this?
Oh, I moved out, by the way. You know my old home? I'm here now.
I kinda noticed. Why do I have so much beef?
Hey, we don't need no beef, Technoblade. We can be pals.
Give me back my stuff, Tommy.
Hey. You obviously need to cool down.
That did nothing.
Go away, actually. This is my
This is
room.
my house.
Well, this is my
You
room,
leave.
bro. No. If it makes you feel better, I can explain to you what happened.
Stop placing my gold.
I'm a loner. I'm like a lone wolf. I'm like a big dog. So please leave my home.
This is my house.
Goodbye.
All right. Well, we have two possibilities here. Stop saying goodbye. This is my property. This is
it definitely has the prime log.
I will break the prime log.
I don't know why you're here.
I live here.
You killed Turbo, right?
I am known to do that.
Good day. Leave my house.
This is my house, Tommy.
After a very awkward conversation, Techno came up with a plan.
You see, Tommy, I know a lot about putting trust in other people and having them betray that trust, using me as a weapon and then casting me aside when it's most convenient for them. You want to be friends with Tubbo? You want to know what's driven you apart? Why you don't have your disc? It's because of the government. If there was no government, you and Tubbo could be friends. You could have your discs back. There'd be nothing for Dream to threaten. Join me. Let's destroy L'Manberg. I have something I need to show you. I have been working on just a little hobby, Tommy. I need you to stand right here, all right? You see this wall?
Oh yes.
Welcome home, Theseus!
Welcome home, Odysseus. Welcome home.
Thank you all so much for watching. The Butcher Army took Techno to the slaughter. The army gathered around to witness this historic moment.
No. I'm pulling this lever.
What?
What? How did he not die?
Techno could finally see home. And what?
I have something I need to show you. You see this wall? Welcome home, Theseus!
Welcome home, Odysseus. Welcome home.
Tommy stares speechless through the eyes of hundreds of wither skulls. The offer was clear. If Tommy allowed the destruction of L'Manberg, Technoblade would help him reclaim his precious discs. Now Tommy was the one conflicted. All of his friends had betrayed him, and his discs meant everything. But was it enough to justify the annihilation of his home? He didn't know. On one hand, he had nothing left there. Friends, power, nothing. But on the other hand, no matter how much he thought Tubbo hated him, it was still his home. And whatever happened, something would always draw him back. Following his betrayal of Pugtopia in the previous war, Techno swore to retire from his violent ways and isolate himself from the chaos ensuing on the rest of the server. But even when he vowed to stay peaceful, moved to a location only known by one other man, L'Manberg attempted to murder him. They had ended his life of peace, taken his right to isolation. And so, he swore to destroy every last block of L'Manberg to end their peace forever. Following Techno's escape, the Butcher army was furious. If it wasn't for Dream, Techno would not have been able to make it out alive. If it wasn't for Dream, he was the reason all of this was happening. Dream was the one who attacked L'Manberg purely over its existence. Dream was the one who gave Wilbur the supplies to blow up everything. Dream was the one who made them exile Tommy. After his death to Technoblade, Quackity was enraged. And as the others questioned him about the confrontation, Quackity led them to a secret room. This room was the same where the plans to execute Techno were born. And now, after realizing their true enemy, they would plan the assassination of Dream. Tubbo stated that walking up to Dream and just attacking him would not be practical nor effective. If they wanted to kill Dream, they had to be smart. And Tubbo had just the plan in mind. In the history of the server, only one organized execution had been successful. And it just so happened that Tubbo was the one executed. Jay Schlatt was able to successfully draw Tubbo to his own execution by fronting it with a festival. And that is exactly how the Butcher army planned to take out Dream. Tubbo explained that L'Manberg would hold a festival to celebrate its good graces with the greater Dream SMP. This festival would be held in L'Manberg, where the rules stated that no armor is allowed to be worn, a rule created long ago. And because Dream believed he was still on great terms with L'Manberg, he would respect the rule and follow it, leaving him vulnerable. And when the time came, Tubbo entrusted Quackity, the one who had informed them all of Dream's involvement, to do the deed. The day after Dream had destroyed Logstitchir, he returned to check on Tommy. But what he found surprised him. Tommy was gone, and atop a small hill next to Logstid rose a large tower of dirt. To the average person, it looked like Tommy was dead, but Dream knew better. Dream suspected that Tommy had faked his death to throw him off, landing instead in the water next to the tower and running away. And so, in the wake of this discovery, the search began. Technoblade, as he was passing by the remains of Logstitchir, noticed Dream investigating the rubble and warned Tommy that Dream knew he was gone. And a few minutes later, on his search to find Tommy, Dream messaged Techno that he was on his way to his house to have a chat. Techno complied, and as he got back to his base, he quickly came up with a plan to hide Tommy. Before the visit, Tommy would drink an invisibility potion and hide in a small box against the wall of the cabin. This would allow for complete concealment and a perfect spot to hide from Dream. A few minutes later, Dream arrived and began to talk with Techno.
He's currently getting owned by zombies right now. Dream, do you need some help there? Do you need some?
Well, there's a bit of a problem.
Yeah. What's the problem?
Tommy left.
Who? Oh, right, Tommy. Yeah, that guy. He got exiled. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, but now he's missing. L'Manberg thinks that he's dead. I know otherwise, but have you seen him?
I've not seen him.
You sure?
I'm pretty confident.
Mind if I look around?
You can look around. You can look around.
Minor terrorism in L'Manberg.
I love minor terrorism. It's what I'm all about.
Sell foot. What is that about?
Don't pry into my personal life. I'm feeling very judged right now. All right, very judged.
Well, I'm glad to see you alive and well. I didn't see Carl out there, but I'm assuming Carl's safe and.
Oh, Carl's safe. Carl's safe.
I will say, you owe me a little bit. But...
that's true. That's true. See, Dream, you don't gotta worry, Dream. I am a person that believes in absolute reciprocity.
Well, if you catch wind of Tommy, let me know, because I've been out looking for him for the last.
All right, I'll keep an eye out.
All right. Well, nice to see you.
See you later.
The plan had worked. Techno had managed to convince Dream that he had not yet seen Tommy, and for now, Tommy was safe. But Dream still had his suspicions. He planned to return to the cabin to investigate more thoroughly another day. But for now, he would leave his old friend alone. The next day, Dream returned to Techno's cabin to investigate once again. But this time, Techno wasn't there. Only Tommy and Ghostbird, the worst liar on the entire server.
Hey Dream, how's it
Hi.
going, Dream?
Do you live here now?
No, this is just where I've been for a little while. Technoblade said I could stay here for a little bit, so this is where I've been spending a bit of time.
Have you seen Tommy?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, you're around this whole area, right? Have you seen him anywhere around here at all?
No.
Techno told me about these the other day, but on this list.
Yeah, these were written by Tommy.
When?
I don't know, but he just showed me them earlier. Sorry, I get a cold as a ghost sometimes. It's from being out in the snow for so long. You're a very scary man sometimes. I understand why people are scared of you. You're very nice to me, and I really appreciate it. And you're a good friend. Even when you told me that the invitations were wrong and to go wandering off into the snow, you really are always looking out for my best interests, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I was just trying to help out Tommy.
No matter where I go, you always seem to be close behind. You always like to follow us.
I do. Us.
Yeah, me and Techno and... Techno! What are you doing? Where are you going? Green? What are you looking at? It's the prime log.
I know Tommy was here, Wilbur.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Alright, I'll be around.
Bye-bye, Dream.
Tommy had been discovered. His residence in Techno's cabin was no longer a secret. Dream returned the next day to notify Techno that he knew. After a lengthy conversation, Techno finally conceded, admitting to sheltering Tommy. Dream admitted that he didn't really care about Techno bringing him in. All he cared about was that he knew where Tommy was, and that it wasn't in L'Manberg. The days passed. The L'Manberg festival was scheduled for January 5th, and preparations began. L'Manberg was decorated once again. Colorful wool brought life to the city. Ironically, the same place where a life would be taken. The L'Manberg government, seeking revenge against their true enemy, was ready to end Dream's reign of fear-inducing power. The sun began to rise. Cold white snow engulfed the frigid ground. Rays of light seeped through the trees as a cool morning breeze danced through the town square. Today was the day. And in these last moments of quiet, before the first people logged on, L'Manberg would have its final peace. Everyone joined, gathering in the square to start the celebration, and as silence befell the crowd, thus echoed the fateful words, "Let the festival begin." Everyone had showed up. Everyone except for Dream. Immediately following Tubbo's speech announcing the start of the festival, Tubbo pulled Quackity aside to speak with him about his concerns. What if Dream didn't show up? Why wasn't Dream showing up? Tubbo recalled that Dream had assured him he would come to the festival, and yet he was nowhere to be seen. The plan never left the circle. He couldn't have known. So why? Rambo and Fundy joined the call and the group decided to continue waiting. They had faith that Dream would show up and was just running a bit late. The celebration continued. The minutes came and went. Still no sign of Dream. The cabinet members gathered to talk once again, and as they went over their plan one final time, Rambo noticed something. Something that sent shivers down the spine of every last one of them. Dream had arrived. Tommy and Technoblade stood outside the cabin. White flakes of snow covered the ground as the sun rose above the horizon. They were ready. Armor, weapons, potions, they had it all. Today was the L'Manberg Festival. Once again, due to his exile, Tommy was not allowed in L'Manberg, but he wouldn't let that stop him from watching in the shadows. Techno and Tommy traversed the icy winter plain, crossing the ocean and arrived on shore next to L'Manberg. Invisible, both Tommy and Techno snuck past the people, meeting with Rambo, who, following the execution incident, found himself questioning if he was really on the right side. Rambo felt divided. He didn't like choosing sides. And so he didn't. Instead, he chose people. Rambo explained that everyone would be at the festival, including Dream, and that Dream would finally be respecting the rules of L'Manberg. Tommy was elated when he realized what this meant. If Dream would be following the rules, he wouldn't be wearing armor. And if he wasn't wearing armor, Tommy and Techno had to leave. Dream had just logged on and Tommy could not let a chance to get back his disc slip away. While attempting to meet up with Techno, Tommy saw Dream coming down the stairs to L'Manberg. But he wasn't headed to the festival. Confused, Tommy and Techno watched as Dream began to rebuild the obsidian walls that were taken down after Tommy's exile. It didn't make sense. Had Dream seen him? Had Tubbo done something to anger him? Looking for answers, Tommy and Techno joined their call. Tubbo and his men stood petrified. Dream had promised to respect L'Manberg. Their plans of execution never left the circle. Confused out of their minds, the group joined Dream at the wall. And what he was about to show them would change the server forever.
What the hell is this?
It's gone.
It's all gone.
What happened?
Literally everything.
What?
Tommy blew up the community house.
What?
Tommy did this? I don't understand.
He's not supposed to. He's
But
not,
we
he's
were
not supposed
this
to.
close to peace. We were this close. I trusted you guys
like...
for once, ever. This is the worst event that has ever happened on the server. This is the oldest building, the most historic building on the entire server, and the only major structure of the greater Dream SMP.
We had nothing to do with this.
This has
Dream.
nothing to do with it. Tubbo, listen, you still have his disc.
Yeah? What about the...
That means you're affiliated, no matter what. That is his most prized possession. Listen, if you're not affiliated with Tommy, then give me the dumb disc.
No!
What?
No, no.
Why are you here?
Listen, I know you probably, I'm not the most reliable person to the government, but Tommy wouldn't lie to me, okay? He said he didn't do it.
I don't lie.
He wouldn't lie to me.
He lied about burning down George's house.
I mean, the fact that you're here kind of proves his point.
Whoa, stop! You actually?
Whoa!
You're not gonna give him the disc, are you?
You've literally proven time and time again that you can't be trusted.
As soon as we, take down, we're fine. We'll be back.
I don't think that's an option anymore.
You spend all this time. You do all these speeches talking about how I was a bad friend. How I was the one being reckless and going out and doing things and being bad, but do you know what you did to me in exile, Turbo?
No,
you don't.
I thought you died.
But you didn't come and see me, and you still don't care I'm here.
This has your name written all over it. You're literally acting exactly as you acted when you burned down George's house.
I don't need to prove myself to you. This wasn't me. Trust me. For once in your life, Turbo, trust me.
I did trust you. Once. And I won't make the same mistake twice.
Turbo, you betrayed me.
I didn't betray you. You betrayed everything you had built.
You know what? You got your axe up?
Oh God! Oh, we're going in. We're going in.
Not actually dying.
No.
You betrayed me, Turbo.
No, you failed the nation.
Betrayed me.
I didn't betray you. You teamed up with the very person that destroyed our nation the first time.
The discs were worth more than you ever were.
The crowd fell silent. Tommy stood afraid. Not of Dream, not of Tubbo, but of himself. Tubbo was his friend. Was his friend. They had done everything together. Laughed together. Fought together. Cried together. They had been through loss, betrayal, destruction together. Even when apart, the two missed each other, longed to be once again together. But any chance of that faded with those lingering words. Tommy once again let his emotions take control. And now, there was nothing left for him. His friends, his discs, his Tubbo. Nothing. And like he had those months ago, Tommy knew there was only one thing he could do to save what was truly important.
Give him the disc.
You want me to give Dream the disc?
I'm not.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Turbo.
I'm sorry. Do you want?
Just give him. Just give him the disc.
Tommy. Tommy, are you sure about that decision, Tommy?
This isn't me. This isn't. I mean, I look around and I'm not the person I want to be. I'm so sorry. Tano, if this is what I've become,
oh, we're surrounded.
Then I don't want to be me anymore, man. I'm with Tubbo.
Perhaps I wasn't clear yesterday, Tommy, when I said that I'm going to destroy L'Manberg and that you don't have to help me. When I said you don't have to help me, Tommy, I meant that you could sit it out, not switch sides and fight against me.
I'm not. Well, what am I doing? Well, what am I?
You're betraying me, is what you're doing, Tommy.
Tennoblade, I'm worse than everyone I didn't want to be. Tennoblade, I know what I've done, and I hate me for it.
Tubbo.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for giving me the disc. I just want to say that you're an idiot. You are an absolute idiot. And you have no power, and you are the worst president that has ever been president of the land, because you're no president at all! No, listen! You're not even president! Quackity is more president than you. I'm more president of L'Manberg than you. You get pushed around by everybody on the server.
Yeah,
because you are an idiot. You are a fool. You just gave me the one thing that I needed to destroy L'Manberg. I don't care about L'Manberg. I don't care about anything. I've said this before. The only reason I had not destroyed L'Manberg is because you had the disc. I had to be friends with you to get the dumb disc back. I don't care about you. I'm not your friend. I cared about getting the disc back, and I got it back. You can't even run your nation right. Rambo is a traitor. One of your most trusted friends.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, okay, it is true. He was meeting with Techno and Tommy and told them everything. L'Manberg is weaker than it's ever been, and it's because of you. You have destroyed everything. You have ruined your friendships. You have ruined L'Manberg's allies. You are a horrible president, Tubbo. Techno.
Yeah.
You got any withers?
Oh, I'm liking where this is going, Dream.
No.
You can't.
No.
Are you saying what I think you're saying, Dream?
Oh, I'm saying what you think I'm saying.
You know me so well, Dream. You know me so well. I've got a few withers, Dream. We could work something out.
L'Manberg is being destroyed. Okay? Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Say your goodbyes.
No.
Say your goodbyes. Tomorrow.
Why
It
are
is
we
being
giving them a day?
destroyed. Okay, listen.
I could get the
tomorrow,
winners in like 30 minutes.
3 p.m. We're gonna finish Wilbur's job. Okay, we're not even talking about just blowing some TNT. We're gonna do TNT machines, cannons. We're gonna destroy everything. You have one night. Say your goodbyes forever.
It was Dream. It was always Dream. From the very beginning of their story to the very end. Dream was the one who framed Tommy for all of the griefings after the war. The one who destroyed the invites to Tommy's beach party. The one who told Tommy no one missed him, and the one who destroyed the community house. The people knew. Differences aside, there was only one priority from then until 3 p.m. the next day. Defend L'Manberg. All across the server, preparations began. Kings, citizens, government officials, Punk. Titles meant nothing now. The next day, everyone would fight side by side as one. As L'Manberg. People mined, brewed, enchanted. If one thing was for certain, it was that Techno and Dream would show up prepared. Hours passed. Night fell and the chests continued to grow. Armor, weapons, supplies. Pride and determination could be felt in every swing of a pickaxe. Anger and vengeance with the slash of a sword. Until the unlikely allies were ready. Chests filled to the brim with netherite armor, potions of every kind. The next day would be it, the final battle. And as the sun peaked over the horizon, the day of reckoning began. Which side are you on? This is the question that plagued many across the server. Nikki and H-Bomb questioned following Tommy to battle after everything that happened, concluding that it was finally time to let L'Manberg learn their lesson. But they couldn't support Dream and Techno either. Both sides were bad. Another who followed the same logic was Fundy. He believed that L'Manberg and many of the people in it needed to learn their lesson. And although he would not help cause the destruction, he believed L'Manberg's demise that day was inevitable. Following his decision to stay out of the war, Fundy destroyed the supplies that the L'Manberg army had gathered as a final act of despise. To say Technoblade and Dream were prepared would be an understatement. Techno commanded hundreds of dogs primed to kill every last enemy. Filza, who was broken out of his home by Techno, joined forces to take down L'Manberg alongside the anarchists. L'Manberg had taken something from all of them. Whether it be land, peace, or freedom, the three vowed to have their revenge. An obsidian grid cut through the deep blue sky. Each intersection wired a dispenser filled with 9 stacks of TNT. All of the water had been drained from L'Manberg to allow maximum destruction. The dispensers were placed on an extremely quick redstone clock to drop multiple explosives a second. During the last war, Techno only had the ability to summon 2 withers. This time, he could summon over 54. Potions, food, armor, weapons, they had it all. And as Tommy, Tubbo, and a few others logged on and saw their stash destroyed, it was too late. Tommy quickly journeyed to L'Manberg. The war was scheduled to start in 25 minutes and their army needed every second to prepare. But Technoblade had no intentions of playing fair. Was it fair when L'Manberg threatened to murder his horse if he didn't let them execute him? Was it fair when they imprisoned Filza in his own house long after the execution failed? No, it wasn't. So what made anyone think he would play fair today? Tommy realized what was about to happen. Looking around, most of his army had not even logged on, and Techno had no intention of waiting. Taking a deep breath, Tommy prepared for what was about to happen. And as Techno was shot by Tubbo, the dog army attacked, and the war for L'Manberg had officially begun.
You messed up, Tubbo! Let loose the dogs of war! Let loose the hounds!
Meet me on the bridge. You realize we're just gonna kill all these dogs as soon as you go, Techno, right?
I've already killed 3 of you guys! Oh yeah, hit me with that axe, puns! Hit me with that axe! Oh yeah, shield's gonna help you from the wolves. You know what? I'm feeling merciful. If you guys all back off and let me blow up this country, you can live.
Supposed to happen for another 17 minutes.
Oh, 17 minutes. Take your time, Rambo. No need to show up.
I'm literally right next to you, Tommy. Look up.
The signal! The signal!
Okay,
What?
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Oh, hello, Tommy in it.
Get in the caravan! Get in the caravan!
Oh, the caravan. That'll save you.
We go for the withers, alright? We fight one wither at a time. We fight them as a group. Please!
Good luck. I'm bringing 3 more to you guys.
Sorry. Oh no.
Rambo, get out of here, Rambo.
The Manberg! Turbo, stick with me.
Right by your side.
Okay, we take him.
Withers rained destruction from above. Technoblade killed everyone in his path. L'Manberg was falling apart. But this was only the beginning. And as Philza and Techno continued the battle from below, Dream prepared the real weapon. The fate of L'Manberg hung once again on one man. Control of the entire server was right at the tips of his fingers. The power. He could feel it. And as he overlooked the pure chaos emerging from below, Dream couldn't help but smile. It was never meant to be.
It's all over, but the cry, and nobody's crying but me. Friends all over, no, I'm trying to forget about how much I care for you.
TNT fell from the heavens above. A level of destruction never seen before befell the land. There was no going back. L'Manberg had lost. Tommy stared down Techno through the never-ending rain of explosions. Catching eyes, the two stared. Once allies, friends, had now reached an insurmountable divide.
Technoblade, look at me! Look at me! Do not shoot! Do not shoot! You didn't have to do this! You could have compromised. The thing about the discs, Technoblade, is that they were for me. We could have had a government. You could have.
I don't care about the discs, Tommy. I was upfront with you from the start. The government has to go. Selfish. You've used me from the start, Tommy. You've never thought of me as a friend, Tommy. You've just used me from the start. You saw me just as the blade. That's all I was to you, the blade. A weapon. Well, guess what? I'm choosing what I fight for now. And I'm going to destroy the government, Tommy. You all die.
You were my.
I listened to you for weeks. What did you do?
Technoblade, people are above the government.
I'm a person.
If we don't, you are Techno, and so are we. The discs. The reason the discs is because they were stolen from me. Nothing.
Discs aren't people.
Nothing was taken from you here. You're selfish. You're destroying what people love for your own.
You know what I did yesterday when you were surrounded by like 30 people? The whole world was against you. I walked in. I was willing to fight all of them for you, Tommy. I would have been there. That is the difference between us.
We spent hours together.
Don't speak to me of loyalty.
You were my friend and you betrayed us.
You never thought of me as a friend.
The thing about this government is that it didn't interfere with you.
I used to think like that, Tommy. You know what they did to me?
You're selfish.
They hunted me down, the whole butcher army, and they executed me. I tried being peaceful, Tommy, but the government made it clear. I did. The government made it clear that we could not coexist.
You blew up the entire. You spawned withers just like you've done again. All you did is repeat history, but worse. Actions have consequences.
Actions do have consequences, Tommy. And these are the consequences.
There was no point in fighting anymore. As the dispensers ran dry of TNT and rogue withers continued to ravage the remains, the people gave up. L'Manberg had been destroyed for the third time, and this time it would never be rebuilt again. Wilbur's vision had changed a lot in the past few months of the Dream SMP, but it was always there, a place that brought people together, brought out the good and the bad, memories that would never be forgotten. And as they once again overlooked the remains of their great nation, a sinking feeling began to set in. From the day Wilbur first joined the server, L'Manberg had been everything. A home, a place of freedom. Wars were fought, lives were ended, tyrants had ruled, their land defended. Through exiles and conflicts, L'Manberg remained. But that fateful day, everything changed. The people went their separate ways. Tommy, Tubbo, and Quackity met on the obsidian grid. Techno continued the destruction, and Ghostbur logged on to see his home completely destroyed. As their final goodbyes to their great nation, the group gathered to sing, one last time, the L'Manberg anthem.
Sing along with there was a special place
where men could go emancipate the brutality and tyranny of their rulers.
We've got to end this soon.
Well, this place is real, unique and fret. Wilbur, Tommy, Tubbo, Garrett, very big and a little bit blown up, L'Manberg. My
L'Manberg, my L'Manberg, my L'Manberg, my L'Manberg.
For freedom and for liberty, our nation sought to build on these. He remembers it. Under Quackity, you told me you didn't remember the verses. The troubles came and then it went. We built our walls and we watched them break. And from everywhere, from here up to forever.
It's okay.
One last time, fellas.
L'Manberg,
sings
L'Manberg,
sings
L'Manberg,
sings
L'Manberg.
Once again, to Tommy, there were only two things that mattered on the server: his friendship with Tubbo and his discs. Just like the old days, the very first war on the server, Dream had the discs and Tommy needed them back. And as he talked with Tubbo atop the obsidian grid in the sky, the two agreed that they would finish it the way it all started. Together. Tommy logs on to the SMP. Dream had messaged him saying it was urgent and he had to start streaming. Confused, Tommy decided he was too interested not to listen and logged on. But when he joined the server, something was off. He turned around to find that his entire house had been destroyed and replaced with netherrack. Heat radiated from the steady flames surrounding a single chest. After extinguishing the raging fire, Tommy approached the chest. The signs read, "Come see me Wednesday, you and Tubbo alone. If anyone else shows up, the discs are gone, forever." Opening the chest, Tommy was surprised to see only one item: a compass, pointing directly to the location Dream planned to place his discs. Tommy knew that this would be the true final battle. Winner gets the discs, loser gets nothing. Or possibly worse. And so, the only thing left to do was wait until the day of the grand finale. The days passed, and Wednesday the 20th had arrived. After preparing, reminiscing, and wait, that's me! Guys, that's me. I'm in the Dream SMP.
Evan MC Gaming.
Up all of their post list.
This video. Here! This is my last memory.
To produce all of the posts.
Evan MCC, I wanted to unpause the Able Sisters and you started talking. Oh, I needed that Evan MCC Gaming video open. Evan MC Gaming, you are a pain in the ass, man. Holy shit, this video's on trending. Oh my, sorry.
What video's on trending?
Evan MC Gaming, Tubbo. But listen.
Evan MC Gaming.
Stop.
Anyway, this day would mark the true end of the Disc Saga. Tommy and Tubbo met in Tommy's house to talk one last time about what was about to go down. They both had but one canon life remaining, meaning that if either of them died even once, they would not be coming back. And so, they treated that day as if it was their last on the SMP. Tommy said goodbye to his home. The home built all that time ago, the home they fought from. That home had been through war, through hardship and demise. And now, he said goodbye. Tommy and Tubbo made their way down Prime Path, remembering everything. The bench they had sat on to celebrate their independence, the battle for discs outside Punz's house. Bad boy Halo? As the two requested for Bad to join their call, Tommy noticed he wasn't alone. People from all across the server lined the fateful path. Friends, enemies, all came together to say their goodbyes.
Oh, everybody! Oh my god! Oh. Rambo?
Hey guys.
Rambo, when I was
you were
exiled,
the best minutes, man.
you were the only one that knew what I was going through. And it has been an honor, even though I've not known you for that long, to spend time with you, Rambo. H-Bump, you're peculiar.
Callahan!
Yeah, you don't talk.
You restarted the server when it crashed multiple times for us.
It's been a long time.
It's been an honor knowing you and spending. You've always been so nice to me, and you actually helped me get like half these gapples. Thank you so much, Punk.
You're welcome, Tommy. You're welcome. I'll always be there for you, half the time. Okay.
Thank you.
Big
Tommy.
Tommy.
Big Q, you have been one of my closest friends on this SMP.
Of course.
If I go down tonight, you will carry on my legacy.
Of course, Tommy. It will be a pleasure.
I know I've wronged you, but I want to see you guys succeed. And I think you have the power to do it.
Eric, you know what? Between us,
We also have
buddy,
a lot of fish.
You've always been the real king, Eric. Not
Thank
Dream.
you, Tommy.
I'll see you later, my friend. Goodbye, Dream SMP.
They were now on their own. For the rest of the journey, every step farther from the rest of the SMP. They crossed plains, forests, oceans, and talked once more about the battle they were about to have.
We're gonna fight for the discs tonight, and we're gonna fight well. But we're both, let's not lie to ourselves, we're both on our very, very last life, alright?
Yeah.
Our very last life. And if we were to die tonight, we'd be gone. So please, I know that you keep going, yeah, we're gonna get it back tonight, Please, think smart. We have to do what's right tonight. Because, Tubbo, I need someone to get back and tell my story. Because I don't know who's gonna live and who's gonna die. Tonight is gonna be the night where we don't have any other choice but to win. Because if we lose, Tubbo, then we've lost everything.
As they traveled the ocean, they noticed the compass begin to change. Looking to where it pointed, a large mountain came into view. Immediately, they knew this was where Dream had led them. They exited the boat and began their ascent. Block by block, they climbed the mountain, the morning sun slowly rising behind them. As they watched the sun climb into the sky, they realized this sunrise could very well be their last. But it wasn't over yet. The two continued to climb until they reached the top. There stood Dream, their true enemies since the beginning, axe in hand, ready for battle. But he didn't attack yet.
You left me a note saying that you'd be here, and that only us two could come. Why?
Well, I mean, it's been you and Tubbo since the beginning, right? You and Tubbo versus me for the discs, right?
What are you doing?
What are you
doing? You got something to say or what?
What are you doing?
I do.
What are you doing?
No.
What's your plan? You down?
I got him! I got him back!
You got the disc?
I knocked him back!
Get the disc! Get it up! Coming up! I'm coming up! I'm coming up!
Obsidian! He's blocked it up with obsidian!
I'm coming up! Okay, I've got a pick. I've got another pick. Okay, hold him off! Hold him off! Tubbo!
Okay, wait!
I'm grabbing.
I'm back up.
I'm gonna eat the notch.
I'm on him right now. I've knocked him back.
Okay, I'm mining it. I'm mining it.
He's down. Mine it.
Hold him down. Hold him down.
He's pulling up. I'm keeping him back. I'm keeping him back.
I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. Okay, hold me.
Stay back. I'm coming up.
Are there any ender chests?
He's swimming up on water. Don't worry, we've got total pots on. We're basically indestructible to him. Okay, I've knocked him down again.
Okay, have a pearl. You go down and get to this. Get to the disc.
Okay, I've knocked him. He's firing at me.
Shit, Tubbo.
Sharpness 5.
Sharpness 5. Okay, we can probably take him. The clutch.
Okay, I don't even see him.
I'm going around this end.
I see him. He's above. He's trying to knock me back, Tommy.
Tubbo, do you have any blaze rods on you?
Okay, I knocked him down.
Okay, here's what we do. We bow it. Do you have a good crossbow?
I don't have a bow.
I've got a shotgun's gun, baby. Oh, wait. Okay.
He's not doing any damage to me.
Okay. Can you take him?
I think his shield's popped right now, so we can't block with the shield.
Okay, Tubbo, use a sword. Use a knockback sword. Okay, if we can take him out now, then we have a disc.
The battle continued. Tommy and Tubbo versus Dream. They traded hits. So far, Dream had not done much damage to either of them, but they had also used a significant amount of potions. Before long, Tommy decided to run. But as he attempted to escape with one of the discs, Dream stopped him to talk.
Your armor's gonna break. You're gonna lose. So listen, Tommy, just give me the disc, and I won't kill Tubbo. It's been too long for you not to make this choice. Choose between your disc or Tubbo.
Wait, so if I was to run away now, how could you even kill Tubbo? He's fine. He's in full netherite.
It's the durability's looking a little worse for wear. I'll be honest, Tommy.
I have stacks on stacks of pearls. I have speed pots. I can chase them down. I have a trident with Riptide.
Yes,
okay, well, I've got the disc away.
It doesn't change anything. You have
Why
the disc
not?
in your inventory. I can just kill Tubbo. The same. Tommy, you're powerless, okay? I can kill Tubbo. For the first time, I was trying for 10 seconds and he was pleading in a corner, Tommy.
One more hit and I would have been gone.
What, really?
Make your decision. Tubbo dies, or you give me the disc. 10. 9. 8.
What do I do?
7.
I don't want you to die.
Keep the disc, Tommy. Keep the
Why?
disc.
Why?
5.
No, that's not.
It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it.
Why shouldn't I? We shouldn't.
Tommy, keep the disc. I'm fine. I've done enough in my life. I've done enough. It's fine. Keep the disc.
2.
What are you doing?
Thank you. Wow, I didn't think it would be that easy, but that wasn't even the disc.
Wait.
That's just how powerless you are. That's not even the disc. I'm just playing with you. You think I'd actually play the disc in front of you?
You did. You
think I
did.
didn't learn from the
day.
last time we did this, where you got the disc? I'm not an idiot. I just want to show you how powerful I am, how powerless you are. I could have just let you walk away, but no, I'm toying with you. That's the fun in it. That's the fun in it. You're gonna listen to me, or you're gonna die, because I'm not playing around now. Drop the axe piece, first of all.
You're not gonna kill me.
I'm not gonna kill you.
Okay.
Okay.
Drop your stuff in the hole.
We don't really. Okay.
Tommy, drop your stuff in the hole, or I'm gonna kill Tubbo.
Should have kept the armor. No. Oh, it's.
That took us so long.
Here, I'll take you to the real disc. Follow me.
Stay close.
Be careful.
They descended down the side of the mountain. Dream had gotten exactly what he wanted. Control. That's all he cared about. From the very beginning, he only wanted to have the discs to stop Tommy from fighting. And now, holding the discs in one hand and Tubbo's life in the other, Dream had full control over Tommy. And there was nothing he could do. As they reached the bottom of the mountain, Dream led the two to a large stone wall. And the events that followed would be the most important in the history of the Dream SMP.
Follow me. Get on. you've been a headache. Okay, you brought war, you brought terrorism, you brought bad everything. The one good thing you've done is you brought attachment to the server. Come look, come see your discs. Your discs are here. I mean,
there's ender chests there.
You could take the discs, you could put in the ender chest if you wanted to, but it doesn't matter. You know, I wouldn't do it if I were you, because then Tubbo would die. But ever since, you know, attachment was on the server, I cut my attachment. I cut everything because I realized that that's what gave people power over each other. If I can control the things that people are attached to, then I can control the server again. Because this isn't Tommy SMP or Tubbo SMP, it's Dream SMP, right? I can turn the server back to what it used to be. I have a spot for everything.
You have friend.
Friend?
Tommy, listen, I need you, okay? I need you to continue bringing attachment to the server. But, I mean, I can't kill you. But I constructed a prison. It's inescapable. Can't get out. I'm gonna lock Tommy away forever. I mean, I need him alive, but it doesn't mean that he has to be free. Tubbo's a pawn. He's a follower. I don't need Tubbo at all. I want to give you your chance to say goodbye. It's Tubbo's time to go. Like I said, Tubbo's a pawn.
I'm not a pawn. Well,
I'm going to kill him.
You're not gonna. You're not gonna.
You have to accept it. So you can deny it all you want, but then you lose out. He'll die, and you'll regret forever that you didn't say goodbye. Say your goodbyes.
I tell you what we do. We make a break for the portal. We can run all the way back to mine because I have the secret portal on the exile base. If we run to that,
we will be dead before we get to the portal. Too much of a distance. It's all right. We had some laughs. It was fun. Well, it lasted.
You just accepted it. Don't just accept it now.
We
never accept defeat.
All good things must come to an end eventually.
No,
I just didn't think that this would be my coming to an end, if you will.
What am I without you?
Yourself. This is it. This is the end.
Please don't go. Please don't go.
No.
Tubbo faced death with open arms. Satisfied with everything he'd accomplished, he stood by his best friend's side till the very end. The end. A long time coming, yet still seemed to come too soon. Tommy stared his best friend in the eyes. One last time he would see the light before being locked away to never see it again. And as the two looked to Dream, they faced their fate with pride. But then...
I'm sorry, Dream, but you should have paid me more.
The people came. One by one, everyone from across the server came through the portal to save Tommy and Tubbo. Dream's own partners, the Badlands, the old Lamamberg government, everyone had said goodbye, but was not ready to say farewell. Tommy and Tubbo, filled with excitement and relief they had never felt before, moved behind the army of their netherite-covered friends. Shocked, Dream backed away. Now he was the one with no escape. Now he was the one who had lost control. And as the people witnessed the true evil hung from the walls, Tommy confronted Dream one last time.
Dream? Hey, Dream. I know you're not gonna kill me. You don't have the guts. Put your armor in the hole. Everything. Everything on you. There.
Tommy.
You gonna kill me? And the shield, please. I don't mind if I do.
Tommy. You said I'm not gonna kill you, and I know you're not gonna kill me. Right?
Why would I not kill you?
Because we have so much fun together, right? Dream and Tommy, you know, war and...
Dream, you have caused me nothing but pain. And now it's your turn. Where is he? I am gonna kill you until you're dead.
Tommy.
This is where it ends. With your own bow.
Listen. Okay, stop.
I'm gonna kill
Tommy,
you
listen
until
to me.
you're dead.
Tommy, okay,
I'm gonna kill you until you're gone.
Tommy, stop.
No, you know what?
Listen,
How? No, you know
Tommy,
what? You know what? You have three. You have three.
Server. This is my
One left. 3 lives. 2 gone.
Come back down, Dream.
Tommy.
Yeah?
He's here.
Dream!
You've punished me enough!
Any last words?
Tommy, you just killed me twice.
Have you got any last words?
Tommy, you don't need to kill me. Tommy, we were friends. Tommy, we were friends!
Dream.
Tommy, okay,
you
wait,
meant nothing to me.
stop! Tommy, I can bring people back to life.
The acts of
Jay Schlatt gave me a book, okay? And it has how to bring people back to life, but only I have the book. He died. He's the only other person that knew. I have the book. That's what he gave. He said if I fought on his side, he'd give it to me.
Dream, you just lie. There is no
Tommy,
reason.
if I die, then death is permanent. You have to let me go. If I die, then Wilbur's dead forever.
Wilbur.
Look, I'll stop. I'll be out of your hair. You can exile me. I'll be away.
No,
I'll be gone.
you'll come back. But can
No,
you
I
wait?
won't,
Listen to
I
me.
promise you, I won't.
If you die, Wilbur, Schlatt, they're dead too.
Not just Wilbur and Schlatt. Anybody in the future, then death is permanent. Tommy, you
people,
have to
then-
let me go.
I can't let you go.
It's not even.
Tommy.
What?
There's another
Sam?
way.
Hi, Sam.
There's another way.
What's up?
You don't have to let him go free. You just can't kill him. We can put him in the prison. I built the prison. I have access
Did you
to
really?
the prison.
I don't know anything about.
He paid me to build
No,
the
listen,
prison. And
yeah, but I know about the prison. I know how it works. Like you can't contain me in the prison.
You should know enough to know that it's impossible to get out once you're in. It's impossible to leave that prison once you're locked away.
Let's put him in the prison.
It sounds weirdly too perfect. I'll be honest. Yeah.
Let's make Wilbur proud.
Tommy and Tubbo had won. No, everyone had won. Dream and his manipulative ways would be taken to an inescapable prison he had ordered the construction of. The server was free at last. Over the next few weeks, the people lived in peace. Tubbo would go on to create a new nation by the name of Snowchester in a nearby forest. Tommy was finally able to lay low and started working on a hotel. Technoblade and Philza created an anarchist commune titled the Syndicate. And Dream was locked away for good. But before all of this would happen, Tommy and Tubbo met on the bench outside Tommy's house to celebrate the fall of Dream.
This is surreal.
I never thought we'd.
It really
We
is.
unproved the discs. Dream's gonna get locked up. We won.
I like it. Yeah, that's crazy.
And you're not dead.
What?
I'm frankly impressed. I'm
Ghost
very impressed with you, Tommy. No, I'm not Ghost Bear. Hello, have you missed me? You know, from day one, you wouldn't have been able to get it past me that you'd be able to successfully, peacefully stop Dream, you know?
Where's Ghost Bear? Where's Ghost Bear?
I don't know. I just wanted to say I was very ready to see you here soon. It felt like your presence was slowly entering the afterlife, but here we are, and you're still alive. You never seem to die, do you?
I thought you were dead.
I'm proud of you, Tommy. I'm proud of you.
See you soon, Wilbur.
See you soon.
Before we leave, I think it's important to give a huge thanks to the people who help make these videos what they are. Thanks to my sister Kaya and my friends for helping. Lemamberg had been destroyed for the third time. The days passed and Wednesday the 20th had arrived. This day would mark the true end of the Disc Saga. The people came. Now he was the one with no escape. Now he was the one who had lost control.
I am gonna kill you until you're dead.
Tommy, I can bring people back to life, but only I have the book. If I die, then Wilbur's dead forever.
There's another way. You don't have to let him go free. We can put him in the prison.
It sounds weirdly too perfect. I'll be honest.
Yeah. Let's make Wilbur proud.
Too many days is yet to come. Too many times has come to pass. Too many moments put aside. Getting out alive, getting out alive.
Dream had lost. After months of manipulation, destruction, and terror, he would be punished for his unrelenting crimes. The people felt free. A darkness that had loomed over the server for over half a year was now trapped deep in the farthest reaches of Pandora's vault. Freedom overcame the land, and in the absence of L'Manberg, new projects sought to fill the void that was left with its destruction. On the day of their victory, Tommy, in an act of spite, swore to visit Dream in prison the very next day. And as the sun rose on the morning of the 21st, the beginnings of a new era would start to take root. Tommy logged on in a great mood. Today, there would be no worry of war or conflict. All he had to do was head to the prison and flaunt his freedom in front of Dream. As he made his way down the path, Tommy thought about the journey that lied ahead. As it stood, Tommy would be the first person to enter the prison other than Sam, the builder and warden, and Dream, the first inmate. As Tommy found himself at the entrance of the prison, a rush of excitement ran through him. During exile, Tommy felt powerless to Dream in his manipulative ways. But today, Tommy would be the one in control. Sam opened the portal, and finally, the inner workings of Pandora's vault were revealed. No escape. This was the only thing Sam had in mind while building Pandora's vault. Months ago, Dream paid Sam generously to hold nothing back. He wanted an inescapable prison. Tommy entered the main lobby through the portal, and awaiting him on the other side was the head warden, Sam. And after signing a release form and placing all of his items in a locker, Tommy began his journey to the main cell. Pandora's vault is the most advanced redstone system on the entire SMP. Utilizing countless security measures including kill checks, retracting floors, vault doors, and lava chasms, the prison truly is impossible to escape from without dying. Tommy stood in awe of the sheer scale of the prison. Dozens of cells covered the walls of the main block. Every lever required a guard key that only Sam had, and mining fatigue from nearby Elder Guardians made it take minutes to break even the weakest of blocks. The two continued through the final checks and onto the main cell. Tommy was required to sign 2 more waivers before entering. The first making him consent to being hunted down and killed if he attempted to break out Dream, and the second stating that if a security issue takes place while a visit is in progress, he could potentially be locked in the cell until the issue is resolved. All that stood between the two was an impenetrable wall of lava. And having no plans but taunting Dream, Tommy agreed and the lava walls began to fall. Before long, the two enemies stared. Tommy, once broken by Dream, was now happily the one with power. And as Sam activated the bridge, Tommy crossed the divide, entering the cell to begin his first visit with Dream.
Hey!
Hello?
Could you even mind?
I've been going crazy in here. So you're the first person to visit me, but I've just been alone in here and there's just
Did you miss
lava
me?
and there's
Did you
mob.
miss me?
Not really, but...
Really? What have you been up to?
I've been writing. Well, not yet, but I'm going to. I like watching the clock.
You know, everyone hates you now.
Well, I'm in prison. So there's no reason for them to hate me anyway. Tommy, give me my clock.
Or what?
Well,
you gonna kill me? Then your server won't be fun anymore. You said it yourself. Turns out I've actually had all the power over you all along. I mean, I did feel bad for you, but you were actually going to kill my best friend and hold me in here.
That's true.
You would have put me in here.
Well, to be fair, you're in here right now. But
This
you
is
can always
this is a
leave.
really sad sight.
Maybe I'll be better and then you'll let me out.
No.
Tommy, I'm sorry.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
For what?
For everything that I did to you.
Really?
Yeah.
How do I know you're not lying?
I mean, I have no reason to lie.
I'm not out here to manipulate you, Dream. But the person who needs to fix themselves the most, Dream, is you. Tell me how you're feeling.
Sad.
Why?
Because I lost my friends.
You didn't.
And all my stuff. And my server. And you.
Yeah.
And my lives.
Well, yeah, you only have one life now. Who do you miss the most?
I think you should go, Tommy.
No, tell me who you miss the most.
Guard! Guard! Are you ready to leave, Tommy?
As Tommy moved away and lava consumed the last of his fresh air, Dream was once again alone. On an island of solitude, locked away from everything he once knew. He missed it all. His friends, his power, his server. In the absence of stimulation, his mind wandered. He began to dream of the day he would leave, wondering how he would manage to escape. What he had done was bad, and what he planned to do was worse. But what they had put him through was truly evil. His plans were created with reason, to restore the server to its former glory, but their actions were done out of fear. Fear of the power he held and fear of the power they could lose. But although Dream was physically trapped, he still had one power they could never take away. And soon, his mind ran wild, as if uncaged from his dark reality. He started with Sam. Being the warden and only guard of the prison, Sam was the only one who had any clearance at all. This meant that the prison's level of security rested squarely on his shoulders, alone. The more unstable Sam was, the more unstable the defenses of the prison. And as long as Dream was suffering, he made it his mission to inflict that same suffering on his captor. He started simple. After burning his clock, he would complain without end to Sam that he needed a new one. And soon after receiving his new clock, he would burn it and complain again. He continued this cycle until Sam had had enough, vowing that he would not be giving Dream any more clocks. However, Dream's reign of mental terror was just beginning. On January 30th, Dream awoke to the lava falling once again. And behind the wall of blazing heat appeared his second visitor, Bad Boy Halo. Dream knew Bad very well, and decided that playing sad would be the easiest way to get Bad on his side. He went on about how terrible life in the prison was and how lonely he was feeling. Quickly, Bad felt sad for his friend and promised to convince more people to visit. And as the walls fell again, Dream continued to smile as he had just planned his next move against Sam. Over the next few days, Dream began to talk less and less until he refused to talk at all. Even in the presence of Sapnap, one of his closest allies since the very beginning, he didn't say a word. His silence angered Sam. No matter what he said or did, Dream completely ignored him. His fits of rage became entertainment for Dream as he smiled, thinking of ways he could continue the torture. After an entire day of mining with his bare fist, Dream managed to break the lectern in his cell. Sam was angered even further, remodeling the cell with crying obsidian to ensure he would not be able to create a nether portal to escape. Dream continued his vow of silence. He felt power for the first time since being locked away. He continued his depressed and apologetic act for visitors while raining psychological terror on Sam every day. Dream wasn't sad, as much as he controlled people by making them think that Dream was not sad. He was angry. Dream spent every living second in that cell thinking of ways he could terrorize every last person that wronged him. He devised plans of who he would kill in what order, playing out scenarios of his revenge over and over in his head like a broken record until he finally had it. The perfect escape plan. Chaotic yet elegant, extravagant yet obvious. His weeks of alone had not gone to waste. And to his delight, the first phase in his plan, the destruction of every last person who turned on him, would happen in a matter of minutes. And as Dream played through the scenario one last time in his head, the lava began to fall and the final visit was about to begin. As the only guard on duty, Sam took his job very seriously. With every visit, he made no jokes, let no smile escape. He liked his job as warden. It gave him purpose, control, and power, something hard to come across on the SMP. And he found strength in the fact that he held quite possibly the most important job on the entire server. But as the days passed, he fell into routine. Wake up, stay on duty, feed the prisoner, and go to sleep. Over and over and over again. The days continued to pass. Sam left the prison less and less until the very clock that Dream seemed to cherish meant just as much to Sam. Despite holding all the power one could want, he felt trapped by the obligation it gave him. He only saw the sun from behind the rigid bars of the watchtowers, longing for the days before there had to be a prison. He trusted no one, as he knew the second he let his guard down, Dream would find a way to escape. Every time he turned his back, Dream would require more assistance. Clocks, food, attempted escape, there was always something. And knowing the entire server depended on him, he continued spending his life in prison. Trapped by his own creation behind the very bars that freed the rest of the server. Day by day, he began to lose the power he thought he had. Slowly, Dream became the punisher instead of the punished. Questioning his ability to run the prison, Sam debated ending it all by killing Dream. But as much as he wanted to free himself, he knew that the book was more important. For if Dream dies, then death is forever. And forever is much more important than his freedom. Sam got a break from his thoughts when Tommy scheduled another visit with Dream. But the break would not last long, as after that day, things would change forever. February 21st. 1 month after his first visit with Dream, Tommy logged on for his second and last ever visit to Pandora's vault. And as he stood atop his now fully constructed hotel, he thought about Dream.
I've been a little kept up at night. Because although he's in the prison, his Dream, and he's set off, there's no real reason for me to keep visiting him. But I keep visiting him. And the thing that you always need, just in life, is closure. I've been tortured. I've been tormented. But I realized that it's all because of this. It's all because of Dream. And, I want to be done with this forever. I thought Sam might have been a bit of a fraud, but he wasn't. And he's kept him locked in there. And that prison is all high security. No one's getting in, no one's getting out. So I'm thinking now, I'm like, no, he's in there. Why am I still feeling like this? Why am I still feeling miserable, I suppose? You know, I've got my hotel, I've got my business, but I still feel kind of a little bit low. He's in prison, he's locked away. I want to start living my life. I think today we say goodbye to him. Let's go do it then, boys.
Tommy made his way to the entry portal. Meeting Sam in the lobby, he signed the waivers for the last time. This time they made their way quickly through the checks, and before long, they arrived at the main cell. Everyone was ready for the visit, but only one person truly knew what was about to happen.
This is my last visit, Dream. So anything you want to say to me now, you have to say to me now. Because I'm not going to see you again.
Why?
I mean, you had it coming.
I did. But, you know, maybe one day, right?
Listen, when I'm around you, my brain feels like I'm conditioned to be your friend. You don't make me a good person. You make me bad. I'm moving on to bigger and better things now. I don't need to go through any of this stress anymore, all right? Because this is me doing this to me now, not you. I'm the one that's giving me the stress here now. But I'm better than that. I'm better than you, all right? I'm done. I'm done. Goodbye. What the What the was that? That was a lot of TNT. I'm out. Sam! 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 Sam!
Okay.
Sam, I'm ready. I'm ready to leave. It hasn't been an honor knowing you, but it will be an honor forgetting you. What the f***? What? Holy shit! No. No, this doesn't just happen. I don't enter here as soon as explosions go off. This isn't how you operate, man. I know you, right? You haven't changed. Are you trying to get out?
I'm not trying to get out. I'm not trying to get out. Well, we can bond. We can talk. Just like old times, right? Stuck together. You know? Just like exile.
Don't you ever mention exile to me, alright? Gonna have to hang tight, Tommy. The prison is on... How long will it be?
You signed the waiver saying up to a week. And I wrote that waiver, so I'm guessing up to a week.
A week? Do you have any more potatoes?
His last visit. It was supposed to be his last visit. Tommy stared Dream in the eyes. Once again, he was trapped with his worst enemy. Sam scrambled to the roof of the prison. TNT doesn't just explode on the roof of the most secure building on the server. Someone was trying to break in. And before he let Tommy go, he needed to find out who. Tommy became anxious. He had gone there to cut Dream out of his life forever. But instead, he would have to stare at that twisted smile for days on end. Dream was overjoyed that Tommy would be staying. He finally had some company in this dark and lonely place. His plan began to move forward. Tommy didn't know it, but he was the catalyst in a much bigger story. Hours turned to days. Dream and Tommy continued to argue with each other for their own entertainment. Tommy counted every hour, waiting for the moment he could see the light again. He missed everything. The sun, the grass, the freedom. But most of all, he missed his friends. Since the lockdown, Sam had completely stopped visits to the prison. No one in, no one out until the source of the problem was found. Sam's condition continued to worsen. He, as the sole operator of the prison, was being pressured from everyone on the server to let Tommy free. But his promise of the perfect prison could not be broken. Without the prison, without Dream inside, his job meant nothing. And he could not let that happen. February 28th arrived, and today, Tommy had officially spent 1 week locked away. He longed for freedom, the very thing he thought he won by throwing Dream in prison. But chaos can never truly be contained. Tension ran high between the two inmates. Tommy taunted Dream, dangling his soon-to-be-had freedom in front of Dream's withering smile until it was too much. And as Sam arrived to speak with Tommy, the clock ticked closer to the end of his stay.
Sam! Sam!
Hey, you two.
Sam! What are you here for, Sam? I can't see you.
I figured y'all are getting low on potatoes.
Yeah. Sam, let me out.
Oh, no, Tommy, you can't leave yet. I haven't found out what was causing the security issue.
If you don't find out what the issue is he going to be in here for until you do?
Potentially, he'll be in there for a while, but not forever, Tommy. Don't worry.
You said it was a week.
I know. I figured that I could find anything in a week, but it's gonna take a little more time, okay? You gotta trust me, Tommy. We gotta make sure that we do everything as secure as we can.
Sam, you know I don't deal well in close quarters situations for a long time, Sam. Sam, you remember when you visited me in exile, Sam? Right, this is worse than that, Sam. Let me out.
Tommy, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I'm doing my best, Tommy. I'm only one guy. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm doing my best.
Sam, no, don't go. Sam!
Tommy, hear me out.
What?
Hear me out. What if we get out together, okay?
No, because then you'll break out with me. I don't want you to break out with me.
I'm gonna get out. And when I do, I'll get my revenge.
Kill Tubbo. You'll kill Tubbo, won't you?
Tommy, I will get revenge.
Revenge.
Everyone,
Stop
I've been
that!
sitting in here thinking about the revenge.
How could you even get out, man? How could you even get out?
I have a plan.
What is it? Then what?
I'll get out eventually because either you'll let me out or people will be dead. Even when I'm in here, I'm more powerful than you are when you're outside.
If I wanted to, right now, I could just kill you. And the only reason I'm not is for my friends, for Tubbo, because we need that f***ing revive book, alright? That's the only reason I'm not killing you.
Tommy, I am never, ever going to use the revive book to help you or any of your stupid little friends, okay? I will never use it on you. I will never use it on any of your friends. I will never use it to save any of you. So kill me. Go ahead, come on.
The revive book, Dream. It's not real, is it? You are a clinical manipulator. This revive book that you keep going on about, that's your little card that Jay Schlatt was just a drunk madman, all right? He wasn't some guy that had access to this omnipotent revive book. You're lying. You're just lying, aren't you? It doesn't make sense that you'd have this revive book. It doesn't add up, all right? I genuinely think you're just lying. So you know what, Dream?
You come and you be
there is
disrespectful, you be annoying, and you accuse me of things, accuse me of being a liar. I'm not lying. Jay Schlatt gave me a revive book.
Then revive him then. Revive him right now.
That's not how it works.
Revive Schlatt right now. He'll log on right here. I tell you now.
Why would I be lying about that?
Through your netherite armor and skin, I look at you and you know what I see? I see a sad little man who's insecure about the fact that this server has gotten so far ahead of him and his only little glimpse of power in this world is gone.
Life.
You stupid
in my
green
hands.
lad.
Piss you off? Does that make you mad? If you can't kill me, does that make me some kind of god?
No, Dream. I could kill you right now if I wanted to.
But you won't.
You know why I won't? Because I'm leaving this prison in a...
Stop
it now! Stop it! I'm on 2 hearts. Look at me, alright? I don't think this revive book is real. I've seen his grave. His grave is real. His corpse is there. Alright?
Why don't you go see him?
No, stop it!
Tommy?
Hello?
You okay?
Jump up.
So what was it like?
What was what like?
Death. Tommy, no one has ever been dead and been back.
It was dark. It was all dark.
It was dark.
When I was there, it all felt so real, but so torn apart. It felt like I was in pieces.
Well, now you're back, right? Everything's all fine. I brought you back. The only reason I did it was to prove to you, you know.
Wait, that was you. It's real, isn't it?
I'm actually a god. I can bring people back to life. I didn't even know for sure that I could, but I can.
Pinch me.
What?
Pinch me. Oh no! Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that.
Who else was there?
There was Wilbur. Dream, listen to me. The things I saw, the things he talked about, and the things he will do. Promise me, never bring back Wilbur. Please, Dream, you are nothing. You're nothing. You're fine, Dream. We can be friends if you don't bring him back. You're not even all the tragedies you've done.
Tommy, it's not up to you. I will use revival however I please because I'm the one that can do it. How long were you in there for?
A month and between 18 to 20 days, I think. We lost count. Where's Phil? Where's Tubbo? Where are the people? Where's Fundy? Where's Sam?
You were there for 2 days, Tommy.
When I was there, and I spent so much time with Wilbur, are you saying I was only there for 2 days? 2 days?
You were there for 2 days. 2 days, Tommy. That was it.
Dream, you think you don't understand this. This is so much bigger. You couldn't comprehend what I've gone through, all right? Dream, burn the book.
I don't have the book. What I do have is knowledge from the book. And I can't burn that. I can't. It's impossible. I can burn every book that I have and it will do nothing. So I want to know about death. You know, we can study it. We can study it together. We can become immortal together by studying it.
I want absolutely nothing to do with you. I came in here with the intent to never see you again. You have to die. You have to die.
Go on then. Go ahead.
And you're fine with this? You're fine with me just beating you to you die and revival goes down with you?
Come on.
If I kill you, I'll be in here forever. Sam won't let me out. I know what I signed. It will be worse than death. And then I'll have to die in here. And then I'll go back there. I need to kill you, and I can't.
Everyone is my puppets. I can kill you whenever I want.
Why did you kill me? What? You could have just told me it was real. Why did you kill me?
You didn't believe me. I was proving a point.
You killed me just to prove a point. This is so evil. This isn't like before. This isn't you've blown up our town. You've put me through torture, through pain, to prove a point, Dream.
You were calling me a liar. How else am I supposed to prove it? When I get out of here, you know, I can use it, right? I can use it to my advantage. I can do whatever I please. I'll let you free. I'll let you free, right? We'll call for Sam. We'll get him in here. He'll let you out. But I'm gonna bring back Wilbur, and Wilbur's gonna help me escape. He will owe me his life. And he's been there for how many years? He's probably the smartest man on the entire planet.
Dream. I know this seems elaborate. Please, promise me you won't bring back Wilbur.
I'm bringing back Wilbur.
Dream was consumed by power. Even though he was locked away, the power of the book ran free through the reaches of his mind. He was a god. Life bended to his will. Will could come back. Tommy feared Dream once again, shattered by the things he'd seen and the fact that at any moment Dream could send him right back. Wilbur had changed. He'd been trapped far longer than Dream in a place far worse. And Tommy knew that if he brought Wilbur back, chaos would reign supreme once again. Word had escaped the prison of Tommy's death. Sam came later the day Tommy died to check on the prisoners, and what he saw terrified him. Standing at the edge of his cell was Dream, staring coldly into Sam's eyes with a sinister smile. Sam couldn't take it. The guilt of what had just happened overwhelmed him. Somehow, after giving his life on the SMP to protect everyone from Dream, he failed to protect Tommy. He exited the prison wanting nothing to do with the evil he just witnessed. By the end of the day, everyone knew their friend was gone. The people grieved. Dream had still managed to tear them down even from inside those unbreakable walls. Sam began to question himself. Was he really fit to run the prison? Did the people blame him for what had happened? Sam continued the lockdown, shutting all contact from Dream for the time being. These are the things that crossed Tommy's mind as he stared helplessly into the blistering lava. Another week passed. Sam had not come to check on Dream once out of guilt for what he allowed to happen. Nobody knew Tommy was revived. Nobody except Dream. until the evening of March 12th, 3 weeks after what should have been Tommy's final visit. Sam finally arrived, but what he found, he could never truly comprehend.
Sam! Sam!
Hello? Hey,
Hello?
Hey, are you here to give us potatoes?
wait.
Can you give us potatoes?
Tommy?
I'm here still!
Tommy?
Sam!
Tommy?
Sam, you let me die, Sam. You've taken 31 days, Sam, to come and get me.
How are you here? You were dead.
You kept me in here for over a week, and then you didn't even stop him. You didn't put him in what? You didn't even move the cell I was in with him. You just let me die.
Tommy, come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Suck it, green boy.
As the two moved to the main lobby, Tommy realized what he was about to do. The rest of the world thought he was dead, and he knew the second he stepped foot through that portal, nothing would be the same again. Tommy saw the light. For the first time since his visit all that time ago, Tommy saw the light. Fate had not been kind to Tommy, and walking out of the prison that day, he was a different person. The server had changed a lot since he got locked away. Memorials and statues sprouted from every corner. He traveled down Prime Path to his home. Flowers covered the ground to the doorway. Everyone had built something to represent their memories. Tommy froze where he stood. Hearing a voice from behind him, he turned around to see his best friend staring back at him. Tubbo stood in disbelief. After everything that happened, everything Sam said happened, Tommy was back. He didn't think it was real. Tommy was dead. He grieved for him. And yet, there he stood. All Tommy wanted was for things to go back to normal. But everyone, it seemed, could not do that. He was a ghost to the rest of the SMP, caught between life and death, something no one could understand. Tommy made his way to the ruins of L'Manberg. He missed the old days, the simpler times. He missed the friends he made. He missed the days when he had someone to lead the way. But now, he would have to take matters into his own hands. 2 days later, on March 14th, Tommy logged on with a plan. Making his way to Snowchester, he explained his idea to Rambo and Tubbo, who agreed to help him. Tommy reasoned that Dream was too dangerous to be kept alive. The things he said to Tommy before he was let out left an everlasting mark on his conscience. Dream held life at his fingertips, and giving Dream the ability to play God is a dangerous game. The power went to his head. Dream had told Tommy that he would bring back Wilbur from the dead, one of the most dangerous people on the entire server. Tommy didn't know how, but he knew Dream had a plan to escape. And something told him that it had to do with the knowledge held in that book. And as Dream had explained to Tommy, that knowledge was ingrained in his memory. And its only way out was if he went out with it. Dream's death was the only way to stop him from reigning terror on the server once again. And being on his last life, they only needed to kill him once to end it all. Tubbo and Rambo agreed with Tommy as he knew much more about Dream's power than they did. There was only one problem. Because Sam had completely stopped visits to the prison, their only option to kill Dream was to break in. Pandora's Vault may be inescapable, but it's also just as difficult to break into, meaning brute force would not be an option. If they wanted their plan to work, they would have to be sneaky. And as far as they could see, there were only two ways to sneak in. By stealing Sam's warden keycard to gain access to the entire prison, or sneaking in using an invisibility potion during a visit. Both were virtually impossible in their current situation, but Tommy had a way around this. There was one person on the server who they might be able to convince Sam to let visit. Ghostbird. Because Ghostbird has infinite lives, only disappearing if Wilbur is revived, there is no threat to his safety by letting him visit Dream. And after some convincing, Sam agreed to schedule a visit with Ghostbird. It was decided. On the day of the visit, Tommy would sneak into the prison behind Ghostbur using an invisibility potion, making his way to the main cell and slaying Dream with the axe of peace. And as the group smiled with satisfaction, all they could do was wait until the fateful day arrived. The moon rose high in the sky. The group stood at the foot of a watchtower constructed next to the prison. And with all the pieces in place, they went over the plan one final time.
So here's the plan, alright? We've organised with Sam that Ghostbur is going to go in. Now, the reason I needed all these pots is because I'm going to sneak in, alright? Behind him the entire time. I've got fire arrows, brilliant. I didn't bring any armor because I have invis, I've got my totem, and I've got my invisibility. I'm going to follow Sam through all the prison, and I think if I remember the prison, we should be totally fine and not die in there. And then Ghostbur goes into the room with Dream. I stay with him in invisibility. Then when we get in there, with the axe of peace, I chop Dream's head clean off. Ghostbur, do not, under any circumstances, say I'm with you. And if you can, lie that I'm not there.
Lie?
Yeah. I need you two to stay here, and then when I come out later on, I'll visit you two, yeah? When those lot come out. We've missed all the times we could have killed him. Rambo, you were there too as well, right? When he came through the portal. He's not worth the revive book. I know I haven't told you this, but today's the day Dream dies.
I'll see you soon, Tubbo Rambo. I'll see you soon. All right.
See you later, Ghostbur.
See you soon, boys. Wish us luck.
Bye-bye, friends.
Bye, good luck. Have fun.
Good luck.
The fateful moment arrived. Tommy and Ghostbur made their way to the prison entrance, and today Tommy would finally take Dream's last life. And as they entered the main lobby, Tommy's mind wandered. Ever since Tommy joined, Dream had controlled everything he loved. Dream was the reason he lived in fear. He thought he won by locking him away, but he still found a way to ruin Tommy again. But today would be the end, the real end. With Dream's death, the server would be truly free. Dream would be banished from the SMP, and the bridge to the afterlife would fall behind him. Tommy felt chills as he remembered what happened the last time he was there. The pain, the suffering. He moved forward. The plan took over his mind. All he could think about was putting his axe through the heart of his ongoing nightmare. Once Dream was gone, he would be whole again. He wouldn't have to look over his shoulder every day. He wouldn't have to relive that moment every time he lost a heart. His thoughts became stronger the closer they drew until they arrived. The wall of lava was all that protected Dream from the blade of his axe. The lava dropped to the floor and Tommy could see it. His eyes widened with anticipation. He was so close. Ghostbur and Tommy stepped onto the bridge. As Sam pulled the lever, they floated across the divide. Rage filled his eyes. He couldn't wait. As the bridge reached the other side, Tommy drew his axe and...
Stop! Stop moving right now.
I've stopped.
Walk to your left, Ghostbur. Who is there? Who is there? Stop! Whoever's invisible, stop right now. Stop this instant. Don't move.
Sam had seen him. Tommy stood in shock. He was so close. Just a single block stood between him and the end of his problems. But Sam had no intention of dropping the wall. Too long had he worked at ensuring the prison would be safe, and under no circumstances would he throw that away now. Sam ordered Tommy to stand on the bridge, threatening to kill him if he failed to listen. With no choice, Tommy stepped onto the bridge and began moving away. His chance of killing Dream was now gone. He argued violently with Sam. In Tommy's eyes, by keeping Dream alive, Sam had just trapped the entire server under his unnatural power. Everyone's lives locked inside a cell, and the only one with the key being Dream. He was too dangerous to be kept alive, but Sam refused to let him die. Dream grinned. He saw an opportunity, a way out from his life behind bars. And as Tommy and Sam argued across the pit of lava, Ghostbur remained in the grim clutches of Dream.
Tommy, this is the reason I let you die in the prison. Ghostbur's stuck over there.
Yeah, and I'll revive him if you don't let me free.
Wait, what? What? Wait, no, Tommy, you said
No.
I'll be in here with me and
Go over there and kill him now. Get Ghostbur back. Go over and get Ghostbur back.
You said I wouldn't be.
Get Ghostbur back,
Tommy.
Sam, get Ghostbur.
I can't go over.
Press the button. Which button is it? Which button?
You're trying to break him out.
I'm trying to kill it. Get Wilbur back. Send the thing.
I'm not sending it back.
You said I'd be okay.
No, Ghost, but it's fine. No, you're fine. It's gonna be fine.
Where's he gone? See, Tommy, you promised. You promised it would just be a quick thing.
No, okay, Ghost, but listen to me.
Tommy, I'm scared.
No, listen, it's okay.
Tommy, what have
Sam
you
is gonna...
done?
Sam,
What have you
Sam,
done?
there is no reason for you to not send the platform back right now. Just send it. He's fine. He's fine. Send me over, all right?
Why did Dream leave? What are you trying to do with him? What have you done, Tommy?
Where's he gone?
Did you know that he was here, Ghostspur?
Sam, I did.
You signed the book as well, Ghostspur.
He was gonna be here in spirit. He said he was gonna be here in spirit. I didn't want to lie. I said I was
all
outside.
agreed.
No, Ghostspur, listen to me.
What is he doing?
It's okay.
Why did he log out, Tommy?
No, listen to me, Ghostspur.
Back up, Tommy. Back up.
No, it's
You don't
okay.
let me out. I'm gonna revive him.
No.
Then he'll help me. Please, Wilbur will help me.
No, send me over there. We can just kill Dream
I'm
now.
not sending you over there.
Look
what I'm holding.
He's just gonna keep you both. Back up, Tommy.
Just send me over. Send me over. Ghostspur.
Tommy, please.
No, you're not gonna die. Ghostspur, count to 10. Count to 10, Ghostspur. Count to 10. 1 with me. 1, 2, 3. We're not gonna die. 4, 5. It's fine. It's okay. 6. Think of the blue. 7, 8, 9, 10.
Let me out.
I'm not letting you out, Dream.
Fine.
Back up, Tommy.
What do you mean back
Go
up?
over there. Go by the bed.
No, but he's there.
Tommy,
You don't understand, Sam.
Tommy, you promised me it would just be a quick
Tommy, what am I supposed to do?
No.
If I send the
Can you
bridge
kill
over,
him?
something could happen. He might get out.
No.
You said it would be okay.
Tommy stood in shock. Not only had he failed to kill Dream, but he failed to save Ghostspur. And as the lava sealed the divide between them, Sam ordered Tommy to follow him out of the prison. As they stepped outside, Tubbo and Rambo stood at the door. Immediately, they knew something had gone very wrong. Tommy explained what had happened. Confused, Tubbo and Rambo continued to question him, but he didn't have time to answer. Tommy knew that if Wilbur was truly back, he would be at the place of his death, L'Manberg. And so, he led them through the darkness of the night to the place it all began.
Don't look at me like that. Blame the universe instead. I know what you're thinking. I'm back alive.
Hello, have you missed me?
I'll let it burn.
December 6th, 2020. A large obsidian wall surrounds the entirety of L'Manberg. Just 2 days had passed since Tubbo had exiled Tommy from the nation. A day caught in the middle of peace and war. But what was a day in the heart of one story would be the beginning of another. As deep in the shadows, a new threat to the L'Manberg had been destroyed for the third time. The days passed. December 6th, 2020. A large obsidian wall surrounds the entirety of L'Manberg. Just 2 days had passed since Tubbo had exiled Tommy from the nation. A day caught in the middle of peace and war. But what was a day in the heart of one story would be the beginning of another. As deep in the shadows, a new threat to the server had just started to grow. Bad stood in awe at what lied in front of him. He'd never seen anything like it before. A deep red encased the entirety of the strange object. Whatever it was, it made him feel different. He thought about destroying the weird-looking plant, but immediately got a rush of fear at the thought of doing so. Confused and scared of his new discovery, Bad fled the room hoping to find someone else to show the mysterious object. As he returned to his and Skeppy's mansion, he found his friend and fellow member of the Badlands, Sam, who was beginning work on a prison nearby with Dream. Quickly, Bad explained the situation and led the two to the strange red egg.
Do you see that thing in the corner? What do you think it is?
I have no idea, but I do not like it. It just looks evil. I mean, it's like dark red.
I know. But there's something about it. It's just like...
It's almost like pretty though.
It is pretty. Like I was getting ready to mine like a chunk, and then, oh my goodness, again, that vibe coming off of it. What do you think it is?
I don't know. Should we break it?
No! Don't break it! I don't want it broken. I like it.
It does have like a very, very dark vibe though. Like, does it kind of look like an egg to you, Dream?
It's kind of weird. I don't want to... It's kind of creeping me out. You're telling me you didn't build this?
No, I found it. And it's mine now. You know what? Actually, when I originally found it, this was not here. These little tendril thingies.
It's expanding?
Yeah. That's kind of weird. It's
that
mine.
Makes me a little uncomfortable.
What? What's uncomfortable about it?
This isn't supposed to happen in the game. I mean, like, I've never seen this thing before.
Yeah, get out. If you don't like it, I want you looking at it.
We might as well leave.
Yeah,
I guess we'll leave you to it.
As the three left the room and made their way down Prime Path, Sam noticed something growing on the side of the socializing club. A deep red vine gripped the side of the building. Bad jumped with joy at the sight of the vine, while Sam and Dream questioned how it got there in the first place. At Bad's request, they decided to leave the vine alone and continued down the path. As they reached Bad's mansion, another red vine sprouted from the pond outside. This was not a coincidence. Just minutes ago, the group stood in that very spot and no vines covered the wall. But suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, they appeared. And Bad would not let anyone close to them. Having had enough of the new discovery and Bad's strange behavior, Dream and Sam decided to continue work on the prison. But Bad couldn't seem to shake his new friend. Slowly, the vines crept across the path outside the mansion and onto the other walls. New growth was discovered on Tommy's tower, and throughout the rest of the day, Bad brought more and more people to see the mysterious egg. Most felt very uneasy in its presence, some even suggesting they tear it down. But others were drawn to it, unable to avert their gaze from its majestic red figure. Over the following days, new vines appeared and spread across the server. Nowhere was safe from the reach of the egg. Bad and Antfrost, seeking to please the egg, planted seeds all around the server, hoping to spread its influence as quickly as possible. Before long, Bad and Ant had gotten Captain Puffy on their side, and together, the three vowed to protect the egg and continue to plant new vines around the SMP. However, nearly everyone else grew to dislike the red vines, which continued to spread like weeds across everyone's land. And on December 9th, Sapnap and Sam had had enough of the egg's relentless spread and decided to attack it. After making their way down Prime Path past the overgrowth of red vines, Sam and Sapnap entered the egg room. This time, the vines covered nearly a third of the room, and standing at the center of it all was Bad, who seemed to be talking to the egg. Sam and Sapnap made their way closer, stating that the egg had done enough and it was time for it to be destroyed. But Bad could never let that happen. Before long, Sapnap drew his sword and began to attack, driving Bad away from the egg just long enough for Sapnap to ignite TNT and... Sapnap had managed to crack it. Quickly, Sam and Sapnap fled the scene while Bad stared in shock at his beloved egg. This was too far. Later that day, Bad brought Puffy to the egg to show her what had happened. Since the explosion, the egg had healed, but it remained very angry at what Sapnap had done. And so, Bad and Puffy knew they had to do something to protect it. And together, the two encased the egg in an obsidian shell with the hopes of it being safe forever. Before we dive even deeper into the story of the egg, I'd like to take a moment to thank the sponsor for today's video, Core. To say Core is a game is a massive understatement. Core is an ever-expanding universe of tens of thousands of games, all packaged. Skeppy and Bad were best friends. Since Skeppy joined, the two had always stayed by each other's side. Through wars, conflicts, and explosions, their friendship stood unbroken next to the unending chaos around them. But something changed the day Bad found that egg. Skeppy found himself alone in the mansion built for two. And in the few times Bad did come by to see Skeppy, he only talked about the egg. How he was angry at Skeppy's wishes to break the vines at their house and how great of a friend it was. Skeppy felt Bad beginning to slip away. All the adventures they had, all the memories they made slipping from Bad's mind in favor of his new best friend. Skeppy hated the egg. All he wanted was for Bad to be there, but in its presence it seemed even that was too much to ask. And so, when he noticed Bad destroying the very vines that drove their friendship apart, he began to have hope once again. Bad, Puffy, and Ant realized that since they covered the egg with obsidian, the vines ceased to grow and their obsession with the egg had began to fade away. And as this obsession faded, the three realized they didn't actually like the ugly vines and decided to destroy them. Skeppy suggested that they break the egg as well, but something inside the three still immediately opposed the idea. Instead, they all decided to visit the egg to try to understand what was happening. Skeppy had never actually seen the egg, so when he entered the room to a giant obsidian oval, he was a bit underwhelmed. Curious to see what this amazing egg was, Skeppy broke a single piece of obsidian to get a peek. Immediately, his friends froze where they stood, silent. Looking at Skeppy, Bad told him that he needed to leave, as just him being there was a risk to the egg's safety. Skeppy was shocked. Just moments ago his friends were back. But now, it seemed all progress had been lost. Bad, Ant, and Puffy had forgotten why they covered the egg in obsidian and destroyed the shell, keeping it in. Skeppy knew what he had to do. Hiding in a pocket in the vines, Skeppy convinced his friends that he was learning to love the egg. Excited about his efforts, the three decided it would be good for him to stay there for a while and left him alone. A few minutes later, Bad felt something off. Immediately, he led Puffy and Ant back to the egg to make sure nothing had happened to it. As they entered the room, the egg was once again covered in obsidian, and Skeppy was nowhere to be seen. Quickly, Bad realized that not only had Skeppy covered the egg once again, but trapped himself inside, alone with the very monster that consumed the rest of their minds. He knew they had to find a way to save Skeppy, but they also knew that destroying even a single block of obsidian would expose them all again. Bad reasoned that the egg was poisoning their minds, and before they destroyed any obsidian, they needed to figure out what it was. As they removed vines around the server, Bad theorized that the people who liked the egg the most were those who spent the most time in the room with it. They all worried for Skeppy even more, as every second he spent down there was another part of him lost to the egg. The sun set and night fell. Skeppy sat alone, trapped with the very evil he sought to destroy. The next morning, Bad logged on and rushed down to the egg. He planned to break just enough blocks for Skeppy to get out, immediately placing them back before being exposed again. And as he made his way to the room, he noticed that a few of the obsidian blocks surrounding the egg looked to be corroding. But there was no time to worry about that. He had to save Skeppy. And so, he got into position.
Here we go, Skeppy. Are you ready? I'm going, Skeppy. I'm going. Oh! Hurry, Skeppy. Come out, come out, come out, come out. Okay. Okay, good. Oh my goodness, good. Wait, what? Skeppy, what? What happened to you?
Hello.
Skeppy, are you feeling okay?
I feel amazing.
Skeppy, you're red.
I feel great.
Are you sure? Hey, do you need some food?
No.
I mean, I'm glad you feel good, Skeppy, but why are you red?
I spent my time with the egg.
You were blue yesterday, Skeppy, don't you remember?
I remember everything.
Wait, where are you going?
I want to go in the egg.
No, you don't need to go over here. Here, let's follow me, Skeppy. I'll take you somewhere else. Up to the surface, the sky. You like the sky, right?
The sky?
Yeah, the sky. You know the sky. Come on. Maybe if we get you some fresh air, that'll help.
Skeppy had changed. Bad's best friend, the Skeppy who stood by his side all that time, was gone. And in his place stood a shell of a person. Skeppy no longer cared about anyone or anything except the egg. He tried everything to go back inside. No matter what Bad said or did, Skeppy didn't care. He moved out of the mansion, the very place that stood as a symbol of their friendship. Bad mourned the loss of his friend. He tried everything to turn him back to how he was before, but nothing seemed to work. Puffy suggested taking one of his lives, but Bad refused. He could never hurt Skeppy. He would rather do anything. And not knowing what to do, he turned his efforts to the egg, the source of all their problems. Following the egg's display of its true power, everyone agreed to keep the egg quarantined to prevent any future incidents while they studied it. First, all discovered blood vines across the server were cleared, except for one on Punz's tower. This way they could make sure the obsidian still prevented the growth of the vines. Second, they needed to buy time as the layer of obsidian surrounding the egg began to dissolve. To fix this problem, Bad and Ant surrounded the egg with a second layer of obsidian to make sure there would not be any breaches. They also created a decontamination chamber at the entrance of the room as another precautionary measure. Finally, because of the egg's strange effect on Skeppy, Bad and Ant decided to run an experiment by trapping different colored wool with the egg to see what would happen. As the days passed, the studying continued. The vine on Punz's tower ceased to grow, meaning the obsidian was still working. The second layer of obsidian also began to dissolve, and the wool experiment had some strange results. As the final test, Bad and Punz decided to tear down the obsidian shell while wearing protective gear to keep themselves safe from the egg's influence. Once the obsidian was gone, they noticed that the egg had grown much larger, having absorbed the first layer of obsidian completely. This was concerning, but they figured the decontamination chamber would keep the egg out while also preventing the vines from growing. A few days later, Bad and Puffy returned to see that the vines had completely taken over the room. Vines reached down from the ceiling and flowers bloomed from the reddened ground. They started to like the look of the room, but then realizing they were being influenced immediately, left. Skeppy had gotten worse. His red color became more intense and his love for the egg radiated with every word. There was no turning him back. Ant explained that the only way to save Skeppy was to take one of his lives to break his connection with the egg. But Bad once again refused to let anything happen to him. He stated he would rather sacrifice everyone on the server than kill Skeppy. Ant questioned if Bad was infected as well due to his irrational thoughts, but Bad showed no physical signs of an infection. Days passed and not much progress was being made. The egg continued to push back on being contained. Skeppy remained infected and they still had no idea what the egg even was. And so, Ant, Bad, and Puffy agreed to hold a meeting on January 14th to discuss what to do about the egg. January 14th. The dust settled on a ruined L'Manberg. It had been barely a week since TNT rained from the skies above, and today, the fate of the egg would be decided. The four logged on, and one by one, they arrived at the table for the meeting.
I think we all know why we're here, don't we? As I'm sure you guys are aware of, the egg is becoming a problem. So I have a proposal for you two. Why don't you join the Badlands?
What does it offer us?
Everything. The Badlands currently is made up of myself, Ant Frost, Skeppy, and Awesome Dude. The reason why we created the Badlands faction was to protect ourselves from the chaos that was plaguing the Dream SMP. Look at where that's gotten us today, okay? I don't think it's gonna work with just us four. I think we need stronger people, but I don't think we should stop there. I think I have a long-term play. I think if we release the egg, let it wipe out all of this side of the Dream SMP, let it spread, let it wreak
havoc across it while we discover a counter to it, right? We can secure our hold on our territory, then come in, and once we've figured out a solution, clear the egg, clear the vines, get rid of it, and we can take over the entire Dream SMP. We can go from being just one territory to becoming an entire empire.
I think you turned into a tyrant, Bad.
I don't want to take over the whole server. I want all of us to take over the whole server. If we do this, Puffy, if we do this just right, we can come together, form a unified government where all of us have equal say, a round table, as it will, where we all have equal say over how we go about things. None of this president's nonsense.
You know what? I don't know if this is the egg talking or myself, but I'm craving some chaos. This idea you have, it's speaking to me. I don't know, and I don't know if it's you or the egg or what's happening, but I kind of want to do it. I think I want to help you guys out.
Puffy?
I'll help you with the egg because I feel as if there's no other way, but I don't want to choose a faction, as I feel like factions have got us to this point.
This is what I'm thinking. We combine your territory with the Badlands territory. Puffy, Temp Alliance with your territory?
Sure.
And we can create the formation of our empire. What will we call our empire? I think our unifying principle right now is the egg.
Eggpire.
Eggpire! I like this!
Eggpire.
Then I hereby declare the formation of the temporary but hopefully permanent Eggpire. Are you guys ready to go release the egg?
The group made their way to the egg. No longer would they contain the chaos. The server would once again feel the wrath of the egg, and in the wake of its destruction, the Eggpire would rule everything. The decontamination chamber was destroyed, setting free the vines that engulfed the rest of the room. Bad, Ant, and Pun smiled as the plan began to move forward. They imagined the chaos that would unfold and were eager for the spreading to begin. Throughout the rest of the day, the members of the Eggpire planted seeds all across the server to help encourage even more growth. Slowly, they all began to leave the server for the night. But Bad remained. His plan had been received much better than he initially thought, and his disguise had worked even better. As Bad made his way back to the round table, he realized there was no point in hiding it anymore. Propaganda coated the walls of every building. Vines spread like weeds as far as the eye could see. The chaos was beginning. And with the spreading of their message, the Eggpire seek to recruit more allies to help them remain in control. First, Bad and Ant discussed getting Eret on their side because of the power and influence he held as king. Next, they needed to convince Sam to join the Eggpire in their quest for chaos. But this was much easier said than done. Since day one, Sam had a bitter hatred for the egg and would not take it well when he found out his equals in the Badlands went behind his back. And as they expected, Sam was furious at what they intended to do, refusing to join their cause. He had just locked Dream away in prison to stop chaos and was not about to join some cult to spread more. But Bad and Ant had a plan to make him like the egg. A few days later, Bad and Ant attempted to expose Tommy to the egg with the hopes of getting him on their side. Tommy, seeking to investigate the egg as a potential threat to the building of his hotel, asked Ant and Bad to lead the way. And as they approached the core, Tommy felt something strange. Tommy felt an uncontrollable urge to swear. Literally, that's it.
The egg is saying that all three of us should start swearing. The egg just told me to start swearing and that you need to swear next.
Tommy didn't seem to be affected by the egg, and in the eyes of the Eggpire, that made him the most dangerous person to their cause. Bad and Ant quickly decided that they needed to get rid of Tommy as he was unable to be controlled by the egg. Later that day, the Eggpire gathered for another meeting, this time to convince Sam permanently.
Already, have you guys seen what's happened? Okay? Dream is in jail. The server is devolving into chaos. Factions forming everywhere you look. This is a problem. We need a uniting force. We need something that everybody can agree is is a bad thing to bring everybody together. People will think the egg is bad, but the egg is ultimately good. We all know that. Anyone who's spent enough time with it comes to realize the egg is good.
The egg is so bad.
It's not. All right, hear me out. Here's the ultimate plan, okay? One by one, we bring people to the egg. Get them to come to our side. Get them to see things our way. Let the egg spread its influence. Let the vines cover the SMP. When the vines have officially and effectively covered everything, that is when we come out. That is when we resolve the problem. We come in, boom, you're heroes. And that's the point. It's just we're all gonna do it under the guidance and wisdom of the egg. You understand?
No, I don't understand.
Sam, I'm trying to get through.
I
really
loathe
am.
the egg. The egg is awful. I don't care what you say.
I know.
This is not a good thing. The egg pyre is not a good thing. This was a bad idea from the beginning. It's still a bad idea now.
Okay, so let me make this clear. You're in no circumstances willing to back down on this issue.
No, we should not be doing this. We should be doing the opposite of this, actually.
All right.
All right.
All right.
That's
All right.
fine.
That's
All right.
fine.
What? Okay.
Goodbye, buddy.
What? Bad!
Kill Puffy out.
Oh my god.
Puffy ran, shocked at what she had just witnessed and scared for her friend that now stood deep underground in the heart of the egg. Sam was trapped. Layers of obsidian stood between him and freedom. With every breath he took, the egg seeped deeper and deeper into his mind. It was enough to break even the strongest of wills. Sam stood at the mercy of the egg for the rest of the night, alone with its raw and ruthless power. The next morning, Puffy noticed Tommy on her way to break Sam out and informed him of what had happened. Quickly, the two made their way to the egg and Puffy broke a hole in the obsidian for Sam to escape through. Sam was destroyed. He was disoriented and traumatized from the torture the egg had caused him. He was starved, exhausted, and just wanted to go home. Tommy and Puffy, just wanting their friend to be okay, took him home so he could rest and recover from what happened that night. When Puffy got back, she thought about everything. She couldn't believe her friends would do such a thing. Bad and Ant had changed beyond recognition. Ant's eyes now as red as the egg itself. She knew that if someone didn't stand up to the egg pyre, they would overrun the entire server. And the friends she once knew would be gone forever. Quickly, a plan began to form in her head, a resistance to the unrelenting tyranny of the egg pyre. Because she used to be one of them, she knew their true intentions and the ins and outs of their plan, making her the perfect leader of the resistance. She just needed more people. Knowing of the egg pyre's plan, Puffy also knew exactly who Bad and Ant planned to recruit next. And so, when she caught wind that Bad was bringing Technoblade to the egg, she knew this was the perfect opportunity to get him on her side. Puffy watched from the shadows as Bad and Techno made their way towards the egg. She waited patiently, carefully following their every word until Bad began to take things too far and she had to step in. Puffy explained Bad's true intentions, the egg pyre, their plans of unopposed control, everything. And Techno, knowing he could never side with an empire, sought to tear it down alongside the resistance. Rambo also decided to join after almost getting trapped with the egg at the hands of Bad. This was a good start, but Puffy knew it would take more than 3 people to take down the egg pyre. But lucky for them, she had a few people in mind. Having recovered from his stay with the egg and fearing its effect on the security of the prison, Sam was not exactly a fan of the egg pyre. And so, when Puffy informed him of what she was planning, he was more than happy to join the cause. In a land far away, rolling hills of sand painted the landscape as the sun beated down on the dry ground. A player stared. For months, his land lied untouched, an oasis in the heart of the sea of sand. But that day, red vines spread like a disease across his creation. Foolish was confused. He'd never seen anything like it. He removed the vines, but a few days later, they returned. He began to hear stories of an egg, buried deep underneath the rest of the server. Stories of a mysterious power that controlled some and drove others to hatred. But whatever it was, he knew it needed to be stopped. And so, when opportunity knocked at his door, he answered. April 12th. A large explosion is heard across the server. Quackity flees the egg room as fast as he can. He prayed that his plan had worked. He prayed that the TNT was enough. He was tired of this egg, its influence spreading like a weed across the server and no one there to stop it. He knew that if no one else was going to do something, he would. He didn't have time to see the damage before his escape, as he was sure Bad and Puns were right on his trail. But he managed to get away. And even though the egg withstood the blast of TNT, his efforts caught the eyes of the resistance. Slowly but surely, the resistance was growing. They just needed an opportunity to strike, an opportunity to take down the Eggpire for good. March 1st. Word spreads across the server that Tommy is dead, murdered in prison at the hands of Dream. Everyone was devastated. Tommy, despite the chaos, was a friend to all. And it seemed a part of everyone died that day too. Everyone except the Eggpire. Tommy's death was exactly what they needed. Tommy was immune to the influence of the egg, meaning he could not be controlled, making him the biggest threat to their plan. But now that he was finally gone, their plan could move into its final stages. First, Bad and Ant managed to trap a new player, Hannah, in the obsidian cage above the egg. They hoped that in her time with the egg, she would learn to love it. And once she did, they knew exactly how she could help. Following the massive explosion set off by Quackity, the room was in shambles, but the egg still stood. Bad and Puns made sure everything was okay, and blocked off the room to prevent any threats from entering while the egg was healing. This also allowed for concealment while they planned their final move. An event months in the making, the true beginning of the reign of the Eggpire, the Red Banquet. In order for their true plan to work, they needed a lot of people as close to the egg as possible. And because their reputation among the rest of the server was not that great, they knew that before they hosted an event as elaborate as the banquet, they needed to convince people this wasn't just another scheme. And so, it was decided. The Red Banquet would be staged as an apology for the harm the Eggpire had caused and a vow of their goodwill to the rest of the server. But to truly sell the idea, drastic action needed to be taken, and Bad had the perfect plan. Over the next few days, the Eggpire removed every single vine that had grown across the server. Every trace of their mission to spread the egg gone overnight. Invitations made their way to the farthest corners of the SMP. People finally started to believe they had changed. And the removal of the vines made people just comfortable enough to attend the banquet. And as Bad made his way down the now completely cleared path and into the banquet hall, he went through the plan one last time in his head. But then he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. His old friend, driven away those months ago by the very thing he worshipped. The only thing Bad still cared about more than the egg, Skeppy. But he wasn't Skeppy anymore.
Wait, what? What is that? Skeppy, what are you doing? Skeppy, why are you over here?
I want to be next to the egg. You can excuse yourself. I've given you enough time. What do you want?
I care about you, Skeppy, and I mean, look, we both know there's nothing wrong with the egg, and the egg's great and all, but you don't have to be buddied up with it.
Then leave me alone.
Oh my goodness. Let's go for a walk. Do you want to go for a walk? Do you want to see the sunlight? You like sunlight?
Nothing here is new to me. I've seen all of this a million times over. Nothing you say will convince me. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Hey, Skeppy, look, it's the statue I built of you, remember?
What's it gonna take for you to stop talking to me?
I'll just go and do the preparations myself.
Okay, don't come back.
You're really getting on my nerves, Skeppy.
What? Why do you keep coming back?
Skeppy, I don't like Your behavior lately has
My
been...
behavior.
Give
You
me-
have absolutely no control
It's
over
not about
any part
power.
of me, and everything you say is irrelevant.
Oh my goodness. It's not about power. It's not about control. I'm your friend, Skeppy.
I mean, you can think that.
What do you mean?
Well, you can think whatever you want in your silly little mind, okay?
No,
It doesn't
no-
matter to me.
No, we're friends, right?
Sure. Just leave me alone.
Skeppy, I have done so much for you, for our friendship, and now you're trying to tell me that we're not friends anymore?
I'm not saying it. I'm proving it.
You're proving it. I literally...
Hey,
I've had
You
enough.
have used
your
and abused
attitude,
me, and you keep
I've used and
hitting
abused
me,
you,
and you
your
continue to
attitude.
do so.
No,
Because
tell
we're
me
gonna
I
go
am
back
your
and
friend.
forth. Yeah,
Tell me.
My best friend hits me.
Do you know the sacrifices that I have made to hang out
Sacrifice?
with you? And you'd
You
rather
think
rather
you've made
stand
any sort of contribution?
No,
you think you've done anything?
I'm
You
d-
seriously think that? The past doesn't matter. It's only about the future and the present. And right now, I know what I want. I want to go to the egg. So I'm gonna go.
No, you're not going to the egg. I don't want you to stand by that egg
Why?
all day. That's...
Are you gonna hit me again?
I'm not gonna let you go to it.
Are you gonna hit me?
I just wanted us to hang out like we used to. Like, I did all this for you, and I just didn't want the egg to take that away.
You hear how selfish that is? You were trying to take away what I enjoy and what I like for your
Selfish?
own benefit.
Did you
realize
actually
how
call that
selfish that is of you? You don't actually care about
selfish?
me. Stop
Are
hitting
you,
me.
You
How many more
actually
times
called that
are you gonna hit me?
selfish? Take that back right now.
They
Apologize.
were all selfish, and they were
They're-
only for your own benefit.
It's just a stupid
It's
egg,
not a
Skeppy.
stupid egg.
No, Skeppy, no!
Bad stood in shock at what he did, destroyed by the tragedy he just caused. He remembered what Ant said about killing Skeppy and prayed with everything he had that maybe, just maybe, his friend could come back. April 23rd, 2 days before the Red Banquet. The Resistance stands atop a cloud in the sky built by Foolish to discuss their plan of action. Sam informs the group that he managed to recruit Hannah after finding her passed out in the obsidian chamber above the egg. The group was happy to welcome another member to their side and moved forward with their plan. The Eggpire had been very selective about who they sent invites to, making sure to leave out major threats such as Quackity, who nearly killed the egg, Technoblade, who clearly had no intentions of siding with them and was very powerful, and Rambo, who was caught spying on the egg with Tubbo a few days earlier. However, everyone who did get an invite decided it would be best to go to the banquet to get information and to seek an opportunity to attack. That being said, everyone was very wary of the Eggpire's intentions as they knew there was a strong chance this banquet would end with blood. And so, they needed a backup plan. Knowing that they would not be able to sneak armor and weapons into the celebration as they were strictly prohibited, Sam suggested planting a supply chest in the center of the room in case things went downhill. The group agreed and Puffy volunteered to hide the chest as she knew the room the best. Sam also informed the group that he had another plan he had been preparing. A plan that could destroy the egg for good. Finally, Quackity mentioned a secret contact he'd been talking to. A warrior, long dormant on the server who was happy to join the fight if things got out of control. And with this, the group went their separate ways, satisfied with their plans and confident that worst comes to worst, they would be ready for war. The sun cast a red shadow over the SMP as it climbed above the horizon. Deep underground, in the heart of a once innocent land, hung decorations fit for the greatest of kings. Red vines reached for the ground. Chandeliers brought light to the living walls, and at the center of it all lied a table waiting to be set for the feast. The Eggpire stood in the ruins of their meeting room far above the egg, in silence. No words needed to be said. The plan had been trapped in their heads for weeks on end, and everyone knew what needed to be done. Joining them was Ponk, who had always liked the egg, but after a bit of convincing took a greater liking to their plan. But one seat lied empty, as their newest member was attending to her own part of the plan. The clock continued to tick until it was time. And as the first guests began to log on, everyone made their way to the banquet hall.
I really appreciate you all coming again. I think this is the perfect opportunity for us as a server, as a community, to come together and honestly just to let bygones be bygones, to let any past issues, to set them aside so that we can grow and advance from this point forward. Because while there have been bumps along the way, in the spirit of, you know, moving things forward, I would just like to say that I was very, very happy that we were able to gather everybody here together for what is, I'm sure, going to be a banquet that none of us are ever going to forget. And yeah, thank you for coming, everybody. And thank you. Prepare to die.
What? Lava fell from the ceiling, blocking all escapes from the room everywhere except the egg. Months of planning led to this moment, the final sacrifice. Puffy and the rest of the resistance were furious. They trusted their friends one last time and they still betrayed them. They hoped it wouldn't come to this, but the Eggpire had to go. Puffy made her way to the center of the table to the hidden chest of supplies. Finally, the Eggpire would answer for their crimes. But then...
What?
Yes.
What? Oh.
Oh.
Oh. What? Were you
Where's the stuff?
looking for this, perchance?
There's no way.
What? How?
Hannah?
I had to tell them. What?
You told them, Hannah?
What? Why? The egg.
Hannah heard everything. Every step of their plan, every precaution they planned to take, everything. Ever since her stay with the egg, she was consumed by its transcendent power. And Bad knew that as a new player to the server, she would be the perfect spy. The resistance was powerless. In the face of fear, they had unknowingly supplied the Eggpire with the very weapons that would cause their demise. But Sam still had one last plan.
That is tragic that you told them about our plans for the armor, but something you should know. I had another plan, because I didn't trust you.
What do you mean, another plan?
Well, I think that we all can agree this has gone on long enough now. I'm tired of all this fighting, so I say we just blow the egg up. For good this time, with an amount of TNT that it cannot survive.
But
So
you
I
don't
hit a
have
trap.
any... Wait. No!
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 The soup!
What?
What?
What? You really thought you could defeat the egg with TNT? After Quackity tried that, we took proper preparations and we made it so that we wouldn't have to worry about TNT anymore. Now, if you would all kindly please make your way over here, we can begin the summary executions.
What, the what?
The what?
Execution?
No. Come on.
What?
You see, the egg needs something, and it's gonna get it from each of you. See, in order for the egg to hatch, it needs energy, and it gets that energy by people dying near it. And that's the role that you guys are gonna fill. We're gonna kill you one by one. What did you say, Eric?
You're an absolute monster.
A monster? You know what? I think, Eric, you would be a perfect person to sacrifice first. Excellent. I really appreciate you guys following the directive and not bringing any weapons. That's very courteous of you.
We trusted you, babe! We trusted you!
Well, that was your first mistake. What you think we were really going to just stop trying to spread the egg's influence over the server just because a couple people got mad at the vines? Like, come on. That's been the objective all along, is to hatch the egg. The egg wants power and it's gonna get it.
All right, stop. I have had enough. I am sick of this foul red stench. I am tired of this endless cycle of egg nonsense. We tried to give this dreadful egg another chance.
Yeah, I think
Why don't we start with foolish instead?
We'll save the monarchy for later. Don't think we've forgotten about you, Eric. But we can start with foolish.
You two bad, and this is your last chance with me. Your very last chance. I am done after this.
What are you gonna do? You're weak. You have nothing. Buffy, you were a part of the Eggfire. You could have prevented
And look what you all turned into! I did what I needed to make sure that everyone else was protected. Because all you and Bad care about is the egg and yourselves. You're selfish.
Puffy, you could have stopped this if you had stayed with the Eggfire, but this is your fault.
What? No! No!
One down. And a couple more people to go. Who should we do next? What do you think?
Bad! Stop! What? Stop what you're doing right now. Stop. Stop it. Hey. Relax. Relax, Bad.
Quackity! I
know what you're doing here, but stop right now. Stop right now. Look at what you've done here, Bad. This is impressive. I'm not gonna lie. This is quite impressive, everything you've done here. You have to stop right now, Bad. You have to stop.
Stop?
This whole egg thing is just getting out of control. You just killed a man. Is that what you wanted to do, Bad? Was that your plan all along? To kill innocent people? This has gone completely out of control, and I'm not gonna have it anymore, Bad. Look what you've done. Just look what you've done. You've trapped all these people, all these innocent people, in what you've disguised as a party. I'm telling you, Bad, you're a pawn to power. You're nobody, Bad. You're working for something that, quite frankly, doesn't even care about you. I mean, look at the egg. Look at the egg. Look at what it means. It doesn't mean anything. How about we just stop playing games, Bad? How about that?
I can't stop Quackity, and you know why I can't stop.
You're not like this.
Yes, I am.
So how about, I'm gonna tell you one more time. You and all your buddies here, drop your weapons and leave and let all these people go.
No, you drop your weapons and you prepare. If you wanted to stop us, you should have brought an army with you.
Guess what, Bad? I did. In fact, I brought the next best thing. I brought my biggest enemy.
All right, Quackity, where's this egg thing?
It's right here. It's right here, Techno. Get back, Hannah. Come on, let's go. Get back. Welcome him, Bad. Welcome him,
What?
Bad. Purple. Yeah, it's purple, Bad.
Techno! You and Quackity are enemies. Why would you side
Listen.
with him?
Listen, Bad, I didn't want to work with this guy either, but this egg, it's going too far. It's warping people's minds. It's controlling them. It has no plans on stopping. And this egg, it's the epitome of everything I stand against as an anarchist. And if I don't stop it now, it'll be the end of the world. So yeah, I'm working with Quackity.
We still outnumber you. It's 4 against 3.
Puffy saw an opportunity, a moment of weakness, the very thing she'd waited for since the start of the resistance, and having had enough of the friends she thought she had, she took it.
Ampharos, you're dead!
Wait, what?
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 Puppy, stop!
Where did Puppy get away?
You've taken my kindness
Stop!
and weakness, Ampharos!
No, everyone go! Let's
Attack
go!
them! Kill them!
Attack! Let's go! Let's go!
Yes! It's not
Let's go!
gonna end here, Quackity!
You bad. I've always told you. I've told you for so long. This stupid egg thing is just bringing trouble. Nothing but trouble, bad. Let's go!
Retreat,
Let's
guys!
go!
Retreat!
As the Eggpire retreated into the labyrinth of tunnels surrounding the room, the people stood frozen, shocked at the events they had just witnessed, the murder of their friend. Quackity stood atop the egg. No matter what happened, the Eggpire was reduced to nothing, and their crown jewel now lied in the hands of the resistance. Quackity led the people to the surface, freeing them from the evil grasp of the egg. Over the next month, the server would attempt to recover from that day. Sam and Quackity sealed off the egg, quarantining it once again. Bat and Ant felt a weight lifting from their shoulders as their color returned to normal and their love for the egg diminished. The resistance went their separate ways, vowing to return the day the egg was released again. And the egg remained locked away. A mere memory of a time, a dark time the server never wished to see again. And with peace finally ruling over the land, the egg, it seemed, would have to hatch another day. Ghostbur was gone, and Tommy couldn't imagine the chaos reviving Wilbur would bring. But Wilbur wasn't the only major threat to the server. Far away, a new nation rose from the shadows. An old ally who, in his pursuit of revenge, would threaten to take over the entire server.
Wake up.
Wilbur was alive. He had been trapped for over 13 years in limbo. And now, he stood in the ruins of L'Manberg, the very place he crumbled in the cold hands of chaos all that time ago. He was a changed man. A white streak of hair reached down from the top of his head, a different kind of scar from his years of solitude. And as he looked his friends in the eyes for the first time in what felt like eternity, he couldn't help but smile. Tommy was conflicted. On one hand, his friend was back, his friend who just months earlier seemed to be gone for good. But on the other hand, this was not the same Wilbur who led them all to revolution. And one could only guess what bringing him back would do to the already unstable server. He was the happiest man alive, just to be alive. Wilbur had waited so long for this very moment, and it had finally come. He explained how each person has their own individual limbo. Tommy's was a dark, unforgiving void, and his was a train station, cold and lonely. Time passes much slower in limbo, meaning that Wilbur had spent 13 and a half years waiting for a train he feared would never arrive, making every flicker of light that reached his eyes that much brighter. The sun climbed over the horizon, and as the light reached his eyes, Wilbur's first day alive in over 13 years was about to begin. Tommy began by touring Wilbur around the server. Together, they explored the wide array of changes the server had seen since Wilbur's death. Starting in L'Manberg, Tommy explained how Techno and Dream had permanently leveled the land with their endless rain of TNT. Next, the two moved towards Tommy's hotel, which was now owned by Jack Manifold, who had taken it over after Tommy's death and had no plans of giving it back. Tommy and Jack argued for a bit before Tommy convinced Jack to let Wilbur speak with him on the roof of the hotel. They looked towards the prison, the cause of so much pain and suffering. The last time Tommy stood on this roof, he chose to visit Dream one final time. A decision that ended in his death. And now, he thought about Ghostbur, and how he would much rather be talking to the happy little ghost. He hated Wilbur. He was supposed to hate Wilbur. But something inside him couldn't turn away, and as much as he didn't want to care, he did. Wilbur began noticing memories as soon as he came back. Memories from a time he never knew in places he'd never been. Ghostbur's memories, flooding back as he took in the world for the first time. He thought back to Tommy's exile, the pain, the manipulation. He saw it all. But it didn't matter what happened back then. Dream had saved him from that wretched place, conducted his train to life, gave him feeling again. And in Wilbur's eyes, Dream wasn't evil, but the only person unafraid of keeping lesser men in their place. Wilbur reasoned that a void remained with his death, a throne left empty, and that everyone, it seemed, was clawing at its feet for a piece of that power. And Dream, he explained, was the only one brave enough to stand up against them, to lay down the harsh hammer of justice on people unworthy of ruling, and that is why they threw him in prison. In his mind, Dream was the hero of the story, and his acts of manipulation and trickery were justified by his pursuit of order. Tommy couldn't believe what he heard. Dream was right. Reviving Wilbur gave him total control over his mind. But no matter how far gone his friend seemed, Tommy could not find a way to give up on him. And so, differences aside, the two continued on for the rest of the day. And even if it was just for a little while, Tommy and Wilbur felt free once again. Dream had been in prison for nearly 2 months. Wilbur's throne left cold and empty. But a throne can only stay empty for so long. Quackity stood alone in the dark hall to the final control room. It was here where Technoblade took his first life. But that day, he lost much more than a life. Quackity was at rock bottom. Since he ran for president of L'Manberg, all he did was see the best in people. No matter how much Slat insulted him, used him for power, he always tried to stay positive. So much had happened since then. But of all the paths in his never-ending maze of memories, Quackity focused on one. Something buried deep in his mind, something he hadn't thought of since the day it happened. He began to see it. The podium. L'Manberg. Wilbur.
Listen, I understand things are not easy right now. Things are tense to say the least. You know, elections coming up, everyone's on the edge of their seats. But I just want to get together and just talk to you. I want to pick your brain for a bit.
Okay, yeah, sure.
What has made you do everything you've done up to this point?
That's a big question. I guess it's just protection for my people. I mean, I just want to see them thrive, and I want to see them safe.
Listen, I get it. I think there's just a big difference between you and me, and I think that I like to see the good side on people. I like to think that there's a side of everyone that is willing to work for wanting to see a better future for everyone, and I think that's where you and I are very, very different. See, when I got here, when I got to these lands and I wanted to join L'Manberg, I was told I couldn't. I was told to walk away because I wasn't allowed to join L'Manberg. And to me, that was a lack of belonging. And if I have to become president and tear down some walls in order for no one to ever feel unwelcome again, then so be it.
Your aspirations of optimism are not going to be subject to my nation's security, I'm afraid. I completely disagree with everything you've said. You say everyone has a good side, Quackity, and you're right. You're right. Everyone has a good side.
But that good side is only there to help themselves. If you want to really help people, you're going to need power, Quackity. You can make a movement, you can make a resistance, right? You can go out and you can come back and they'll give you a ticker tape parade. They'll cheer for you in the streets, but you will change nothing. If you have a revolution, everyone will hate you. You will sacrifice everything and you will lose everything you've ever had. But you'll come back and everything will be changed. And Quackity, if you want to change things, you're going to need power. And power isn't gained from diplomacy and bureaucracy and giant courthouses suspended in the sky, blah, blah, blah. It's gained from swords, Quackity. It's gained from blades. It's gained from steel, iron. Even if everyone has this good side that you're talking about, then anyone who wants to prove it has to show their dark side first. You're going to have to kill. You're going to have to torture. You're going to have to maim. When I look at you, as a fellow outsider, you're not ready for that. I'm leaving.
Times had changed. The Quackity that stood atop that podium was gone. Wilbur had planted a seed, an idea in Quackity's head that was just now starting to grow. He thought about everything that happened, the pain, the suffering. Wilbur was right. Quackity was beaten down by the world, betrayed by the very people he trusted most. But he was done taking it. He was done pretending like everything was okay. He was done being pushed around, living his life through other people. He wanted power since the day he joined, and now he was finally ready to take it. A storm rages in the skies above. Quackity follows a dimly lit minecart track just outside L'Manberg. Just minutes earlier, he'd found a book from someone he hadn't seen in a long time. He navigates his way through a forest, finding himself at the mouth of a cave. He took a deep breath, as he knew he was about to confront one of the most powerful men in the history of the server. Or at least what was left of him. And as he found himself at the coordinates described in the book, he stared directly through the ghost of J. Schlatt. Schlatt, despite being a ghost, was not much different from the day he died. He still held the same confidence and coldness as the days he ruled. But now, he was trapped. Schlatt explained that he summoned Quackity there because he needed help. Being a ghost, Schlatt was unable to leave the cave for more than a few seconds at a time, meaning that unless he got someone to help, he would be trapped underground forever. And that is where Quackity came in. Schlatt explained that he had heard rumors of a book, a powerful book that could give him life again. What this book was or how it could help him, Schlatt couldn't recall. But Quackity knew exactly what he was talking about. And everything Schlatt needed to walk the earth again sat in chains at the center of Pandora's vault. But Quackity had no intentions of bringing Schlatt back, not after how he treated him while alive. Rather, Quackity proposed a bet. He explained that he was planning something much bigger than the server had ever seen before. And if Quackity won this bet, Schlatt would never be revived and would have to work for Quackity permanently. No compensation. The same treatment Quackity got while working under Schlatt. But if Schlatt won, Quackity would set him free. Schlatt hesitated, but upon realizing he had no other choice, accepted the deal. And so, with everything on the line, the two left their futures to the luck of the draw. But before we get into the twisted world of Las Nevadas, I'd like to quickly thank the sponsor for today's video, The Sandbox. The Sandbox. Quackity had an idea the day he fell to Techno. Something that could get him the power he so deserved, the revenge he wanted, and the control not even Dream had been able to achieve. The world he desired. A new nation, much stronger than the likes of L'Manberg, built on the backs of people with nothing to lose, people like Quackity, people who had seen rock bottom and refused to ever reach it again. And before long, the list was complete. The plans were in place, and it was time for recruiting to begin. And Quackity knew just the place to start.
Hey, I wanted to ask you something. Listen, I've been working on a country, and you probably might have heard of it. It's called Las Nevadas.
Oh, you know, I have heard
have
some
you heard of it?
whispers.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
some rumors.
I wanted to ask you, would you like to join Las Nevadas? You're the first person I thought of when I thought of, you know, people to recruit.
I mean, I'm honored, you know, especially, man, I was the first one. No, probably not. No, I'm kind of happy here.
Foolish, no.
Yeah? No?
I
What?
know who you are. You spend so many hours, so much workforce, so much of yourself to building this place. But that's all it is. It's just a build. No one comes here. No one has a house here. No one stays here. People really just come to admire and then leave, Foolish. This is an empty shell. It's gonna disappear in time, and no one is really gonna remember it. And you know what this build reminds me of, Foolish? It reminds me of you. You used to be big. You used to be great with everything you did. And now you are nothing but an empty shell. You are to be feared from the outside, but on the inside, everybody knows you were just a builder. And I was hoping at some point that you would realize this after I let you die at the Red Banquet.
What? Wait, you let me die?
Foolish. I was behind those walls, and I could have saved you, and I didn't. I watched you die. And let me explain why I let you die. Yeah, take that out. Take that out, Foolish. You're gonna kill me now? I did it for you. I let you die because I wanted a better version of you. The reason I let you die is so that you could finally realize that even being the builder that you are right now could cost you your life. You used to be a feared warrior. Anywhere you would stand, people would look at you and be scared. You were someone, Foolish. You were someone. Now you're nobody. And the reason I came to you and told you to join my country is because it's going to be a big thing. And what do I need for a big country? Big people, important people, people with skill, people who know how to do things. But the reason I came to you, Foolish, is because I see myself in you. I once also believed that peace was a way to live. I used to want the betterment of people. That was my life morals, Foolish. And guess where that brought me? That brought me nothing but suffering. That brought me nothing but a death. That's the reality of it, Foolish. I was once like you. And that's the reason I let you die, and that's the reason I came to you. It's because you have so much potential. Whether you want to realize that now or later, that is your choice. You understand me? I'm gonna go now, but you know where to find me.
Foolish was defeated. Quackity's words made him question everything he thought was right. Should he return to his old ways or trust the life of peace he had learned to love? He looked around. Quackity was right. As amazing as this place was, it meant nothing. He began to find himself hungry for meaning, being a part of something much bigger than himself. Foolish found his way to the border of Las Nevadas. There stood Quackity, smiling intently behind his rigid scar as Foolish accepted the invitation. The next player Quackity planned to recruit was one no one had seen in a long time. A hitman, someone dangerous. Quackity knew getting purpled on his side would be an even tougher task than Foolish, but he had a plan for that. And following his deal with Purpled to take down the egg at the Red Banquet, the two reconvened in a nearby building to exchange payment.
Purpled! Whoa! Gee, I was waiting for you all morning. Hey!
Where's my money? I mean, I did everything for you. Where's my money?
Right. Yeah, no, of course. I would never forget. I would never forget, Purple. You came for your money, and that's what you're gonna get. Come up here with me. Come up here with me. There it is. There's your payment. Everything
Yep,
good?
everything's there. Appreciate it. Thank you for doing business.
Absolutely. Hey, you know what? Because I appreciate your help so much. I have something else for you. Wait up here. Wait up here. I have something else for you. Let me get it for you. All right. And
What? What? It's gone.
That's
Crack,
it.
Was that you?
It's gone. Purple, look at me. Look at me. Your legacy is gone, and I've taken it from you. That's the last piece of evidence that you were ever here, Purple. That's it.
Give me one
And you
reason
die
why I
along
should
with
kill
it.
you right now.
You die along
Right
with
now.
it. You
Right
die
now, you
along with it,
fucking
Purple.
bitch.
Purple, listen to me. Listen to me right now. Listen to me, okay? Purple, listen to me. I understand. I understand. You're mad. I understand. You're shocked. I did it for you, Purple. Okay? You have two choices, Purple.
What?
You have me cornered. You have me cornered, okay? You take my life, and you kill me, and you run away with the money, and you're gone. And that's it for you. And that's it for you, Purples. And I know how good that sounds right now for you, but listen to me, okay? Your other choice is to join me, okay?
Join you?
I know that UFO meant a lot to you, and that's why I destroyed it, because I knew that maybe somehow it would change your mind on how things have been going for you right now. You understand? So take the money, reinvest it in Las Nevadas, and you can become a part of history. Don't waste your potential in the wilderness, Purpled. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not who you're meant to be. That UFO is gone. But if you let it affect you the way it's been affecting you right now, then that will be your legacy. But if you join me, you will be so much more. So take the gamble, Purpled. Take the gamble, and you can change everything. You know where to find me! You know where I am, Purpled! You know where to find me!
Purpled ran as far as his legs could take him. Quackity had destroyed the one thing he had left on the server. His only legacy, gone. He knew killing Quackity wouldn't do anything. The damage was done. And so, for the next few weeks, he stayed alone in a house outside the ruins of L'Manberg. Together, him and his dog lived peacefully, a much simpler life. But then, he started to think. Was this all he was meant for? What had he really done on the server? Nothing. Through every major event, he was just there, a lonely shadow in the face of a much larger story. Just the guy that was there for that one thing, the guy everyone had forgotten. He thought of Quackity, the fame, the power he would hold with his stake in the biggest country the server had ever seen. No one would forget his name now. No, he would be idolized. And when faced once again with the gamble, Purpled went all in.
Fundy! My good old friend, how have you been?
What? Huh? What?
Here, Fundy. Take a walk with me. Take a little walk with me. Don't you enjoy the fresh air?
How are you here?
What do you mean, how am I here, Fundy? I found you. You're a hard person to find, but I'm glad I found you. I think that's the most important thing, that we are here together now.
What is this place?
You should know it better than anyone, Fundy. What do you mean, what is this place? You don't remember what this place is, what it means? Come on, don't tell me you already forgot.
What?
Fundy, do you remember when we tried to kill Technoblade and we failed? That's where I got my scar.
It's just, we tried.
Fundy, what's that over there? Oh, that is...
Oh.
Is that what I think it is? Do you remember all the great memories you had in the van?
Here? This is crazy.
Oh my gosh. The amount of meetings we didn't have inside this van. I'm gonna show you something. Come with me. Fundy, oh my god, come look at this. Look up. It's a tower.
The amount of battles we fought from up here.
You remember that, right?
Yeah, I do.
Remember all those things we did for our country? It was great. But you know what, Fundy? Those memories don't matter. All these structures, all these things we've built together, it's here now, but it's really gone. And none of it matters, nor will it ever matter. Fundy, if you think about it, you don't matter. Do you see how the sand and the wind slowly deteriorates the structure that we stand upon right now? That's what's gonna happen to you. But it's not gonna be sand and wind, it's going to be time, Fundy.
What the?
You're gonna end up alone. You're gonna let time take you away and you're going to die. And no one's going to remember you. Just like it happened in L'Manberg. But you know what, Fundy? It doesn't have to be that way. And I can help you.
What
I
do you
have
mean?
big plans, Fundy.
What are you saying, man? Like,
Fundy, all you have to do is join me. I'll give you the tools to succeed. I'll give you the tools to finally be someone. Because you're nobody right now. Take the tools that I'm giving you, Fundy. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to decide. 10.
wait,
9.
wait.
8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. Fundy!
Fundy! My good old friend! How you been?
The sun beats unusually strong on the streets of Las Nevadas, its glare almost as bright as the promises Quackity has made. He looks upon his first citizens, every one of them outcast from the world they once loved. And the other guy, who just kinda showed up. Together, they would be a part of something much bigger than themselves, the most powerful nation the server had ever seen. But there was one more member among their ranks. Someone who is quite possibly the best ally their nation could have, the key to Quackity's true objectives, Sam. Since Dream was locked up, Sam had felt trapped in his own prison, unable to leave Dream's side for more than a day or two at a time. He became lonely, obsessed with his duty of keeping Dream inside. But Quackity, he found, gave him a chance to take a break from life behind bars. For he had a new opportunity, a chance for Sam to make his mark on the server, something much more lively than a prison. And Sam, desperately needing an excuse to breathe, accepted the deal and started construction. Project Nevadas, he was told, would be the biggest thing in the history of the server. Towers reaching to the skies, lights bringing life to the empty night, a city fit for a king. But the real money, he explained, would be in the casinos. Hidden behind the bright lights, loud music, and luxury suites would be control. Debt, simple favors. One thing leads to another, and before long, the world owes Las Nevadas their lives. And finally, there can be peace, respect, or death, and at the center of it all would be them. On top of the world and the people bowing at their feet. And after months of planning, gathering, and building, it was finally complete. And alongside his associates, Quackity knew it was just a matter of time before Las Nevadas would control everything. Wilbur found something the day he came back. A note, left in a chest in the very place he was revived. The book was titled Project Nevadas, and was written to Wilbur by Quackity. Curious, Wilbur perched himself on a flat ledge looking over L'Manberg and opened the book to read the note. It read,
My dearest friend Wilbur, you were right all along, and I won't make the same mistakes twice.
Immediately, Wilbur knew exactly what Quackity was talking about. He gathered his things and Tommy and left for Las Nevadas. Upon arriving, they were shocked at what they saw. Towers, lights, it was straight out of a dream. And as Quackity noticed the two overlooking the country, he couldn't believe it as well.
Wilbur? Oh my god, Wilbur! Wilbur, you're alive! Yeah, how do I look? How do I look, fellas?
Are you the concierge of this area? You like the cleaner?
This is so nice.
This is mine.
Wait,
I own this place.
Oh, so you're...
What do you think?
you're like a president then?
I'm the president, man.
Whoa. I got your book.
Oh, right, you got it. Oh, that explains. That's why you're here. Okay.
So that's the invitation to work alongside you. I assume I accept. I accept. I'd love to come in.
That was not an invitation. I'm sorry, Wilbur. Wilbur, my nation will not be subject to your unpredictability.
Quackity, I don't know what you mean about my unpredictability, man, but like, listen to me, look at me. I am your servant. I am at your service. I have run countries. I've done everything that you will need in a leadership role, Quackity. Even not in leadership. Quackity, you're making a mistake,
Wilbur?
man. You need to let me in. You need to let me be a part of this.
Wilbur, listen to me. I saw what you did to Lemanberg, and I'm not going to let Las Nevadas have the same fate as Lemanberg. And again, I appreciate you coming to my country. Wilbur, I'm sorry. This is,
Well, look, okay.
Can't let you join.
Am I allowed? Or is it just Will?
Well, Tommy, you and me could probably talk for a bit.
Sure.
Tommy, don't listen. Tommy,
Yeah.
don't
What do you
listen.
want?
Big Q,
I
look.
have the
So this
bullseye,
is
you're
this
right.
your land, Big Q? Where I'm standing now?
This is my land, Wilbur.
What about
This
here?
is mine.
What about here? Is this your land?
This is my land. This
Tommy,
is mine.
come with me. Tommy, at my side, please. What about here? This,
Okay.
this edge of the sand right here. Is this your land?
This is mine, Wilbur.
Okay.
I think you should just go, Wilbur.
What about this
is-
light green
it's
area? Is this your
It's an
land?
Eiffel Tower! Oh my god, this is Wilbur, we have found paradise. I want to live here.
Tommy, look at me.
Yeah?
This is paradise, Tommy. Big Q, do you own this?
What are you doing? What are you trying to do here?
You're not answering my question. You're being
That's
petty.
what I'm trying to do.
You're being petty, and I love it. I love
I'm
it.
not being petty. I'm
I
not being
love
petty,
it.
Wilbur.
Big Q,
To
it's
work.
been lovely seeing your nation. It's a brilliant nation. I would know. I'm a bit of a connoisseur of them. But you obviously like your money, Big Q, and you of anyone would know. What's the point in capitalism without healthy competition? Welcome to our new headquarters, Tommy.
You're joking. This is how you're gonna play, huh? This is what you're gonna do, huh?
Am I infringing on you, Quackity? Are you scared?
You know what, Wilbur? You're right. And I'm ready for all the competition you can bring me. But you know what, Wilbur?
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations on the opening ceremony of your new, soon-to-fail country.
Since the very beginning, Wilbur and Quackity never really seemed to get along. And now was no different. Quackity, once told he couldn't join Lemanberg, was now giving Wilbur the exact same treatment in Las Nevadas. And just like Quackity gave Wilbur competition in the election, Wilbur wasn't going down without a fight. And in the middle of it all was Tommy, torn between the nation of his dreams and friendship. He had to choose. Wilbur and Quackity fought each other relentlessly to keep Tommy on their side. Quackity toured him around his great nation, while Wilbur reminded him that family and safety were much more important than flashing lights. Tommy went back and forth. The man who focused more on executing Technoblade than helping him in exile, or the man who destroyed Lemanberg and left the people alone in its ruins. A difficult choice, but Tommy could not turn his back on Wilbur, joining him in paradise. But it wouldn't be Tommy that would help Wilbur stand up to Quackity. Rather, another player. After Wilbur proposed his idea of selling burgers to compete against Quackity's casino, Philza was uninterested, instead suggesting Wilbur ask Rambu, who happened to live next door. Reluctantly, Wilbur made his way to Rambu's house and asked him to join Paradise. Rambu agreed, and for the rest of the day, the two worked on building and gathering supplies for their new company. But they were not the only ones preparing for competition. Over the past few months, Quackity had noticed Tubbo and Rambu building an outpost looking over Las Nevadas. Concerned with the subtle act of aggression, Quackity and his associates warned them very bluntly that if they refused to back down, their outpost would be moved for them. Tubbo and Rambu stood their ground, explaining that their outpost was going nowhere. But over the next few weeks, Tubbo started to think. Was it really worth it to fight Quackity, the owner of the biggest nation on the server and his old friend? No. He began to realize that since L'Manberg was destroyed, his purpose on the server disappeared. He used to be president, someone with power. But now, other than Snowchester, he wasn't anything special. And so, when Quackity invited him to join Las Nevadas, Tubbo agreed without hesitation. The next day, after showing their completed van to Quackity, Ranboo and Wilbur followed Quackity to his restaurant for a quick tour. But to their surprise, Quackity was not the one running the restaurant. The two were shocked to hear that Tubbo, Ranboo's best friend and Wilbur's partner since the start of L'Manberg, had gone behind their back and joined the enemy. Angry, Wilbur and Ranboo made for the door and headed back to Paradise. Both of them agreed that Quackity needed to be put in check. He was driving people apart, manipulating people into joining his cult of a country, and most importantly, he was taking over the server. Deep down, Wilbur knew that friendly competition would not be enough to take down Quackity. But he had another plan. Together with Ranboo, Wilbur would take care of the problem the only way he knew how. Rain falls through the night sky onto the cold ground below. The prison seems unusually dark as Quackity stares through the heart of its black stone shell. But it's not the walls he seeks to destroy. He notices Sam approaching from the prison entrance. He had one more proposal, one final plan left to be set in motion. Quackity explained that even though Dream was in prison, he still had power. That book gave him power. And no matter how many walls stood in his way, keeping him inside, he knew they could never kill him. And so, Quackity reasoned, if he wasn't going to give up the book willingly, they would have to do some persuading. Sam didn't like the idea. The last time he let someone visit the prison, they died. And the second he let someone inside with weapons, the security of the prison would be immediately put at risk. But freedom sounded too sweet to pass by. It all came down to one question. Did Sam trust Quackity? And after some thinking, Sam decided to move forward with the plan. And so, the two made their way inside the prison for Quackity's first visit with Dream. Dream stared in disbelief, fear for the first time since he entered the prison. He screamed for Sam to help, but Quackity reassured him that Sam would do nothing. He needed the book from Dream. It was the last bit of power Quackity didn't have. He had people, land, influence, but the one thing that stood between him and total control was that book. It didn't matter what he had to do. He would never stop until he had it. Dream watched as Quackity showed him exactly what weapons he would use until he got what he wanted. He wouldn't kill Dream, but he would keep him as close as possible, every day coming back to turn his life into a living nightmare. But still, Dream didn't say a word. That book was the only thing that kept him from certain death. He couldn't give it up, or they would have no reason to keep him alive. Days turned to weeks. Dream continued to suffer at the hands of Quackity every single day until Quackity was done waiting. It was clear his plan wasn't working, and he was starting to get impatient. He began to think. He had Sam in his pocket, the entire prison at his disposal. Why not use it? He may not have been able to get the book by hurting Dream, but what about someone else? And Quackity had just the person in mind. And that fateful day, he came to Dream with a different request. To write a note, asking someone to visit. One of Dream's only allies on the server, a man who had disappeared for months on end, the cause of so much of Quackity's pain and the biggest threat to Las Nevadas, Technoblade. And with nothing left to fight back, Dream got to writing. Since his first day on the Dream SMP, Techno has despised government. He believed that power was destined to turn even the nicest, most positive people bad, and that true peace and freedom could only be found when no one had power over others. He fought wars, betrayed friends, destroyed nations to protect these ideas. But still, government would always find its way onto the server. He knew he needed a way to stop the problem before it happened in the first place. And so, he got to planning. He imagined a force of like-minded individuals dedicated to stopping the rise of tyranny on the SMP. And with the help of Philza, the two officially established the Syndicate. The Syndicate's job was simple: seek and destroy any potential government. And because of their anarchist ways, the group would have no leader and all members would be encouraged to act on their own free will. Both Techno and Phil knew that 2 people would not be enough to make a difference. But lucky for them, Techno had some people in mind. He began with Nikki. After her sudden deviation from L'Manberg before the Doomsday War, Nikki had gone off to start her own city underground. And because of her lack of affiliation and utter despise of government, Techno offered her a seat at the Syndicate. His next recruit was somewhat of an obvious choice. Since his home in L'Manberg was destroyed, Rambo had agreed to move in next to Techno and Phil. Over the following months, the 3 grew very close. So when Philza and Techno offered him a spot in the Syndicate, he was more than happy to join. Together, the 4 players, as well as a 5th who is yet to be named, vowed to take down any trace of government and keep anarchy, for good. Throughout the history of the SMP, the members of the Syndicate have all done their part to make sure government fails to last. But what they didn't see coming was the unintended consequences of their actions. Following Dream's imprisonment, a vacuum of power was left on the server. The very same Wilbur had explained to Tommy the day he was revived. And this empty throne was the only reason Las Nevadas was able to succeed. In the shadows, right under the Syndicate's nose, Las Nevadas had grown to something whose size rivaled even that of L'Manberg. And that fact alone was about to put the Syndicate in jeopardy. The day was June 1st, Techno's birthday. The members of the Syndicate gathered outside his house for a celebration. Fireworks exploded in the sky. Cake sat on the table outside. Everyone was ready for a break from chaos. Techno had just returned from a month-long training mission in the wild and was ready to catch up with his friends. But in the middle of their conversation, Techno noticed someone watching in the distance. And even through the darkness of the night, he knew exactly who it was. Right away, he left the party and made for the nearby hill, wondering what would bring him all this way. He climbed the hill, and as he found himself at the top, he stared into the eyes of Quackity, the man who attempted to execute him, the man who had been scarred forever at the swift slash of his pickaxe. And history aside, Quackity delivered the message.
Listen, I don't want to waste your time. I come here for something pretty important. You know, Dream. He's in prison.
Oh, I've heard of that guy.
Right. I have been visiting Dream recently. Just a few days ago, actually, I went in and made a little visit, and he told me that he wanted you to visit him.
What did he say?
He was kind of vague with the wording, but he said that he wanted to finally call out a favor or something like that.
Oh yeah, I know what he means. You're telling the truth, right?
Techno.
Because
listen,
I would hate to be lied to on my birthday.
No, I'm not lying to you, Technoblade.
All right.
You know, I said it the moment I came here. I'm glad we left our differences in the past.
You know, that's true. That's true. You know, the past is the past. It's all ancient history.
Yeah. At the end of the day, scars fade away, Techno.
That's true. That's
I should probably be headed on my way now. It's a long trip ahead of me. I'll talk to you soon then. Have an awesome birthday, and I'll see you soon.
Have a good day.
Techno was conflicted. Should he really believe the man who once tried to kill him? Or should he risk betraying Dream, who he still owed a favor from when he saved him from execution? As the people left the party, he continued to think. Why would Dream want him to visit now? What reason would Quackity have to lie? He didn't know. But one thing he did know was that visiting Dream would be way too interesting an adventure to pass up. And so, Techno made a few last-minute preparations, just in case things went downhill. And a few days later, as the sun began to pierce the cold Arctic air, he said goodbye once again. He crossed mountains, forests, oceans, all the while thinking of what he was about to do. He wondered what his old friend was like now, how much he had changed from his months of isolation. Until, for the first time, he stood consumed by the shadow of Pandora's vault. Somehow, even in the light of the sun, Techno could feel the darkness and pain, desperately trying to escape those unbreakable bars. But he had a favor to repay, and so he made his way through the portal, beginning his visit with Dream. Techno stared at the wall of lava. One press of a button and he would finally get to see his old friend again. And if anything, Techno was just happy to catch up. The lava began to fall. And Techno, happy as can be, was surprised to see Dream paralyzed by fear. Confused, Techno nodded to Sam and began to move his way across the divide.
Yo, Dream! Dream, what's up?
Techno, no! No!
No what?
Quackity, it's a trap! It's a trap!
What?
Techno.
What about Quackity? Dream, you gotta explain.
Torturing me. I didn't write that note.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Dream. I kinda had a feeling he was lying, but I kinda had to visit anyways, just to see how you were doing, get to the truth of things, you know?
They're working together.
Who?
Sam and Quackity.
Hey Sam, how long do I have to be here before you let me out?
I think you could do with a nice long stay with Dream. They're probably the main threat to Dream escaping, aren't you? Because, you know, the two of you have worked together before, and
would never defy authority, alright? I love authority.
Well, I think we both know that's probably not true.
Everybody will tell you how much Technoblade loves authority. Sam,
Sam,
could you just send the bridge back?
No.
If you could just send that bridge back, Sam, that'd be fantastic.
The two of you, like
Sam,
you said, you're gonna have some great catching up.
Sam, you hit the wrong lever, Sam.
I think the two of you are gonna have plenty of time to do it.
Sam, I can't help but notice the lava comes down a whole lot faster. Lot faster than it.
Stay here.
Sam, come on, Sam.
Enjoy your time.
Sam, this is not doing much to change my political opinions. All right, well, that was nice. How's it going, roommate?
Techno and Dream, two of the most powerful players on the server, once feared by everyone but each other, now sad with nothing, in the loneliest place on the SMP. Dream was devastated. For months, he had dreamed that maybe one day Techno would be able to break him out. Maybe he could leave this terrible place. Maybe he could see the world again. But that day, every last bit of hope Dream had was gone. The only person who would ever be able to free him was now locked up at his side. The prison became his limbo, the days wasting away and no one with the power to save him. And now, he was really sure he would be stuck there forever. But Techno was not as convinced. Somehow, through the whole situation, his spirits had not dropped a bit. And right away, he asked Dream to write everything he knew about the prison inside of a book, hoping that maybe the two would find something that could help them in their escape. And sure enough, it wasn't long before Techno had come up with a plan. Something that was impossible with just one person. But with the two of them working together, there was a chance it might work. Because of the Elder Guardians trapped in the prison walls, everyone inside the prison is given extreme mining fatigue. This means that every block of obsidian in the prison would take just over 24 real-life hours of mining to break. The reason Dream hadn't tried this already was that nearly every block in the cell set off an alarm if broken. And even if the alarms didn't sound, all it would take is one look from Sam and his escape plan would be ruined. And it just so happened that the one block hidden from view was one of the only blocks in the cell not fitted with an alarm. And before long, the plan was finalized. Dream would start to claw his way through the obsidian floor, only stopping if Techno alerts him that Sam is coming to check on them. And once they broke a block, the process would repeat until, eventually, they would dig through the bottom of the prison and swim to salvation. And so, Dream got to mining, finally starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, he could live once again. Days turned to weeks, and weeks to months. Dream began to feel freedom, so close yet just out of reach. Block by block, the unbreakable walls of Pandora's vault fell at the relentless swing of his fist, until...
Sam, Yo, what the f is wrong with you? What the f is wrong with you?
In my defense,
okay,
that
you know
would've
what?
been
I was gonna
really
ease into
funny.
it. I was gonna ease into it, but now I'm not. Now I'm not gonna f***ing ease into it. This is what's gonna happen, okay?
Why are you
And I have one thing only. That's what I'm about to explain, Techno. So allow me to explain.
Could you hurry up?
You know what? You know what? I would appreciate it if
Only
you were
because you have
as far as
very,
possible. You know
very
what? You know what?
sharp
Just go as far as
weapons.
possible. Just no. Just beyond the line. I've been trying to get this revival book for the longest time, Dream. Is today the day you're gonna give up the book?
I've told you again and again, I'm not giving you the book.
Well, you might want to reconsider, because this guy right here is your only chance at getting out of prison. There's two of you, probably some of the most strong people in the server, but you have nothing on your side at this point in time. So Dream, hand over the revival book, or I'm going to kill Technoblade. If I kill Technoblade,
don't do it, Dream.
you know that it's gonna
Don't
be
do it.
the last shot you get of getting out of here.
Don't do it, Dream.
If I give you the revival book, you kill me. You might if I give you the revival book, you might as well be killing me and Techno.
True, true. Where is our leverage after he gives you the book? You just kill us instantly.
That's true. You know what? You have a point. So what would happen if I just killed you both right here, right now? That revival book has brought nothing but problems anyway. So I think I'm just gonna do it. I think I'm just gonna kill you both. I might as well just get rid of you both right here.
let's
What
be
can you do
rational.
about
Let's
it?
talk about
What
it. Let's talk
exactly?
about it.
What
Stop,
exactly
stop.
can you even
Wait.
do about it? What
be
exactly can you do about it,
What
Dream?
Calm down.
What if we talk it over? Give us time. Give us a couple
come
weeks.
on, man. Let's be reasonable.
Time? A couple weeks?
Negotiation.
What exactly would I give you a couple weeks for? See, this is a problem, Dream, and I didn't even realize this until Technoblade brought it to my attention. He's right. You will just revive him if I kill him. So all I have to do is kill you both. But listen, I'll reconsider because I'm in a good mood today. If you just hand over the revival book, nothing has to happen. I'll leave out of here. You do whatever you want. I'll work on my anyways, okay? All right, Technoblade, listen,
Hey, I
you got to
didn't
convince
bro.
this guy to hand over the book.
Dream, you should absolutely give him the revival book.
Okay, no, I'm done playing games. You know what? Let's just
wait.
I'll start off with Technoblade
that
and then
kinda
I'll go
hurts,
on
bro.
with
Let's
you.
calm down.
So let's
Let's
just
calm
do that.
down.
Let's just do that, shall we?
I'm
Kill
not
Technoblade.
giving you the
And then I'm
book,
going to
Quackity.
kill you. Good.
There's
So
nothing
let's
you
just
can
get
do.
working with it.
Wait, don't
Let's just
kill-
get working
wait,
with
wait,
it
wait,
and
wait.
let me get rid of
Sam!
the two biggest headaches
Sam,
that
stop
I have
him!
Sam, I'm
in
being
this
abused.
server.
I'm being abused, Sam.
Let's just get rid of the two biggest headaches that I have in this
no,
server
no,
then.
Quackity had reached his breaking point. For months, he had planned, recruited, manipulated, tortured, all to be turned away by Dream every day. That book was the last thing he needed to take control over the server. He could see it already, just over the horizon, his perfect world. Finally, he would never be overlooked. He would never be cast aside. Things would for once be how he wanted them. And there would be peace. But as always, the one who stood in his way was Technoblade. Since that day in L'Manberg all that time ago, Quackity had hated Techno. He tried for months to do the right thing, punish Techno for the crimes against the nation, but still he ended up dead. Not Techno, not the true criminal, him. He was blinded by vengeance, an anger that lied patiently inside him until that very day. And in the same way Techno did it, with the same pickaxe that scarred him, a wound that would never heal, Quackity would finally, for the first time in the history of the server, do what should have been done a long, long time ago. Kill Technoblade.
Technoblade, I'm gonna tell you one thing. One thing I went through was death. When you killed me, you think I was just gonna forget about it? You think I was just gonna walk away? You think I was just gonna walk away and just forget about it?
That was the hope.
I'll tell you something, Techno. I'll tell you something. All right. In the same way you did it, I have a pickaxe. And I'll put it through your teeth, Techno. No. Through your
Techno was free. His oldest friend on the server, Philza, had saved him from certain death. And in his hand, Phil held the will Techno had given him before he left for the prison. And seeing that book, Techno smiled, as he knew his plan had worked. 3 months after Techno's visit, Philza was devastated, sure that his friend was gone, as no one who had spent that long in prison would have any hope of getting out. And so, finally accepting his friend's fate, he brought upon the courage to read his will. But as he scanned the first page, he was shocked at what he saw. He scrambled through the snow and over to the syndicate meeting room. There was still hope for Techno, one final plan that would save him from the wrath of Quackity and Sam. He moved to the back of the chair. Every member in the syndicate had their own Ender Pearl stasis chamber. This effectively works by having the player throw an Ender Pearl into a pool of rising water and letting it sit there. This way, if any member needed to summon anyone immediately for a meeting, all they would have to do was close a trapdoor, and the pearl would collide, teleporting the player from wherever they are in the world to their seat at the table. And so, Phil stared. His friend only one click away. And just seconds before Techno's death, Phil closed the trapdoor, and he was set free. After greeting an elated Phil, the two made their way through a tunnel and into Techno's secret bunker. And as the door fell to the ground, Techno saw light for the first time in 3 months. But as much as he wanted to take a break from the madness, he knew his friend was still inside that terrible place. And he could only imagine the terrible things Quackity was going to do to him. He needed to think of a way to break him out. And lucky for him, Dream had given him countless books of information about the prison and everyone who had anything to do with it. But those books would be nothing compared to what he was about to find. In one of the books was a set of coordinates. And as Techno began making his way to the location, he realized exactly where Dream was leading him. All that time ago, the first place him and Dream had ever spoken on the server. He traveled across the world, through forests and oceans until he stood at the foot of the mountain. He wondered what Dream could have possibly hid at the top, but he had no time to sit around and wonder. And so, he began his ascent.
All right, this is the part where I end the stream. It's really climactic, isn't it?
Lõpuks ma alustasin kell 8 ja praegu on kell 2 öösel. Olen nii väsinud. ma ei hakanud viimast videot vaatama, sest ma olen juba seda näinud. Ma tahaks juba magama minna. Ma ei tea, see on vist maailma rekord.